Chapter 992. After making up his mind, Li Wangyu tidied up his mood and rushed to Chang'an Duke Lu's residence. It wasn't that Li Wangyu had masochistic tendencies and wanted to find excitement. He braced himself to explore the dragon's pool and tiger's den, for only one purpose, and that was to ask Chang Yaojin for advice on how to be a military chief. Although the old hooligan's character wasn't very good, his ability to lead an army and fight was excellent. Among the generals of the Tang dynasty, Chang Yaojin was one of the top. Otherwise, Pai Lupi wouldn't have listed him as one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. Although in the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties, Chang Yaojin was described as a reckless general who only knew 3 axes, but in reality, Chang Yaojin was a very shrewd person. Whoever treated him as a reckless man would be an idiot. Li Wangyu was just a fan of the army in the future. How could he know anything about arranging troops and how to lead an army to war? Pai Lupi forced him to take the position of the Western Expedition Army's military chief. He could only make a last-minute effort and run to the old hooligan to ask for advice. After all, he was the military chief. If all military affairs were handed over to Niu Jinda, Shui Wanjun, and the other deputy chiefs, it wouldn't be pleasant to hear. When Chang Yaojin heard that Li Wangyu actually took the initiative to ask for a beating, he couldn't help but laugh. Wahahaha. So you actually took the initiative to come, that's rare. Since you're here today, don't think about leaving. Come prepare the banquet. Li Wangyu saw that the old hooligan was about to flip out again and quickly raised his hands in surrender. Uncle Chang, this nephew came to visit Uncle Chang today to ask for advice on military matters. Let's forget about this wine. When this nephew returns from the western regions, this nephew will accompany Uncle Chang to drink until we're drunk, okay? Chang Yaojin glared at him with dissatisfaction. Scoundrel, what does drinking wine have to do with you asking for advice? Don't be so wishy-washy like a woman. Finished speaking, the old hooligan didn't wait for Li Wangyu to object. He directly grabbed Li Wangyu and strode toward the central room. Li Wangyu immediately regretted it. Damn, if he wanted to ask about military matters, wouldn't it be better for him to look for Li Jing? Wasn't it better to look for Qin Xiong? Why did he have to run over to Chang Yaojin, this old hooligan? Not waiting for Li Wangyu to finish regretting, the person had already been pushed to the central room of Duke Lu Mansion by Chang Yaojin. As for the maidservants of the Chang residence, they quickly served up the food and wine. Li Wangyu looked at the tables that were filled with food and wine. He wanted to ask Chang Yaojin how the cooks and maids in his mansion were trained. If there was a Guinness Book of World Records in the Tang dynasty, this speed of serving food and wine would definitely be the first. Li Wangyu sighed helplessly as he looked at the tall glass of sorghum wine in front of him. Uncle Chang, your nephew has brought you a new type of wine today. Please give it a try. In fact, Li Wangyu had already predicted the old hooligan's reaction. Therefore, in order not to be stuffed into a puddle of mud, he specially brought 2 large barrels of beer with him. Oh, but what kind of beer is that? A few days ago, Chumo and the others had already told me that the beer was very bland, but it was cool and refreshing. Since you have the heart to bring it here, then let me try it. Chang Yaojin loved wine. When he heard that Li Wangyu had brought a new type of wine, he naturally did not mind tasting it. Li Wangyu quickly ordered people to bring the barrels of beer into the central room. He personally poured a cup full of beer for Chang Yaojin. Chang Yaojin took the glass of beer and gulped it down like a cow. He poured the iced beer into his mouth and burped with satisfaction. What kind of beer is this? It's good to quench thirst. Chang Yaojin smacked his lips and signaled Li Wangyu to fill his cup again. Li Wangyu took advantage of the time to pour the wine for Chang Yaojin to quickly speak of his intentions. Uncle Chang, you have to help your nephew. Whether or not your nephew can rush back to Chang, and before my family's madam gives birth depends on Uncle Chang's guidance. Chang Yaojin raised his head and laughed loudly. Zio, I always thought that you knew everything above the heavens and below the earth, but I didn't expect that you would also have a time when you were timid. You brat, do you think that the army is going on an outing? You actually expect to lead 150,000 troops from Jingzhou to the western regions in 3 months. Isn't this just a dream? Li Wangyu could not help but be stunned. He did not understand what Chang Yaojin meant. The distance from Jingzhou to Gaochang was more than 4,000 li. There was no mistake. Although Li Wangyu had never come into contact with the army, He was more or less clear that the ancient armies of Wuxia would march about 30 to 40 kilometers a day. In other words, it would only take about 2 months to complete the journey of over 4,000 miles. He estimated that 3 months was already a lot of time. Why did Chang Yaojin say that he was dreaming? Please enlighten me, Uncle Chang. Zio, you brat, do you know what the concept of 150,000 troops is? Let me explain it to you like this. If the 150,000 troops set off in formation, the vanguard would have already reached the destination and started to set up camp, but the rear would have yet to leave the camp. Do you understand? Moreover, the speed of the army's march is based on the speed of the supply wagons. If the army marches for 8 hours a day, with the speed of the supply wagons, they would at most travel 40 to 50 li a day. Moreover, if there is a storm and the army is unable to move, they can only stay in the camp. After marching for many days, the army also needs to rest. Things like this are quite normal. Therefore, it is impossible for the 150,000 troops to rush to Gaochang without at least half a year. Chang Yaojin's words immediately made Li Wangyu dizzy. As a military fanatic, he knew that Chang Yaojin was not bluffing him. In the past, the 800,000-strong army of the former Qin was said to have broken the flow by casting the whip. In the end, the vanguard was completely defeated, and the rear was still on the way. This was the wooden barrel principle. The marching speed of the army had to be consistent with the slowest unit in the army. However, Li Wangyu thought that the speed of the logistics of the army should not be so slow. Li Wangyu asked in confusion, Uncle Chang, ever since I created the four-wheeled carriages, the speed of the logistics has not been slow. Not to mention 200 li a day, even 100 li a day is not a problem. Chang Yaojin raised his head and drank another large cup of beer. He glared at him and said, Nonsense. Do you think those four-wheeled carriages of yours can enter the desert? When Li Wangyu heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot. He had indeed forgotten that after the army passed Dunhuang County, they would enter the vast desert. The Teng'er Desert was the fourth largest desert in China. It was more than 160 kilometers wide, and the four-wheeled carriages would not be able to enter it. The Tang dynasty had already established a trade center in Dunhuang County. Large quantities of goods were transported to Dunhuang County by four-wheeled carriages. This greatly reduced the transportation distance of the Silk Road caravans. However, from Dunhuang County to the western region, the caravans had to change to camel caravans to continue forward. It was the same for the army. To supply the 150,000 troops with supplies, they had to use a large number of camel caravans to meet the needs of the army. As a result, the Tang army's marching speed would not be fast. Moreover, to pass through the desert, the Tang army had to bring sufficient water in addition to provisions and supplies. Under the guidance of a guide, they could pass through the desert. After Li Wangyu understood this point, he could not help but sit down dejectedly. If that was the case, how could he rush back to Chang'an in half a year? Chapter 993. Chang Yaojin happily chugged down a cup of cold beer, and after letting out another loud burp, he was very satisfied. He then looked at Li Wangyu, who had a conflicted expression on his face, and gave him another heavy blow. Zio, you brat, you probably haven't calculated how much grain is needed to supply an army of 150,000 soldiers, right? Let this old man put it this way. Not mentioning the equipment, armor, tents, flags, and drums, just the grain alone is an astronomical figure. When the soldiers of the Tang dynasty set out, they bring 5 days' worth of rations and rely on the rest of the supplies. Each soldier eats 2 liters of rice a day, and for an army of 150,000 soldiers, just this alone requires 3,000 dan of grain. If we calculate that each carriage can carry 30 dan, we need 100 carriages to supply the army for 1 day. Luckily, the Tang dynasty doesn't lack horses and mules, and we also have you to make these carriages. Otherwise, even if His Majesty wanted to attack Gaochangua, it would be difficult to do so. Just maintaining the army's rations is already a huge problem. But even so, if the army wants to pass through the desert, they still need to use camels, mules, and horses. A camel can carry 3 dan, and a horse can carry 5 dan. Zio, you brat, calculate how many animals are needed to supply the army? And with so many animals, how much horse feed and millet will be needed? Have you calculated it? Also, how much did we lose during the transportation of these rations? Cheng Yaojin's words left Li Wangyu even more speechless. He really didn't know about this, but when he did, he was given a fright. It was no wonder that Pai Lupi only ordered Hou Junji to attack the western regions in the 13th year of Chang'an. In truth, it was because of the logistical difficulties. Li Wangyu also didn't know that in the 13th year of Chang'an, the army of 150,000 that attacked the western regions only had 70 to 80,000 soldiers. The rest were in charge of logistics. But things were different now. At the very least, after Li Wangyu made the horseshoes, the Tang dynasty's warhorses and horse-drawn horses had rapidly declined. As a result, almost everyone in the army of 150,000 rode horses. Even the infantrymen relied on their horses to travel. They would only dismount to fight on the battlefield. The movement speed of the army could be increased by a lot because of this. However, due to the wooden barrel theory, they would still be dragged down by the resources. Before the troops and horses move, the provisions and fodder must move first. This was a necessary condition for a large army to march to war. Li Wangyu was very depressed by Cheng Yaojin's words. He couldn't help but grab the wine cup and gulp down a big mouthful of wine. He thought that Pai Lupi had found his conscience. However, he did not expect that this unscrupulous Uncle Tsong would actually dig such a big hole for him, and he actually foolishly jumped into it. Li Wang, you might not understand military matters, but how could Pai Lupi not know? Pai Lupi was well aware of how long it would take for an army of 150,000 to reach Gaochang. Even so, Pai Lupi still pretended to ask Yu Shernan to tell him that after destroying Gaochang, he could return to Chang'an for a visit. Bah, this old man is really bad. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the angrier he got. He didn't even need Cheng Yaojin to persuade him to drink. He drank one cup after another to drown his sorrows. Cheng Yaojin did not try to persuade Li Wangyu. For an old hooligan, not hitting someone when they were down was already very kind. Zio, don't be so anxious. It's not a big deal for a woman to give birth. Look at me, my wife has given birth to so many children for me. But I've never been as nervous as you. Cheng Yaojin drank big mouthfuls of wine as he made fun of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. He really couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this old hooligan. Cheng Yaojin pointed at a plate of food that the maidservant had just brought over and said, "Come, Zio, try the bacon made by the chef in my residence. It's perfect to go with wine. I'm not bragging, but there's no place in Chang, and that makes better bacon than the one in my residence. Even the food bureau in His Majesty's palace can't compare." Cheng Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu's eyes light up. Bacon? Then he suddenly slapped his head. He had been muddle-headed recently. How could he have forgotten about the military rations? The military rations of the Tang dynasty mainly consisted of various kinds of millet and livestock. These unprocessed millet and livestock were not only difficult to transport, but also not easy to eat. Due to the problems of transportation and productivity, ordinary soldiers could at most guarantee staple foods like millet. As for non-staple foods, they could only eat soy sauce and pickles. In fact, since ancient times, Wuxia also had military rations that were easy to carry around. For example, the rations that the Han army brought were called chow. The so-called chow was fried rice noodles. After the 5 grains were fried, they were crushed so that they could be carried. It was equivalent to the fried rice and fried noodles of the modern era. When eating, one would grab a handful and put it into one's mouth and send it underwater. Soy sauce, salted fish, salted meat, and various kinds of pickles were the salt that the soldiers needed every day. There were also fast food, such as rice balls and noodles. However, in most cases the military still cooked millet into rice or porridge to eat. The range of military rations in the modern era was very wide. Li Wangyu had invented an air pump for his hemispherical experiment, and could use vacuum packaging to preserve food. After cooking the food, it could be sealed in bamboo tubes or earthen jars to preserve it for a long time. In addition, foods such as luncheon meat and instant noodles were not difficult to make. Li Wangyu could even learn from Qi Jiguang's military rations, light biscuits. These military rations could not only be made in Chang'an, but they could also be made from local materials for the Western Expedition Army. Making millet and livestock directly into military rations that were easy to store and transport could greatly reduce the amount of grain transported. Thinking about this, Li Wangyu almost wanted to get up and leave. He wanted to return to Zhou village to discuss with Su Changqing and immediately start the production of military rations. Anyways, no matter what, Li Wangyu needed to think of a way to reduce the pressure on the logistics of the army. Only then could he increase the speed of the army so that he could rush back to Chang'an within 8 months. However, it was not enough to just make military rations that were easy to store. If the army wanted to pass through the Chang'an desert, they had to give up on the four-wheeled carriages and change to camel teams and horses. From Dunhuang Prefecture to Gaochang Country, there were still 2,000 miles. If they only relied on camel teams, it would slow down the speed of the army. When Li Wangyu traveled in the modern era, he had also ridden camels in the desert. Although camels had good stamina, their speed was not much different from an adult walking. If they relied on camel teams to transport supplies and slowly walk 2,000 miles to Gaochang Country, it would be too late. Li Wangyu definitely could not rush back to Chang, and before his beautiful boss gave birth. Thinking about this, Li Wangyu felt even more anxious. He secretly wondered if there was a way to let four-wheeled carriages pass through the desert. Li Wangyu naturally understood that four-wheeled carriages could not pass through the desert because the wheels were too narrow and the pressure was too high. The solution was simple, and that was to widen the wheels to increase the surface area of the wheels and reduce the pressure. However, there was no rubber in the Tang dynasty, much less rubber tires. If he used wood to make such a wide wheel, just the weight alone would make it impossible for horses to drag it, let alone pass through the desert. As for tracks, that was even more out of the question. The technical difficulty was even more complicated than rubber tires, and it was not something Li Wangyu could do. Moreover, with the weight of iron tracks, even horses and camels would not be able to pull them. The Chang'an desert had become a stumbling block. Chapter 994. Li Wangyu thought about it, but he could not think of a way to get the four-wheeled carriage through the desert. Actually, the best way was to get rubber out of it. However, rubber trees were far away in South America, so where would the Tang dynasty find them? Of course, apart from the rubber trees in South America, China also had a plant that could replace rubber, and that was rubber grass. The rubber grass that originated in Xinjiang could also be used to extract rubber. Li Wangyu remembered that the rubber grass in the future could be used to extract 70 kilograms of rubber per mu. On the other hand, the rubber trees could only extract 80 kilograms per mu. However, the rubber grass was far away in the western regions, and distant water could not quench the present thirst. Furthermore, Li Wangyu did not know how to extract rubber from the rubber grass. Now that the army was about to set off, where would he find the time to experiment? On the other hand, after he led the army to conquer the western regions and establish the Anxi Protectorate, he should order people to plant rubber grass. Even if the production was low, as long as he could get rubber out of it, it would be worth it. However, it was useless to talk about all this now. It would not be of any help to him in getting the four-wheeled carriage through the desert. Seeing Li Wangyu frown, Chang Yaojin laughed even more happily. Zio, don't let your thoughts run wild. Just lead the army to conquer the western regions. If you want women, just bring your concubine. If not, there are plenty of beautiful women in the western regions. A real man shouldn't be so bashful over a woman. Li Wangyu was so angry that he had nothing to say. Chang Yaojin, this old hooligan, should be caught and drowned in a pig cage. However, since things had already reached this point, even if he was unwilling, he had no other choice. Even after returning to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu did not dare to tell Su Changqing about his conversation with Chang Yaojin. If Su Changqing knew that he could not return to Chang'an in 8 months, how disappointed and upset would he be? Although his beautiful boss was only 2 months pregnant, Li Wangyu didn't dare to take the risk and make her sad because of him. Li Wangyu only had Niu Wu select a few quick-witted troops from the manor and teach them how to make vacuum-packed food, luncheon meat, instant noodles and other things. He then had them set out in advance, bringing along the command of his military chief, and quickly rushing to Jingzhou. He had the Western Punitive Expedition Army immediately begin preparing military rations according to the methods he taught them. As for the subsequent production of military rations, Li Wangyu taught it to Yan Liben and asked him to pass it on to the Ministry of War. In the later stages of the Western expedition, all the rations and supplies needed to be replaced with these military rations. The reason why Li Wangyu you didn't report such an important matter to Pai Lupi directly was because he was angry. He was angry that Pai Lupi had deliberately set him up. He was angry that Pai Lupi had caused him to not be able to accompany Su Chongqing. Therefore, Pai Lupi had deliberately ordered someone to pass on a message, but he had avoided meeting Pai Lupi. However, how could Pai Lupi not pay attention to such an important matter? After the Ministry of War produced a batch of military rations according to Li Wangyu's method, they immediately presented it to Pai Lupi. After tasting these delicacies, Pai Lupi was naturally overjoyed. On the same day, he led a group of dukes to Dingzhou village. Even though Li Wangyu felt uncomfortable with the arrival of Pai Lupi, he could only obediently go out of the manor to welcome him. Your subject Li Wangyu, prefectural duke of Fufeng, greets your majesty. This fellow was also angry, and didn't even refer to himself as nephew. He followed the etiquette of a subject greeting the king and greeted Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi looked at him in surprise, but immediately understood Li Wangyu's intentions. Haha, are you angry with me? Your subject doesn't dare. Don't dare. Pai Lupi suddenly knocked Li Wangyu's head with a chestnut. I don't see how you don't dare. You still dare to give me that look. Do you believe that I will immediately order people to send you to Li Main Hall, and let the Empress teach you a lesson? Li Wangyu's expression became even more bitter when he heard this, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Your Majesty. Oh no, uncle, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. A wise man submits to circumstances. When it's time to admit defeat, it's best to admit defeat for safety. If Empress Zhang's son was long-winded, it would be quite torturous. Li Wang, you would rather go to the prison of the censorate than listen to Empress Zhangsuan's long-winded nagging. If there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily. Lead the way to your castle's balcony. Today I also want to eat skewers and drink iced beer. Li Wangyu was speechless. Damn, as expected, this group of foppish young masters had big mouths. He guessed that the whole Chang'an city knew about eating skewers and drinking iced beer. Right? In fact, his guess was not wrong at all. There were even some clever merchants in Chang'an city who had already learned how to barbecue skewers, and many restaurants had launched barbecue dishes. Other than beer that no one knew how to brew and could not be supplied for a while, barbecue quickly became popular in Chang'an city, and had even begun to spread to the surrounding provinces and counties. Cheng Yaojin was even more big-mouthed. When he heard this, he immediately laughed and said proudly, Your Majesty, a few days ago, you came to my residence and brought me a few barrels of beer. Although the beer is bland, it's quite refreshing to drink after being chilled. Your Majesty and all the officials should drink a few more cups today. His words were full of smugness. Obviously he was showing off that Pai Lupi, Yuqi and the others didn't drink beer. Li Wangyu was so angry that he rolled his eyes. Damn, the beer that was sent to Duke Lu's residence should have been poured out and fed to the dogs. Wasn't this blatantly trying to make him look bad? As expected, when Pai Lupi heard Chang Yaojian's words, his face immediately became unhappy. Ziyu, why didn't you send me some beer into the palace? Why? Don't you have any idea in your heart? If you didn't force me to eat sand in the western region, would I not send you beer? Li Wangyu was rolling his eyes in his heart, but he could only show an expression of fear and trepidation. Uncle, you've wronged me. This beer has just been brewed not long ago. I have to find someone to try it first and see if I'll have any hysteria after drinking it. Uncle's health is more important. How can I casually offer you beer? Haha. Ziyu's words are reasonable. Pai Lupi was very happy when he heard this. He turned his head and glanced at Chang Yaojin, who was showing off. Some old man's skin is rough and his flesh is thick. It's best to use him to test the beer. The group of dukes who didn't get to drink the beer also laughed. Each of them began to use words to ridicule Chang Yaojin, this old hooligan. Chang Yaojin, who was just proud of himself, was so angry that his face immediately turned black. Ziyu, you brat, come over here. Today I'll have a good time with you. Chang Yaojin rubbed his fists and looked at Li Wangyu, ready to take action to vent his anger. Li Wangyu naturally had long been prepared for this old hooligan to flip out. He quickly hid behind Pai Lupi, causing everyone to burst into laughter again. After laughing and joking, the little bit of awkwardness between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi dissipated. Li Wangyu invited everyone to the castle's balcony to take a seat and ordered people to bring barbecue and iced beer. Everyone ate and drank until they were drunk. Only then did Pai Lupi bring up the matter of the army rations again. Chapter 995. Zio, I have personally tasted the military rations that you ordered your men to produce. If it can really be preserved for a long time like you said, the combat strength of the Tang dynasty's cavalry will increase by 30%. I will remember all of these merits. When the Western Expedition Army returns victorious, I will not be stingy with your rewards. Pai Lupi's words were not exaggerated at all. Whether or not the soldiers could eat well would actually affect their combat strength. There were many examples in history of winning wars because of improved food. It was not that Pai Lupi was unwilling to provide better rations for the army. It was just that he was limited by the transportation capacity and how to cook them on the battlefield. In fact, ever since Li Wangyu accidentally discovered the high-yield potato crop and popularized it throughout the Tang dynasty, food was no longer the main factor that restricted the logistics of the Tang army. Transportation, storage, and cooking were the key factors. The production methods that Li Wangyu came up with perfectly solved the logistical problems of the army. For example, rice that was steamed with corn, potatoes, and bacon could be sealed in a clay jar and vacuumed. It could be easily stored for about a month. Luncheon meat was just a mixture of pork, seasoning, and starch, and then steaming it in a pot. After vacuuming it, it was quite convenient to eat it. Moreover, after Pai Lupi and the other dukes tasted the luncheon meat, they were full of praise and felt that it was a rare delicacy. The fact that military rations could be made so delicious and could be stored for a long time was a huge surprise to the emperor and officials of the Tang dynasty. As for instant noodles, it was even simpler. After rolling out the noodles, they were steamed in a pot and then deep-fried until they were thoroughly fried. Although Li Wangyu could not come up with the various flavors of instant noodles, even the plain boiled noodles were enough for Pai Lupi and the other dukes to their heart's content. After tasting the military rations for the first time, Pai Lupi and the other dukes could not believe that such delicious food was actually meant for the army. More importantly, the cost of producing these rations was not high. Pai Lupi had even ordered the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to calculate that because the new military rations were easier to transport and store, if the loss of millet and livestock was included, after the army changed to the new military rations, the amount of food consumed would be even less than the original millet. Eating better and spending less money, Pai Lupi was naturally overjoyed. He immediately rushed to Dingzhou village and praised Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu secretly pursed his lips. In his opinion, no reward was as good as letting him go home and accompany his wife. Of course, Li Wangyu also knew that his words were useless. Now, Pai Lupi would definitely not let him go. Therefore, in response to Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu only smiled and did not say anything. Pai Lupi raised his beer cup and drank it in one gulp. He glanced at Li Wangyu and said, "Zio, are you complaining about me? I wouldn't dare." "Humph, even if you don't say it, I know. You bastard, you have no future at all. You only revolve around a woman every day." Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu angrily and continued, "Actually, I am not lying to you. It is not difficult for the army to reach Gaochang in 3 to 4 months." Pai Lupi's words stunned Li Wangyu. Then he was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Uncle, don't lie to me. I asked Uncle Cheng if it is more than 2,000 li from Dunhuang County to Gaochang. The army relies on camel caravans to transport supplies and it will take at least 2 to 3 months. Haha, Zio, you are really stupid. Let me ask you, can't you use 4-wheeled carriages to transport? It can travel 200 li in a day. In less than 10 days, the army can travel 2,000 li. What's so difficult about that?" Li Wangyu stammered. But 4-wheeled carriages can't pass through the desert." Pai Lupi laughed even more happily, but he purposely didn't answer to whet Li Wangyu's appetite. This time, not only was Li Wangyu dumbfounded, but the group of dukes and bigwigs, including Chang Yaojin, were also dumbfounded. They didn't understand the meaning behind Pai Lupi's words. Yuqi Jingda and the others all thought that Chang Yaojin's words were correct. From Jingzhou to Dunhuang County, the army could rely on 4-wheeled carriages to transport supplies and supplies. But after that, they could only rely on camel caravans. This was definitely not wrong. Why would Pai Lupi still vow to let Li Wangyu continue to use 4-wheeled carriages to transport supplies and supplies? Li Wangyu was even more anxious. He repeatedly bowed to Pai Lupi. "Uncle, I am wrong. I am stupid, please enlighten me." He really couldn't think of a way to let the carriages pass through the desert. He even made a special trip to Shi City to find a few merchants who had been using the Silk Road for a long time to ask them about a solution. After a series of inquiries and understanding, Li Wangyu even gave up on the idea of using carriages to transport supplies and supplies. This was because he had thought too simply. In the future, when Li Wangyu was traveling in the desert, he had taken a desert car and surfed the sand dunes. It was very exciting. Thus, he thought that as long as he could come up with rubber tires or some other alternative method, he could let the carriages pass through the Chang'an desert. But this was not the case. When the camel caravan passed through the desert, they didn't travel in a straight line. Instead, they had to follow the winding paths of the various sand dunes. Traveling in this way was first and foremost for safety. The weather in the desert was unpredictable, and sandstorms could appear at any time. Once a sandstorm appeared, the caravan would have to face the wind and have the camels sit down to avoid the wind. If they walked at the bottom of the sand dunes, they would be buried by the sand dunes if they weren't careful. In this way, even if there were rubber tires, the carriages couldn't be used. Camels couldn't pull the carriages, so it was simply unrealistic to walk at the top of the sand dunes. It was precisely after he understood this point that Li Wangyu completely gave up. Now that Pai Lupi said that he had a way, Li Wangyu was naturally surprised and happy. Pai Lupi was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's attitude and even a little proud. His nephew had given him too many surprises. His wit was almost demonic, and it often made Pai Lupi doubt his own intelligence. Now that he could finally beat Li Wangyu for once, there was no need to explain the pride in Pai Lupi's heart. He coughed lightly and said slowly, "Zio, let me ask you, is it easy to build the four-wheeled carriage?" Li Wangyu was stunned again, as if he had thought of something. "Uncle, other than the wheels, beams, and steering mechanism of the carriage, the other parts are not difficult." The skilled craftsmen of the Tang dynasty also made Li Wangyu gasp in amazement. The four-wheeled carriages of today were no longer the simple carriages that Carpenter Liu had built to deal with the task of transporting grain in the spring. Right now, the main beam and steering mechanism of the carriage were made from metal by the Ministry of Works and the craftsmen of the General Works Supervisor after many experiments. The changes brought about by this were that the four-wheeled carriage could carry more weight, and the steering was easier and smoother. As for the other parts of the carriage, a normal carriage used to transport goods was simple, and it was basically made of wood. Pai Lupi laughed when he heard this. "If that's the case, Zio, why can't you dismantle the carriages in Dunhuang County and reassemble them after the army passes through the desert?" Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu completely petrified. Damn, why didn't he think of such a simple logic before? Chapter 996. Pai Lupi's words left Li Wangyu speechless. It was such a simple principle, yet he had completely ignored it. His brain was at a dead end, and he kept thinking about how to make the four-wheeled carriage travel in the desert. He was not the only one. No one, including Cheng Yaojin and the others, had thought of such a simple method. Since carriages could not travel through the desert, they could use camel caravans to transport resources. The Chang'an desert was only 200 li wide, so the camel caravans did not travel in a straight line. Instead, they had to travel along the sand dunes and oases. Even so, if everything went smoothly, it would take at most half a month for the camel caravans to pass through the desert. It would not take up too much of the army's time. The main components of a four-wheeled carriage were the wheels, axles, and steering mechanism. These could be dismantled and transported across the desert by camel caravans. After passing through the desert, the craftsmen in the army would cut down trees and make a new four-wheeled carriage. It wouldn't be much of a hassle. In this way, the logistics of the Western Expedition Army would be easily ensured. After the military rations were produced, the four-wheeled carriages would transport them to Dunhuang Prefecture, taking 10 days. They would then be transported to the other side of the desert by camel caravans before the four-wheeled carriages took over. Under the fastest circumstances, a batch of resources could be transported from Chang'an to the various countries in the western regions in 30 days. Even if there were storms and sandstorms along the way, it would take at least 2 months. Li Wangyu could even imagine how much benefit this transportation route would bring to the Tang dynasty after the army conquered the western regions and established the Anxi Protectorate. The caravans traveling the Silk Road could all transport their goods in this way, greatly reducing the cost and time. And the Great Tang would benefit immeasurably from this. Even without the economic benefits, the connection between the western regions and the Central Plains would be closer after this communication line was opened. In history, Pai Lupi established the Anxi Protectorate in the 14th year of Chang'an, bringing the western regions under the rule of the central government. He set up farms, collected taxes, and stationed troops, declaring the sovereignty of the Tang dynasty. But that was all. The Tang dynasty ruled the western region for no more than 100 years. It wasn't until the Qing dynasty that the western region was reintegrated into the territory of China. The fundamental reason was that the relationship between the western region and the central government was too distant, making it difficult for them to maintain their rule. Once the Western Punitive Expedition Army opened up this line of communication, the western regions would become one with the Central Plains. The Great Tang's rule over the western regions would no longer be as short-lived as it had been in history, vanishing without a trace. Li Wangyu had to admit that Pai Lupi's imagination was simply genius. Chang Yaojin Yuqijingda and the other dukes also flattered Pai Lupi's genius ideas for quite a while. After Li Wangyu understood all of this, he suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Uncle is really talented and wise. This nephew admires you greatly. This nephew will order someone to pass on the message and have the Ministry of Works and the General Works Bureau make early preparations." Pai Lupi snorted proudly and said, "There's no need. This emperor has already ordered the Ministry of Works and the General Works Bureau to make the parts for 1,000 carriages. I've already ordered people to send them to Dunhuang County in advance." Li Wangyu finally understood that Pai Lupi had already thought of a solution. It was just that he wanted to make him suffer because of his bad taste. However, even if he was played by Pai Lupi didn't fool him. As a result, it would be very easy for him to go back and forth to Chang, and within 8 months after conquering Gaochang, Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Thank you, uncle. This nephew is grateful to the point of shedding tears. This nephew was very willful in the past. Uncle, please be magnanimous and forgive this one. That's enough. From now on, it's more important to concentrate on your work. Don't throw a tantrum anymore. You're going to be a father soon, and you're also a county duke. You can't be so reckless. If this emperor doesn't force you to go to the western regions, I'm afraid that I don't know when you'll be willing to take out the new military rations." Yes, you're right, uncle. Pai Lupi had solved a huge problem for him. Now, no matter what Pai Lupi lectured him, Li Wangyu could only listen obediently. Pai Lupi was very pleased with himself after teaching Li Wangyu a lesson. Only then did he let him go. Li Wangyu set aside his worries and continued to flatter Pai Lupi with the other dukes. This emperor of the ages laughed heartily and downed cup after cup of beer like it was water. After Pai Lupi and the other dukes had their fill, Li Wangyu heaved a long sigh of relief as they were carefully escorted back to Chang, by the guards. Several days later, it was finally time for them to set off. Li Wangyu put on the glittering silver armor with the help of Aphrodite and Perrin. At the moment of departure, he hugged Su Chongqing tightly, who was already in tears, and gently stroked her hair. He whispered in Su Chongqing's ear, "Chongqing, wait for me at home." Su Chongqing rubbed her teary eyes and only clutched Li Wangyu's clothes tightly while nodding desperately. In fact, if it were in the past, the two of them wouldn't be so sad as if they were about to part forever. It was just that Su Chongqing was coincidentally pregnant, and the strong woman in the past had melted into tenderness. After appeasing his beautiful superior with great difficulty, he repeatedly instructed the old steward Li Heng and Perrin to take good care of her. Only then did Li Wangyu reluctantly get on the imperial horse that Pai Lupi had given him. Suppressing the reluctance in his heart, Li Wangyu didn't dare to look back and directly urged the horse to gallop out of the mansion. Niu Wu immediately led a group of Lai Hot troops and urged their horses to follow closely behind. Perrin and all the maidservants in the mansion all bowed respectfully. "We hope that the Duke will plow the courtyard and sweep the acupoints, and return in triumph." Niu Yong was unable to accompany Li Wangyu on an expedition because of the disability of his arm, So he remained in the mansion and led the remaining troops to guard the Li family's home. At this moment he raised his only arm and beat a war drum, making a majestic sound that shook the heavens as he marched for his Langjun. Outside Lai Hot, the villagers of Dingzhou village had already gathered on both sides of the village road under the leadership of the old village chief. When they saw Li Wangyu appear with the crowd, they all bowed down. "We hope that the Duke will plow the courtyard and sweep the acupoints, and return in triumph. We hope that the Duke will plow the courtyard and sweep the acupoints, and return in triumph." Li Wangyu only felt a lump in his throat, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He could only salute the villagers with cupped fists and urged his horse to leave. He didn't go directly to Jingzhou, but had to go to Chang'an first. When the soldiers of the Tang dynasty went to war and returned in triumph, the ceremony would be held outside the Gate of Heaven Influence in the imperial city. When Li Wangyu led the troops to Chang'an, a group of foppish young masters were already waiting outside the gate of Mingda in military attire. When they saw Li Wangyu appear, even the foppish young masters who usually didn't behave properly knelt on one knee in front of Li Wangyu. They then hit their chest armor with their right fist and saluted Li Wangyu properly. From today onwards, they were all Li Wangyu's subordinates, and the ceremony couldn't be ignored. After the ceremony, the foppish young masters got on their horses and surrounded Li Wangyu. They rode their horses up the Vermilion Bird Avenue and toward the Vermilion Bird Gate. The two sides of the Gate of Heaven Influence in the imperial city were already filled with valiant imperial guards in bright armor and fluttering flags. These 2,000 or so Yi Shao cavalry were ordered by Li Wuxia to guard Li Wangyu's left and right. They were the officers and soldiers who followed him to the western region. After 3 cannon shots, the Gate of Heaven Influence opened. Pai Lupi, who was also dressed in military attire, rode out of the palace. Li Wangyu immediately got off his horse and led the foppish young masters and the soldiers to bow 3 times and kneel 9 times. When the army went to war, there was a strict ceremony. Worship the heavens, worship the earth, worship the temple, worship the god of war. Chapter 997. Even the officials of the aristocratic families who had always been at odds with Li Wangyu did not dare to neglect the ceremony of the army's departure. As the saying goes, the important affairs of the country were in the worship of the army. No one dared to joke about the departure of the army. Tai Chongqing Wang Ying's expression was solemn as he prayed to the heavens. Sima, lead the people with the flag, line up in the battle array, like Chun in battle. Chase by the field there is Si Biao Luo pledged to the people. Drum in circle. Fire sacrifice the birds. Pai Lupi solemnly handed the fish talisman to Li Wangyu in the music of the drums. Before the Jin dynasty, most of the talismans used to mobilize troops were tiger talismans, but the Sui dynasty changed to scale talismans. In the Tang dynasty, in order to avoid the name of Li Yuan's father, Li Hu, they changed the tiger talisman to fish talisman and rabbit talisman. Later, there was the turtle talisman, and even the Northern Song dynasty used the ox talisman as a talisman. It was not until the Southern Song dynasty that the tiger talisman was changed again in order to restore the prestige of the emperor. Li Wangyu knelt on one knee and took the golden fish talisman with both hands, but he felt that it was extremely heavy. From then on, the lives of hundreds of thousands of Tang dynasty soldiers were in his hands. "Let's go." Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi again, turned around and got on Sasha Luzi, and led the way to the Vermilion Bird Gate. The foppish lords and 2,000 Yi Shao cavalry also got on their horses and followed closely behind. When the rumbling of the horses' hooves resounded through the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the people cheered loudly. In the eyes of the Tangs, the cavalry of the Tang dynasty was invincible. The people cheered as if this was not an army going out to war, but a triumphant return. "Zio, if we can't return with full strength, we won't have the face to come back and see our elders in Jiangdong." Chang Chumo waved to the people on both sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue in a showy manner, and urged his horse to go to Li Wangyu's side and whispered. Before Li Wangyu said anything, Fang Yai disdainfully replied, "Brother Chumo, your worries are groundless. Those weaklings from the western regions could drown the 150,000-strong army, with just a spit of saliva from each of them. Trying to resist the iron cavalry of the Tang dynasty is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourself." "That's right, that's the logic. What you AI said makes sense." The silk pants joined in the commotion. In their opinion, the expedition to the west was a bit bitter, but it was purely a gold-plated journey. There was no risk at all. Li Wangyu shook his head. Brothers, you must not underestimate the enemy. The military strength of the countries of the western regions is not worth mentioning, but brothers, don't forget why His Majesty sent out an army of 150,000 soldiers. Chai Linggu thought for a moment and frowned. Zio, are you talking about the Turks? Li Wangyu nodded. That's right. The reason why His Majesty dispatched the 15 great armies to the western regions was to guard against the Turks. He wasn't exaggerating. In history, Pai Lupi sent Ho Junji to lead an army of 150,000 to attack Gaochang to intimidate the Turks. Although the Eastern Turks were destroyed by the Tang dynasty and Sheli Khan was captured, the Western Turks were divided and their strength was greatly reduced. However, the Turks in the north were an enemy that the Tang dynasty had to guard against. At the end of the Tang dynasty, there were as many as 67 times when the Turks attacked the Central Plains. Under such circumstances, it wasn't surprising that Pai Lupi and the officials in the imperial court treated the Turks as their number one enemy. Even though Li Wangyu had given the map to Pai Lupi, the Turks were still the enemy that the Tang dynasty had to guard against. Li Wangyu was actually a little worried that the Turks would come to cause trouble when the Western Expedition Army attacked the western regions. Although in history the 14th year of Zhengguan's invasion of Gaochang went smoothly, it was now the 5th year of Zhengguan's reign. Who could guarantee that the Turks wouldn't cause any trouble? Although he was anxious to flatten Gaochang and return to Chang'an to accompany his wife, he couldn't be careless since he had taken on such a heavy responsibility. If the cavalry of the Tang dynasty were to suffer heavy casualties because of him, Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. After instructing the wastrels to not let down their guard, the 2,000 men galloped toward the northwest. The distance between Chang'an and Jingzhou was only 500 miles. Li Wangyu and the others also had the new military rations with them, so they didn't need any heavy supplies. Thus, they were able to travel at lightning speed and arrive at Jingzhou in just 3 days. Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun had already received the news and left the city 30 miles early to welcome Li Wangyu and the others. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little terrified. Although the two of them were now deputy chiefs in name, Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun were both his elders. Niu Jinda, his legitimate son Niu Zhengping, Li Wangyu, and the other wastrels were all brothers. Niu Jinda only had one legitimate son, but because of his foot injury, there was basically no possibility for him to develop an official career. In the future, he could only inherit Niu Jinda's title and muddle along. Therefore, Niu Jinda could see very clearly that if his son wanted to live a good life after his death, the key would be Li Wangyu and the other wastrels. Since Li Wangyu had appeared out of nowhere, and in just a few years, he had risen from a commoner to a duke who had founded a country. Niu Jinda and those who knew Li Wangyu admired him even more. In Niu Jinda's opinion, if it weren't for Li Wangyu being so young, he should at least be the founding duke based on his achievements. Although Xue Wanjun wasn't familiar with Li Wangyu, he also understood Li Wangyu's ability and status. To Xue Wanjun, Li Wangyu was more important as the crown prince's teacher and the emperor's nephew. But no matter what, neither Niu Jinda nor Xue Wanjun put on the airs of an elder in front of Li Wangyu. Instead, they truly treated themselves as his subordinates. After seeing Li Wangyu, Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun immediately bowed and cupped their fists in greeting. This startled Li Wangyu so much that he immediately jumped off his horse and supported the two. Uncle Niu, General Xue, please don't be so courteous. I really don't deserve this. Niu Jinda laughed loudly and said, "This is not like Chang'an City. The army has its own rules. General Manager, please don't be so courteous. Just give us your orders." Uncle Niu, you are too courteous. You also know that I was forced by the emperor to be the marching general manager. I had no choice. But when it comes to marching and fighting, it is the first time for me to get involved. Therefore, if there is anything wrong with me, please feel free to point it out. Li Wangyu's attitude was very humble. He wasn't the kind of person who had his eyes on the top of his head. He knew what his strengths and weaknesses were. When it came to marching and fighting, he was a layman. Even if he was the marching general manager, it was better for him not to get involved. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. This was also the management method that his beautiful superior had taught him before he left. In Su Changqing's opinion, managing the 150,000 people of the Western Expedition Army was no different from managing a large company. Even if Li Wangyu didn't understand anything as chairman, as long as he used the right person, there was nothing to worry about. For Li Wangyu, the simplest thing was to delegate power. He could leave all military matters to Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun. Moreover, an army of 150,000 couldn't possibly march all at once. It had to be divided into the vanguard, the center, and the rear, all of them working together. When the time came, Xue Wanjun would lead the vanguard, Niu Jinda would oversee the center, and Li Wangyu would lead the rear to slowly hold the line. In history, before Hou Junji's army had even arrived, Xue Wanjun's vanguard had already scared King Gaochang to death and attacked Gaochang. After Li Wangyu's army arrived at Jing province and rested for a day, the army of 150,000 finally set out for the western regions. Chapter 998. The journey from Jingzhou to Dunhuang Prefecture was more than 3,000 miles. The 150,000 West Expedition Army traveled smoothly and arrived at Dunhuang Prefecture in just over a month. The army traveled within the Tang dynasty and set up camp along the way. With the help of the various prefectures, there was naturally no trouble. However, after setting off from Dunhuang Prefecture and heading west, the army did not have any more convenience. This long journey had tormented Li Wangyu and the group of wastrels. Even though Li Wangyu was used to riding a horse, the bumpy ride on the back of a horse for over a month made him complain incessantly. Unlike him and Su Changqing, who left home to travel to the center of Shu, they went sightseeing and did not rush. Naturally, it was not as tiring. As for the army, there was a fixed number of miles they traveled and how long they set up camp each day. Although all the soldiers, including Niu Jinda, Xue Wanjun, and the group of wastrels were full of praise for the new military rations, Li Wangyu definitely did not like to eat them. Who would want to eat instant noodles, luncheon meat, rice balls, and other military rations every day? Over the past month, Li Wangyu felt nauseous whenever he saw the new military rations. He hated himself very much. Why did he have to invent such disgusting food? Thinking about how he still had to eat those damn military rations for a long time, Li Wangyu felt that his life was gloomy. Every day, he did not eat well or sleep well. Plus, he was worried about his pregnant wife at home. Li Wangyu had a hard time over the past month. He even suspected that when he returned to Chang'an from the western region, his legs would become bow-legged because of the long period of riding a horse. Niu Wu had tried to persuade him to sit in the carriage many times, but Li Wangyu gritted his teeth and rejected Niu Wu's good intentions due to his identity as the general manager of the army. Actually, he was thinking too much. With his current status, not to mention sitting in a carriage, even if he had a few concubines by his side, no one would dare to say anything. This time, when Li Wangyu left for the western regions, Su Changqing originally wanted Avro to follow Li Wangyu and take care of his daily needs. However, in the end, Li Wangyu still gritted his teeth and rejected this tempting proposal. After all, Wuxia's tradition since ancient times was that there were no women in the military. No matter if it was the women of the soldiers, concubines, or maidservants, they were all forbidden from entering the military. Li Wangyu didn't want to break this military discipline, so he could only politely decline Su Changqing's good intentions. Of course, it was not absolute that there were no women in the army. There was a very special type of woman in the army, known as the camp prostitute. During the spring and autumn warring states period, the king of Yu Gojian had to endure hardships. In order to raise the morale of the army, he found many young widows to comfort the soldiers and raise their morale. During the time of Emperor Wu of Han, the wars were long and drawn out. In order to stabilize the morale of the soldiers and raise their morale, they set up camp prostitutes to treat the soldiers who did not have a wife. During the Tang and Song dynasties, prostitutes were even more popular. Not only Wuxia but many armies in the ancient world were also like this. The Holy Roman Empire, Napoleon's expeditionary army, etc., all had a certain number of prostitutes following them. These prostitutes were mostly pitiful people. When Li Wangyu found out about this, he was also furious. However, he was temporarily powerless to change this matter. He could only order the officers in charge of logistics to treat the prostitutes well and not let them be abused. When the army arrived in Dunhuang Prefecture, Li Wangyu heaved a sigh of relief. He eagerly ordered the army to rest for half a month in Dunhuang Prefecture. This was not only because Li Wangyu wanted to slack off, but it was also to let the West conquering army get used to the desert environment and climate. This was also the decision that Li Wangyu made after discussing with Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun. Different from the future, with the current transportation conditions of the Tang dynasty, one's horizons and experiences were limited. Out of the 150,000 West conquering army, the number of people who had personally seen the desert could be counted on one hand. Even Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun, these two old generals, had never come into contact with the desert before. To the West conquering army, the danger of attacking the countries of the western regions was not worth mentioning compared to the desert. Be it quicksand, sandstorms, disorientation, lack of water, to the army they were all fatal threats. Furthermore, the sand dunes in the desert were not static. As such, even the most experienced guides did not dare to guarantee that the army could safely pass through the desert. Every year, there were many merchant groups that went missing in the desert. In the future, Li Wangyu had actually come to Dunhuang to travel. He had also ridden camels in the desert and played with desert cars. However, that was it. He had only been at the edge of the desert and experienced the charm of the desert. As for the desert, he was also unfamiliar with it. Even his experience and knowledge from the future could not provide much help for the West conquering army to pass through the desert. Without satellite navigation and communication equipment, if they wanted to pass through the desert, they could only rely on camels and guides that were familiar with the desert. Therefore, the two old generals, Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun, in order to ensure that the army could pass through the desert smoothly, ordered the soldiers to enter the desert under the guidance of the guides every day and undergo training. The group of wastrels was even more unfamiliar with the desert. This was the first time they had seen such a boundless desert. All of them were like Granny Lu, who had just entered the Grandview Garden, making a fuss about nothing. "Zio, this is the desert? Damn it, I can't see the end of it. There is nothing but sand." Chang Chumo stood on the city wall of Dunhuang County and looked at the undulating sand dunes outside the city. He exclaimed in disbelief. Li Wangyu pushed the sunglasses on his nose and smiled. "Brothers, you may not know, but the desert in front of us is more than 300 miles wide. After passing through this desert, we will arrive at the western region." Hiss! The wastrels could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Feng Yai looked up at the dazzling sun and murmured, "I heard that Chief Niu and Chief Xue have ordered the soldiers to enter the desert. They leave early and return late, so they can only travel 10 to 20 miles a day. Doesn't that mean that it will take at least half a month for the army to pass through the desert? There is not even a tree to be seen in the desert. If we walk 300 miles in the desert, won't we die from the sun?" Chang Chumo and the others nodded silently. When they looked at the desert in front of them again, they felt a little annoyed. The iron armor on their bodies was hot to the touch after being exposed to the sun for a while. Furthermore, the climate in Dunhuang County was dry, so the amount of water they drank every day was much more than usual. However, once the army entered the desert, they would be short of water and could only rely on the camel caravans to maintain their lives. Just thinking about it made these wastrels who had not suffered much feel uncomfortable. When Li Wangyu heard the complaints of the wastrels, he suddenly remembered something. Chapter 999. Just as Feng Yai had complained, the hot weather of the desert and the intense sunlight was a big problem, but it was not hard to solve. First was the glaring sunlight. Although Li Wangyu had invented glass with the low efficiency of handmade glass, he did not have the ability to give sunglasses to the 150,000 Western expedition soldiers. However, this was not difficult. He only needed to prepare black gauze and let the soldiers cover their eyes with a thin layer of gauze to effectively block the sunlight. As for the problem of sunscreen, he could only learn from the Arabs. Using white linen to make headscarves not only blocked the sun, but also the wind and sand. Li Wangyu noted down these two matters and prepared to look for Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun, the two old generals, to prepare the black veils and headscarves for the soldiers. This would more or less solve some of the problems. However, the most important thing was the problem of the water that the army needed to enter the desert. Li Wangyu could not do anything about this. Other than letting the camel caravans bring more water, Li Wangyu could not do anything else to make water appear out of thin air. As a result, a very important problem became apparent. The number of camels that were prepared for the army was far from enough. In order to cooperate with the Western Expedition Army, Dunhuang Prefecture had already prepared 20 to 30,000 camels under the orders of Pai Lupi, as well as hundreds of experienced guides. One camel could carry 3 stones of goods. For the army to march for a day, they needed 1,000 camels to supply the supplies. 20,000 camels could only meet the food needs of the 150,000 soldiers for 20 days. However, as a result, Li Wangyu did some simple calculations and was shocked to find that if the camel caravans needed to carry the parts of the 4-wheeled carriages, as well as enough water, various supplies and horse materials, it seemed that the remaining 10,000 camels were not enough to support the needs of the 150,000 soldiers. The only way was to reduce the amount of water they could carry. However, if the army were to lose their way and miss the few oases in the desert, it would be a disaster for them. After thinking about this point, Li Wangyu did not have the time to continue arguing with the rich kids. He hurriedly ran to find Niu Jinda to discuss this matter. Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun, the 2 old generals, fell silent after hearing Li Wangyu's words. The 2 of them had been leading troops for many years and had experienced countless battles. However, they had never come into contact with the desert, and did not know what to pay attention to when marching in the desert. Niu Jinda sighed and said, "Head chief, if it is as you say, this is a big problem. Now it was impossible to recruit more camel caravans. His Majesty and the officials of the court have already done their best to recruit these caravans for the army." Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun were very stubborn and insisted on calling Li Wangyu by his official position, which made him very uncomfortable. However, since the 2 old generals insisted on doing so, he could only accept helplessly. Li Wangyu nodded. He knew that Niu Jinda was not bad. With the national strength of the Tang dynasty, although it was not impossible to recruit more camels, it would take time. It was not possible to recruit tens of thousands of camels in a short time. Xue Wanjun pondered for a moment and said, "Why don't we reduce the amount of water? I have asked the guides. There are many oases in the desert with water sources that can supply the army." Li Wangyu shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that's not right. If we lose our way and can't find the oases, won't we be trapped in a hopeless situation?" He wasn't trying to frighten them. In an era without satellite navigation, getting lost was a very normal thing. When Li Guang went to the North Desert to attack the Xiongnu people, he almost missed the opportunity because he got lost. Moreover, the sand dunes in the desert could change their positions, or even move due to the wind. Even those oases could be buried by sandstorms. It would be too dangerous to entrust the drinking water of the 150,000 soldiers to the oases in the desert. Moreover, even if the oases in the desert had water sources, the scale of the water source was limited. It would be very difficult to supply 150,000 people with drinking water. Xue Wanjun and Niu Jinda looked at each other and nodded silently. They knew that Li Wangyu was right. The 3 of them were silent for a while. Li Wangyu made up his mind and said, "Uncle Niu, Chief Manager Xue, it seems like we can only split up. Chief Manager Xue will lead 20,000 vanguard troops and 10,000 supply troops. I will lead 30,000 troops and another 20,000 supply troops. The remaining 30,000 troops and the supply troops will stay in Dunhuang County. After we cross the desert, the camel caravan will return. Uncle Niu will lead the rest of the army to cross the desert." The 150,000 Western Expedition Army only had 80,000 actual combat soldiers. The other 70,000 were supply troops, medical soldiers, and craftsmen in charge of logistics. He and Xue Wanjun only led 80,000 troops. The camel caravan would be enough to supply the army, and there would not be any problems. Niu Jinda nodded and then shook his head. Chief Manager's suggestion of splitting up makes sense. I also agree. However, Chief Manager, please stay in Dunhuang County and lead the rear army. Chief Manager, please be at ease. With Chief Manager Xue and me, there will not be any problems. Li Wangyu had to admit that Niu Jinda's suggestion was too tempting. If they could stay in Dunhuang County, it would naturally be better than going to the desert to eat sand. However, temptation was just temptation. Li Wangyu could only grit his teeth and reject Niu Jinda's good intentions. As the chief manager of the Western Expedition Army, If he stayed in Dunhuang County and did not advance, it would be too embarrassing. Li Wangyu shook his head and smiled. Uncle Niu, let me lead the army. With the strength of the Western region countries, by the time I cross the desert, Chief Manager Xue might have already flattened Gao Chang. When Niu Jinda heard him say that, he felt that it made sense. Whether it was Li Wangyu, Niu Jinda, or Xue Wanjun, the Western region expedition was more like an armed march. With the strength of the Tang army, flattening the Western region was not difficult. Li Wangyu would not be so foolish to think that he could return to Chang'an after taking down Gao Chang. Attacking Gao Chang was just an excuse for the Tang dynasty to conquer the Western region. After Gao Chang was conquered by the Tang army, the army would definitely go around conquering Yuqian, Chotzi, Wuxia, and the other countries until they established the Anxi Protectorate. As for the excuse of conquering the Western region countries, it was not a big deal. Just like the story of the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit, I told you not to wear a hat, was also a good excuse. In short, the weak were prey to the strong. Li Wangyu did not feel that there was anything wrong with using such a preposterous excuse to destroy the Western region countries. After all, from a certain point of view, bringing the Western region under the rule of the Tang dynasty was not necessarily a bad thing for the people of the Western region countries. Furthermore, Li Wangyu was not a saint, so he did not have any psychological burden. He only wanted the army to quickly pass through the Tung'er Desert and conquer Gao Chang. With Gao Chang as the center, he would take down a large enough piece of land and establish a perfect supply line before returning to Chang'an. After the three of them finished their discussion, Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun went to make preparations. A few days later, the Western Expedition Army that had rested enough started to move out toward the vast desert. Chapter 1000. Fang Yai shook the almost empty water sack in his hand and poured the last bit of water into his thirsty mouth. He then hung the water sack back on the camel's back while cursing. Mother ***, the sun in this desert is really too poisonous. Zio, how long did the guide say it would take to reach the next oasis? Li Wangyu was also dispirited by the sun. He replied weakly. What's the hurry? We'll reach this evening. Brother Yai, just bear with it. There's a fixed amount of water. That's right. We can't spoil this bastard. He's already drunk 2 sacks of water today. Zio, don't give this bastard any more water. It'll be better if he dies of thirst. Haha. Chai Lingwu immediately added insult to injury. If it was in the past, Fang Yai would have pounced on Chai Lingwu and wrestled with him. However, at this moment, even someone as valiant as Fang Yai could only point his middle finger at Chai Lingwu to show his disdain. Li Wangyu looked back at the army that stretched for dozens of miles, and then looked up at the scorching sun above his head. The weather in this desert was too hot. He and the group of wastrels were actually fine. After entering the desert, they had already changed their camels. However, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty could only dismount and walk. They pulled their beloved horses and trudged through the desert with great difficulty. There was nothing they could do about it. The feet of the horses were too small. Although they could barely walk in the desert, if they carried the soldiers on their backs, their stamina would be depleted too quickly. Therefore, in the desert, other than the flat areas or the edge of the desert, the horses of the army could not be ridden. Instead, the soldiers needed to take care of them. The journey of hundreds of miles in the desert almost required the soldiers to walk with their feet. One could imagine how hard it was. The only thing that made Li Wangyu feel fortunate was that they did not encounter any bad weather along the way. Although it was a bit tiring, there was no danger. The 30,000 vanguard led by Xue Wanjun had already set off 5 days in advance. By the time Li Wangyu led the army through the desert, Xue Wanjun and his army would have probably reached Gao Chang. At present, the army had already traveled for 5 to 6 days in the desert. Both men and horses were exhausted and urgently needed to rest. Fortunately, the dozens of guides who cooperated with the army were very familiar with the Tung'er Desert. They were very sure that the army could reach a lake around evening today. They could rest there for a short while and replenish their fresh water. As the 4th largest desert in Wuxia, the Tung'er Desert was quite rich in water resources. Moon Lake and Swan Lake were famous lakes in the Tung'er Desert. However, most of the lakes were grass lakes with no clear water. Only a small portion of the lakes had accumulated water, enough to supply the army with drinking water. Sure enough, the guides were very reliable. Before sunset, the army successfully arrived at an oasis in the desert. In the oasis, there was a small lake with an area of several hectares. However, the sight of it made the soldiers so excited that they were unable to control themselves. Some of the more impatient ones even took off their clothes and were about to jump into the lake. Fortunately, Li Wangyu and a group of silk pants arrived in time and stopped those soldiers. What kind of joke was this? Asking these soldiers who were as dirty as mud monkeys to take a bath in the lake. Would they still be able to drink the water? Li Wangyu would rather die of thirst than drink the bath water of a group of rough men. Although the commander of the 50,000 soldiers was Li Wangyu, in reality, Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun had already arranged various matters. Whether it was marching or setting up camp, the generals would handle it. Li Wangyu did not need to worry about it. After the army set up camp around the lake, Li Wangyu's mood became much better. Around the lake was a rare desert meadow due to the existence of a water source. The area was quite large, about a few hectares. At this moment, the war horses in the army were all released and allowed to move around in the meadow to look for food. Li Wangyu's heart ached for his horse, Sasha Luzi, so he asked Niu Wu to bring it over for him. He was prepared to take it for a walk. Lang Jun, why don't you rest? Leave Sasha Luzi to me, Niu Wu advised. No need. After riding a camel for a day, I want to stretch my muscles and bones. Li Wangyu shook his head and rejected Niu Wu's good intentions. Although the previous month of riding a camel was torturous, after riding a camel for a few days, Li Wangyu felt that riding a horse was much more comfortable. People who had not ridden a camel before would not be able to feel the bumpiness of the camel. It was as if there was a spring under its butt, constantly shaking up and down. There was no need to talk about that kind of uncomfortable feeling. Seeing his Lang Jun say this, Niu Wu did not try to persuade him anymore. He smiled and handed Sasha Luzi's reins to him. Although Sasha Luzi was won by Li Wangyu from Pai Lupi, he still cherished this horse. As one of the famous 6 horses of Zhaoling, Sasha Luzi understood human nature. Towards Li Wangyu, his successor, he was also very obedient. After seeing Li Wangyu, Sasha Luzi excitedly snorted and rubbed its head against Li Wangyu's body. It seemed to know that Li Wangyu was going to ride it for a ride. Its 4 hooves constantly kicked the sand under its feet, seeming to be impatient. Evidently, the continuous walking in the soft sand these days had made Sasha Luzi very uncomfortable. Li Wangyu could feel Sasha Luzi's mood. He laughed and mounted the horse. Niu Wu, tell the prefectural troops not to follow me. I'll just run around the meadow and come back. Niu Wu nodded and did not object. This meadow was already occupied by 50,000 Tang soldiers. There were also Tang soldiers patrolling the surrounding sand dunes. There was no need to worry about any threat. After Li Wangyu rode Sasha Luzi out of the camp, his legs lightly clamped on Sasha Luzi's stomach. The horse immediately understood his intentions. Sasha Luzi let out a neigh and shot out like lightning. The large meadow allowed Sasha Luzi, who had been holding back for several days, to run quite freely. Li Wangyu felt the wind blow past his ears. Gusts of cool wind hit his face, making him feel very comfortable. He could not help but let out a loud roar. The horse under him ran even faster. 1 man and 1 horse ran on the meadow for about an hour. Only then did Sasha Luzi, who was covered in sweat, slow down. At this time the sun was already setting in the west. Li Wangyu looked at the orange sunset on the horizon. He could not help but feel moved. He urged the horse to go to the sand dunes beside the meadow. He wanted to see the beautiful scene of smoke rising from the desert and the setting sun on the long river. Although there were sunsets like this every day for the past few days, he who ate sand every day did not have the mood to appreciate any beautiful scenery. Today, it was rare for the army to find such a beautiful meadow. They were also prepared to rest for a day. They were not in a hurry to travel. Only now did Li Wangyu have the mood to enjoy the scenery. He led Sasha Luzi and spent more than 10 minutes climbing the sand dunes beside the meadow. The Tang dynasty sergeants patrolling the sand dunes bowed to Li Wangyu when they saw him. No need to be polite. You go patrol. I will return to the camp after watching the sunset. Don't worry. Li Wangyu refused the sergeant's protection with a smile, and waved his hand to indicate that they did not need to care about him. The sunset in the desert was the loneliness. What was the meaning of being surrounded by a group of people? Li Wangyu, who looked slightly hipster, stood on the top of the sand dunes and gently stroked Sasha Luzi's soft mane beside him. Just as he was immersed in the beautiful sunset, he was surprised to find that there seemed to be something strange in the sky. Li Wangyu was a little surprised. He looked carefully. After a while, he suddenly realized what the strange thing in the sky was. Li Wangyu did not have time to care about Sasha Luzi. He directly jumped on the horse and urged it to rush down the sand dunes. He kept calling out to the nearby Tang Dynasty sergeants. Run! Return to the camp! Return to the camp! Sandstorm! It's a sandstorm! Unknowingly, 1,000 chapters have passed. Chapter 1001. Half a month later, a few fast horses rushed into Chang'an, covered in dust and exhaustion. They were messengers sent by Nyojinda. They rushed 800 miles and exhausted several post horses. They changed horses all the way back to Chang'an from Dunhuang County in just a few days. The messengers did not disturb others and went straight to Taiji Palace. They handed over the waist token of the Deputy General Manager of the Western Expedition Army and asked to see Pai Lupi. However, they brought a shocking piece of bad news. The General Manager of the Western Expedition Army, Li Wangyu, Commander Duke of Fufeng, was attacked by a sandstorm when he led the army through the desert. His whereabouts were unknown. The army of 50,000 had searched the desert for several days and still did not find any trace of him. In a panic, they could only send people back to Dunhuang County to report to Nyojinda. When Nyojinda heard about this, he was also shocked and could not control himself. Li Wangyu had disappeared without a trace for several days because of the sandstorm, and in an environment like the desert, this made Nyojinda feel a chill that shot from his tailbone to the top of his head. Although he had seen the power of a sandstorm with his own eyes, he knew that under such circumstances, the situation was not optimistic. The desert was not like other environments. If no trace of Li Wangyu was found for 5 or 6 days, even if he was not buried by the sand, he would have died of hunger and thirst. If something happened to Li Wangyu, Commander Duke of Fufeng, it would cause a huge earthquake in the court. His identity was too important and too sensitive. However, at this point, no matter how terrified Nyojinda was, he did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly sent people 800 miles away to report to Chang'an. Fortunately, he also knew that this was a serious matter and did not dare to spread it. He only repeatedly told the messengers to keep it a secret and not let anyone know except to report it to His Majesty. In the Sweet Dew Hall of Taiji Palace, several tired messengers covered in dust knelt in the hall with their heads close to the ground. They did not dare to look directly at the furious Pai Lupi. Bastard! What kind of bullshit news is this? How dare he, Nyojinda, spout such nonsense in front of me? I will order people to chop off his head. How did Zio die? How could he go missing? He was the Tao ancestor's personal disciple. How could a mere sandstorm do anything to him? Men, drag these bastards out and beat them to death for lying about the military intelligence. The furious Pai Lupi did not believe the news brought by the messenger at all. He immediately ordered his men to drag them out and beat them to death. Mitua, who was serving beside Li Er, was also extremely shocked, but he still had some rationality and immediately advised, "Everyone, let's invite Minister Fong and the others into the palace to discuss." The County Duke of Langi probably wouldn't. Shut up. Even you want to deceive the emperor? How could Pai Lupi listen to these words at this moment? In a fit of rage, he reached out and slapped Mitua. Get out, all of you. Get out. I don't want to see you. Mitua covered his face and did not dare to say anything. He hurriedly ordered the palace maids and the trembling messengers to leave the Sweet Dew Hall. He hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand to summon a few eunuchs, asking them to immediately invite Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Gao Shilian, and the others into the palace. He also ordered people to arrange for the few messengers who were still in a state of panic to rest. If Li Wangyu really died in the desert, Chang'an City would really be in chaos. Looking at the palace maids hurriedly leaving, Mitua could not help but sigh. After Fang Xianling and the others entered the palace, they still did not know what had happened. After Mitua whispered what had happened, The three leaders of the imperial court all trembled. Mitua, is this true? How could this be possible? Zio had 50,000 soldiers to protect him. How could this happen? Feng Xianling was so agitated that even his beard was trembling. Mitua heaved a long sigh as well. According to County Duke Lengi's message, the army had set up camp in an oasis in the desert that day. County Duke Fufeng was in a good mood, so he rode His Majesty's horse, Sasha Luzi, to walk it. However, a sandstorm suddenly came without warning. Before Commander Duke Fufeng could return to the camp, he was swallowed by the sandstorm and disappeared. The 50,000 soldiers have been camping in the oasis and searching for Commander Duke Fufeng. However, after searching for 5 or 6 days, they still could not find him. I'm afraid that Commander Duke Fufeng. He did not finish his words, but everyone immediately understood what he meant. Everything pointed to disaster. Gao Shirlian was also shocked. How could this happen? What is His Majesty's attitude now? Mitua smiled bitterly. His Majesty does not want to believe this and is furious. Just now, he almost ordered the messengers to be beaten to death. I took the initiative to invite the 3 ministers here so that you can comfort His Majesty. After all of you know the relationship between His Majesty and Commander Duke Fufeng. 2 days ago, I heard His Majesty saying that when Commander Duke Fufeng wins and returns to the court, he will let him marry Princess Royal. Zhang Sun Wuji nodded. His Majesty and Zio have a deep relationship. This will be hard to accept. Minister Feng, Minister Gao, I think we should go and see His Majesty first. Feng Xianling and Gao Shirlian looked at each other and nodded silently. They asked Mitua to go into the hall and report. Mitua left in a hurry. Feng Xianling and Gao Shirlian looked at each other speechlessly. No one noticed that Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes revealed a subtle smile. Not long later, Feng Xianling and the other 2 who were waiting outside the Sweet Dew Hall heard Pai Lupi's angry roar from inside the hall. Let them go back. I will not see anyone. Mitua, order the cavalry division to go to Dunhuang County and find out the truth. Find out who is behind this. Whoever dares to spread lies, I will not let them go easily. Feng Xianling smiled bitterly and turned to look at Gao Shirlian and Zhang Sun Wuji. He stepped forward and knocked on the door. Your Majesty, please calm down. We know that Your Majesty is worried about Zio's safety. In my opinion, Zio is not an unlucky person. Moreover, he is the direct disciple of Dao Zhu. How could an accident happen to him? Perhaps Zio has already been rescued by Dao Zhu. However, I heard that a day in heaven is a year on earth. If Zio is summoned by Dao Zhu, I am afraid it will be difficult for him to return in time. Now that the 150,000 troops are leaderless, Your Majesty should make plans early. Feng Xianling was indeed the big shot who understood Pai Lupi the most. After he finished speaking, the Sweet Dew Hall suddenly became quiet. After a long while, Pai Lupi's voice came from inside the hall. Mitua, invite Minister Feng and the others in. Feng Xianling and the other 2 were led into the hall by Mitua. After they greeted Pai Lupi, they noticed that the hall was in a mess. Obviously, when Pai Lupi was angry, he vented his anger on the furnishings in the hall. Feng Xianling pretended not to see this and bowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, please take care of your body. Zio should be fine. Yuan Tiangang is good at reading faces. He is also familiar with Zio. Your Majesty, why don't you summon Yuan Tiangang and ask him about Zio's situation? Pai Lupi was overjoyed. Minister Feng is right. How could I forget about Yuan Tiangang? Mitua, immediately summon Yuan Tiangang into the palace. Mitua did not dare to delay. He ran out of the Sweet Dew Hall and asked the servants to pass on the order. Humph, I need 30 chapters of water to cross the desert and 300 chapters of water to conquer the West. Wahahaha. You are dumbfounded. How can I let you guess my thoughts? Chapter 1002. After the Heavenly Grand Ritual, Yuan Tiangang was left by Pai Lupi in Chang'an City, and became Pai Lupi's think tank for consultation. Informed by the Chamberlain that Pai Lupi summoned him, Yuan Tiangang didn't dare to delay and immediately went to Taiji Palace. When he heard that Li Wangyu was missing in the desert and his life was unknown, he was also shocked. Yuan Tiangang, tell me, how is Zio's life? Pai Lupi couldn't wait to ask. Feng Xianling, who was beside him, secretly winked at Yuan Tiangang when Pai Lupi didn't notice, indicating that he should say something nice and not let Pai Lupi worry too much. Feng Xuanling's previous words were just to comfort Pai Lupi. In Feng Xuanling's opinion, she also felt that Li Wangyou's life was unpredictable. Yuan Tiangang hesitated for a moment and replied, "Your Majesty, I have indeed seen Commander Duke Fufing's face. Judging from his face, Commander Duke Fufing is a man of great fortune, and he doesn't look like he will die young. I'm absolutely sure about this." Pai Lupi was overjoyed. "Yuan Tiangang, you mean that Zio is fine?" Well, Yuan Tiangang couldn't guarantee Pai Lupi. Although he was good at reading faces, he was only a man, not a god. He didn't dare to say anything about Li Wangyou's current situation. "Your Majesty, I dare not say anything about Commander Duke Fufing's current situation. But in my opinion, Commander Duke Fufing should be a good man, and he should be fine." Yuan Tiangang could only answer ambiguously. However, Li Er believed his words and nodded. "That's right. I also think that Zio should be fine. This scoundrel brat might be the same as last time, using an excuse to slack off. Mitua, you personally lead the cavalry department to Dunhuang Commandery and find out for me. If that scoundrel Ziyu is really slacking off and finds an excuse to run away again, then capture him and bring him back for us. If you can't find him this time, you don't have to go back to Chang'an City. Do you hear me?" Mitua groaned inwardly, but he could only obediently kneel down and accept the order. Feng Xianling looked at Mito sympathetically and said to Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, the most important thing now is how to deal with the Western Expedition Army. If Ziyu is not found in a short time, the 150,000 troops will be like a group of dragons without a leader. Your Majesty, please make a decision as soon as possible." Pai Lupi frowned slightly and hesitated. Pai Lupi couldn't help but mutter to himself after the Western Punitive Expedition Army had lost 2 grand managers in succession. Could it be that this expedition to the west was really inauspicious? Ho Junji had been inexplicably burned to death by Luo Yi's son, and not even his bones remained. His most trusted nephew Li Wangyu had also encountered a sandstorm. Until now there had been no news of him, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Should the expedition to the west continue? Not only was Pai Lupi hesitating, Feng Xianling, Gao Shilian, and the others were also hesitant. Zhang Sun Wuji directly said, "Your Majesty, why don't we postpone the expedition to the west? Losing 2 grand managers in succession is really inauspicious, and it might be a warning from the heavens. Why don't we temporarily recall the army, and when the time is right we can move the troops and reconquer the countries of the west?" Pai Lupi didn't say anything. He slowly walked to the map that Li Wangyu had given him and looked at it carefully. This map had always been hung in the Sweet Dew Hall, and Pai Lupi would look at it for a long time every day to construct his Tang Dynasty map in his heart. There was a long period of silence in the hall. Just as Zhang Sun Wuji wanted to persuade him again, Pai Lupi spoke. "No. The countries of the West must be conquered. This is the plan that Ziyu painstakingly offered to me, so how can I give up halfway? I don't believe that the heavens will stop me from conquering the West. Men, summon Lu Guogong into the palace." Pai Lupi quickly made up his mind and summoned Chang Yaojin into the palace. It was obvious that he was prepared to use Chang Yaojin as the 3rd grand manager to continue the expedition to the west. Seeing that Pai Lupi had made his decision, Feng Xianling and Gao Shilian looked at each other and didn't say anything to dissuade him. Zhang Sun Wuji was a little disappointed, but he also kept his mouth shut. However, there was some dissatisfaction in his eyes. After Chang Yaojin was summoned into the palace, he heard that something happened to Li Wangyu. Without waiting for Pai Lupi to speak, he immediately stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I will go to Dunhuang now and bring that brat Ziyu back in one piece." "Jijia, are you really willing to take over the position of Grand Manager?" Pai Lupi asked. Although he had the intention to let Chang Yaojin take over the Western Punitive Expedition Army, no matter what, the experience of the previous 2 Western Punitive Expedition generals and Zhang Sun Wuji's words made Li Er feel a little uncomfortable. He was also worried that something would happen to Chang Yaojin after he took over. Chang Yaojin didn't hesitate and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Whether it is for public or private reasons, I should make a trip to the west. Speaking of which, it was my fault previously. If it wasn't for us old fellows not being willing to go to the west, how could it be Ziyu's turn? Pai Lupi patted Chang Yaojin's shoulder silently and didn't say anything else. Thus, the matter of Chang Yaojin taking over the position of head supervisor of the Western Expedition Army was settled. Your Majesty, please keep my trip to Dunhuang a secret for now and don't spread it. Chang Yaojin suddenly thought of something and said to Pai Lupi. Oh, why is that? Pai Lupi didn't understand. Your Majesty, have you forgotten that Princess Yanling is now several months pregnant? If something happens to Ziyu and she hears about it, I'm afraid no matter what, that is Ziyu's flesh and blood. Chang Yaojin, this old hooligan, was actually a fine person. If anyone really treated him as a boor, that person would be a fool. For him to have a good ending, he naturally had great wisdom. His words reminded Pai Lupi and the others. That was indeed the case. If something happened to Li Wangyu, the child in Su Chongqing's stomach would be Li Wangyu's bloodline. If Su Chongqing was too emotional and hurt the child in her stomach, that would be a huge sin. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling and the others exchanged glances and nodded their heads silently. Jijia's words make sense. We have to hide this matter from Yanling. At least before Ziyu's Qilin son is born, we can't let him know about this. Zhang Sun Wuji and the others nodded their heads in agreement. Everyone discussed the matter of the Western expedition before Chang Yaojin left the palace and returned to his residence. He packed his bags and prepared to rush to Dunhuang Prefecture. Not mentioning how Chang Yaojin would rush to Dunhuang Prefecture to clean up the mess left by the Western Expedition Army, Zhang Sun Wuji returned to his residence after leaving the palace and ordered someone to call his eldest son, Zhang Sun Chong. Chonger, if you have time, go to the palace more often to visit your aunt. Also get closer to Chang'an. Zhang Sunchong didn't understand and asked, Father, why do you say so? It's natural for me to visit my aunt, but Chang'an has already been betrothed to Li Ziyu. Even if I'm her cousin, it's still inconvenient, right? Zhang Sun Wuji twirled his beard and smiled. That was then and this is now. You just have to listen to me. Zhang Sunchong asked, Father, did something happen? I originally planned to ask His Majesty to marry Chang'an as your wife, but I didn't expect that His Majesty would betroth Chang'an to Li Ziyu before I even said anything. I also miscalculated back then. I didn't expect Li Zhou to give birth to such an amazing son. In just a few years, this kid has skyrocketed and gained His Majesty's trust. In the long run, I'm afraid our Zhangsun clan will really be suppressed by others. Fortunately, Li Ziyu is like his father, a short-lived ghost. Haha. Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't help but twirl his beard and laugh. Zhang Sunchong was stunned and quickly asked, Father, why do you say so? Did something happen to Li Ziyu? Yes. Zhang Sun Wuji nodded his head proudly. Obviously, he had already treated Li Wangyu as a dead man. Chapter 1003. Zhang Sun Wuji had always been a person with strong ambitions. However, he also understood that he did not have the ability to shake Li Tang's empire. Therefore, Zhang Sun Wuji had always been very careful in hiding his intentions in front of Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi indeed regarded Zhang Sun Wuji highly. Zhang Sun Wuji was ranked first among the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. In history, Pai Lupi had even married his eldest daughter, Princess Chang'an, to Zhang Sun Wuji's eldest son Zhang Sun Chong. His favoritism towards Zhang Sun Wuji had already reached the extreme. However, it was clear that Zhang Sun Wuji was not satisfied with being a powerful relative. After Li Changqian was involved in a rebellion and was deposed, Zhang Sun Wuji realized that there was a glimmer of hope for him to seize power. Therefore, although they were both his blood-related nephew, Zhang Sun Wuji did not choose to support Li Tai, who was already an adult and known for his intelligence. Instead, he chose Li Ji, who was only 15 years old. At that time, Pai Lupi had once considered passing the throne to Li Tai. However, under Zhang Sun Wuji's persuasion, he ultimately chose Li Ji. The reason why Zhang Sun Wuji chose to support Li Ji was naturally because Li Ji's abilities were mediocre, and even somewhat cowardly. In Zhang Sun Wuji's opinion, it would be easier for him to control and seize power if such a nephew ascended the throne. However, no matter how much Zhang Sun Wuji calculated, he did not expect Li Ji to marry an extremely powerful wife. In the end, Zhang Sun Wuji was unable to defeat Wu Meinyang. He died and his reputation was shattered. His relatives were exiled to Lingnan. Although Zhongsun Wuji did not have such ambitions, he still felt a deep fear and unease towards Li Wangyou's rapid rise. He was different from the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. All of his power originated from Pai Lupi. As a result, Zhongsun Wuji, who was originally close to Li Wangyou, became increasingly dissatisfied when Li Wangyou's nobility rank became higher and he became closer to Li Changqian, Li Tai, and the others. When Li Wangyou's grievous news arrived, Zhongsun Wuji was secretly delighted. He felt that a stumbling block had disappeared just like that. Therefore, when he returned to the mansion, he immediately instigated his son, Zhongsun Chong, to steal Li Wangyou's wife. There was no need to talk about Zhongsun Wuji's despicable acts. Time flew by like a white horse, and 8 months passed in the blink of an eye. It was early summer in the 5th month of the 6th year of Zhongguan. In these 8 months many things had happened. After Chang Yaojin rushed to Dunhuang County to take over the Western Expedition Army, he immediately led the rear army into the desert to meet up with the 50,000 soldiers who were still in the desert oasis searching for Li Wangyou. Together with the hundreds of elite cavalry led by Mito, the 120,000 soldiers searched the desert for dozens of days. They almost razed the surrounding sand dunes to the ground, but they still couldn't find any trace of Li Wangyou. Helplessly, Chang Yaojin could only leave behind 10,000 soldiers to Mitua while he led the army to the west. With the Demon King Chang Yaojin taking action, in addition to the Tang army's valiant fighting strength, there was naturally no suspense in the West expedition. When the Tang army appeared outside of Gaochang City, just like in history, the Gaochang king was scared to death, and his successor directly opened the city gates and surrendered. After the Tang army took down Gaochang City without bloodshed, they used Gaochang as the center and sent Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun to attack everywhere. They continuously took down Chotzi and other countries, and a large piece of land in the west region was included in the Tang dynasty's territory. However, the victory of the West expedition did not make Pai Lupi feel excited or happy. There was still no news of Li Wangyou. Mitua had almost turned the desert upside down, but he still couldn't find any trace of Li Wangyou. Now, even Pai Lupi had silently accepted this fact in his heart. He felt that Li Wangyou should have died in the sandstorm. It was also because of this that Pai Lupi felt even more guilty and blamed himself for sending Li Wangyou to the west region. He also paid more attention to the unborn child in Su Chongqing's womb. In Lai Hot, Pai Lupi had already sent countless female officials, palace maids, and palace midwives to take care of Su Chongqing's labor. Even Lu Shenwei, the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau, was sent to Dingzhou village. Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong were also summoned to the palace by Pai Lupi. He revealed to them that Li Wangyou might have died, and ordered them to take care of Su Chongqing without the slightest mistake. That child was Li Wangyou's last bloodline in the world. It could be said that with Sun Simiao, Zhang Baozong, and Lu Shenwei's care, this degree of importance was even greater than when Empress Zhongsun gave birth. Su Chongqing was an incomparably intelligent woman. Ever since Pai Lupi sent so many palace maids to her residence, as well as Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei's attitudes, she vaguely had some bad guesses. In addition, Li Wangyou had been away for several months, but he hadn't sent back a single letter. There wasn't the slightest bit of news, which made her feel even more uneasy. However, Su Chongqing didn't say anything. She also didn't ask about Li Wangyou's whereabouts. She only stood on the castle's balcony every day, gazing into the distance with a sorrowful expression. Today, Su Chongqing once again came to the balcony. Her hands gently stroked her swollen belly as she softly muttered to herself, "Darling, your father might have returned to that world. He actually didn't bring Mommy and Darling. Next time you see Daddy, darling, you must teach him a lesson for Mommy. Elder sister, why did you come out again? Old Immortal's son already said that elder sister will give birth in these 2 days. Why are you still running around? What if the injured person has a child?" Aphrodite and Perrin's figures appeared behind Su Chongqing as 2 beautiful figures appeared behind him. Su Chongqing reluctantly revealed a smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Old Immortal's son also said that appropriate exercise is good for the child. Elder sister Mrs. Lang Jun again, doesn't she?" Perrin gently supported Su Chongqing and pouted. "Lang Jun is really too much. He's been in the western regions for 8 months and didn't even send a letter back. Humph, he even said that he would definitely return within 8 months. Su Changqing reached out to stroke Perrin's hair and smiled. Alright, don't blame him. Wang Yu might be entangled with something. Avro also held Su Changqing's arm and smiled. That's right. The western regions is so far away from Chang'an. It took me an entire year to come to Chang'an with the caravan. Perrin, don't blame Lang Jun. Humph, both of you are speaking up for Lang Jun. I can't argue with you. Perrin smiled and stuck out her tongue. Elder sister, let's go back. Su Changqing nodded and looked up at the western regions again. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly clutched her belly and let out a soft cry. Avro and Perrin were startled. Elder sister, what's wrong? But the child kicked you again. A few drops of sweat rolled down Su Changqing's pretty face. She slowly shook her head. The amniotic fluid seems to have broken. Maybe the child is about to be born. These words shocked the two girls. After a long while, they let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly called for the palace maids. They carefully helped Su Changqing back to her room and ordered someone to immediately invite Sun Simiao and the others over. Sun Simiao and the others hurried over. After a round of diagnosis, the midwife in the palace also checked Su Changqing's body. Quick, immediately report to the palace that Princess Yanling is about to give birth. The news was immediately sent back to Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongxuan's imperial carriage, under the protection of a large group of imperial guards, quickly brought Chang'an, Li Changqian, Li Tai, and the others to Dingzhou village Lai Hot. Is it a boy or a girl? Chapter 1004. The news that Su Changqing was about to give birth to a child soon spread throughout half of Chang'an, including Yu Shinan, Gao Shilian and Feng Xianling, who were all Li Wangyou's close elders Ma Zhou Yan Liben, these Li Wangyou's disciples, as well as Yu Qijingde, these dukes and big shots who had always been on good terms with Li Wangyu. They also quickly set out, spurring their horses to follow behind Li Er's imperial carriages, rushing towards Dingzhou village. Li Wangyou's possible end death could be hidden from the people in Lai Hot, but it could not be hidden from the officials and generals in the court. Almost everyone knew that the child who was about to be born today might be Li Wangyou's posthumous child, and would inherit Li Wangyou's title in the future. When Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongxun led everyone to Lai Hot, Su Changqing had already been sent to the delivery room by the midwives. The palace maids kept sending towels, hot water, and other utensils into the delivery room. The old butler Li Heng and Yo Yong were anxiously pacing back and forth outside. Seeing Pai Lupi and the others appear, Li Heng and Yo Yong were about to go forward and greet Pai Lupi, but Pai Lupi waved his hand and said, "Don't be so formal. Li Heng, how is Yanling now?" "Your Majesty, old immortal Sun and Lu Fengyu have already diagnosed that the wife's body is fine and should be able to give birth smoothly. The midwives in the palace are assisting the wife. In the Tang mansions, the mistress and the young lady were all called wife by the servants." This form of address made Li Wangyu feel like he was being taken advantage of. Empress Zhongxun immediately said, "I'll go and see Changqing." Chang'an also pulled her mother's sleeve and said, "Mother, I also want to see sister." When Chang'an first met Li Wangyu, she was only a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. Now 5 or 6 years had passed, and the little girl had grown into a young and beautiful girl. Li Wangyu traveled to the Tang dynasty and had a good appearance. He was very handsome and was not inferior to those young men in the later world. In addition, he shamelessly copied a lot of works, which made him even more charming. Even if Li Wangyu was not the Duke of Fufeng, he could still be called the national idol in the Tang dynasty, and was the dream lover of countless girls. Chang'an was at the age of love. How could she not be attracted to Li Wangyu? As a result, her feelings for Li Wangyu had long changed from respect and worship to love and longing. She also avoided seeing Li Wangyu, her teacher and Chang'an's side. To Li wife's to be a wife. The little girl became shy and avoided to be a teacher. But in Chang'an's heart, she had already regarded Li Wangyu as her future husband. Back then, Li Wangyu had refused the marriage and even went as far as to be punished by Li Er. He had gone to Huayin County to become the county magistrate. This had made Chang'an depressed for a long time. She often hid in the palace and cried secretly. This was also the reason why Pai Lupi was so angry with Li Wangyu. His precious little cotton-padded jacket was actually crying because of this bastard Li Wangyu. He really deserved to die. Pai Lupi was an emperor, but first of all he was a father. His good cabbage was despised by a pig. It was really annoying. Fortunately, in order to marry Su Changqing, Li Wangyu finally agreed to marry Chang'an, which satisfied Pai Lupi a lot. Chang'an was looking forward to Li Wangyu's grand wedding and joining the Lai Hot after he returned victorious from the western regions. Therefore, Chang'an had already changed her way of addressing Su Changqing as sister. She had already regarded herself as a member of the Lai Hot. But who would have thought that the heavens didn't fulfill people's wishes? Li Wangyu actually died in the desert. This made Pai Lupi feel sad. He also felt that he couldn't face his eldest daughter. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun still didn't know about Li Wangyu's accident from Chang'an. They didn't know how to tell her this cruel truth. Chang'an's words made Empress Zhongsun hesitate for a moment. But she still nodded and agreed. She took her daughter's hand and went to the delivery room. In the delivery room, Su Changqing had already turned pale because of the prenatal pain. Her forehead was full of bean-sized sweat. Her long hair was wet and scattered on her forehead. Seeing her like this, Chang'an hurriedly went up. She carefully took the warm towel from Perrin's hand and carefully wiped Su Changqing. "Sister, is it hard to give birth? Is it very painful? Just bear with it. I heard from my mother that it will be fine after the baby is born." Su Changqing reluctantly gave Chang'an a smile. "Chang'an, I'm fine." Chang'an slightly twisted the corner of her clothes. But Chang'an is a little afraid of pain. Will Chang'an be like this in the future? Without waiting for others to speak, Chang'an seemed to have made up her mind. But if it's for my husband, Chang'an is not afraid of pain. Her words made Su Changqing and Empress Zhongsun's faces turn dark at the same time. Neither of them spoke, nor were they in the mood to make fun of the little girl. Empress Zhongsun hesitated for a moment. After comforting Su Changqing with a few words, she took Chang'an out of the delivery room. Her eldest daughter was still looking forward to the future. As a mother, she felt more and more uncomfortable and didn't know what to do. Empress Zhongsun couldn't help thinking of what her brother said to her in the palace these days. Perhaps for Chang'an's good, it was time to arrange a new marriage for her. Zhongsun Chong as her nephew seemed to be a good choice. While Empress Zhongsun was thinking absent-mindedly, Su Changqing's painful cry came from the delivery room, interrupting her thoughts. Pai Lupi and others also became nervous at this time. In the Tang dynasty, women giving birth was really like breaking through the gates of hell, and they couldn't be careless. Even Sun Simiao, just in case, had prepared an operating room in Lai Hot early. If Su Changqing had a difficult birth, they might have to do another cesarean section. Ma Zhou, Yan Liben and other disciples as well as Li Heng, Niu Yong and others were so nervous that they almost held their breaths. Fortunately, it didn't take long before a baby's loud cry came from the delivery room, which eased the tension of everyone a little. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Commandery Princess Yanling gave birth to a little girl successfully. Both mother and daughter are safe." Immediately, a female official in the palace hurried out to report the good news. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and immediately felt a sense of loss. A girl couldn't inherit Li Wangyu's title of nobility. Pai Lupi shook his head. When he was about to let the chamberlain read the decree, he heard a baby's cry again from the delivery room. 2 babies? Twins? Immediately, a female official rushed out again. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Commandery Princess Yanling gave birth to another Prince Xiao Lang. They are twins of a dragon and a phoenix. Both mother and child are safe." This news shocked everyone. Old butler Li Heng's knees went soft, and he knelt on the ground. "Li family ancestors bless us. Old master bless us. Lang Jun has a descendant. Lang Jun has a descendant." Ma Zhou and the rest of the disciples were overjoyed. Their master's lineage wouldn't be broken. This was almost the best news they had heard in 8 months. Haha, good. Yanling has worked hard. Pass my decree. Commandery Princess Fufeng, Li Wangyu, has worked hard and made great contributions to the country. He should return to the imperial family. Pai Lupi was so happy that he didn't even bother to let the chamberlain read the decree. He directly announced it in front of everyone. When old butler Li Heng heard that his Lang Jun could return to the imperial family, he was so excited that he almost had a stroke. He immediately knelt down again and kowtowed to Pai Lupi 3 times and 9 times. "Old slave, thanks your majesty on behalf of Lang Jun." Before Li Heng could finish, Pai Lupi's next sentence almost made the old man faint. "Commandery Princess Fufeng Li Wangyu will be conferred the title of Prince of Qin. His eldest son will be conferred the title of Commandery Prince of Fufeng, and his eldest daughter will be conferred the title of Commandery Princess of Fufeng." Once this was said, everyone was shocked. What a genius! Not only did he guess that they are twins, but he also guessed that they are siblings. Amazing! Chapter 1005. King of Qin. Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and the others were about to dissuade him, but they immediately shut their mouths again. Obviously, this title was Pai Lupi's compensation to Li Wangyu. Although it was somewhat inappropriate, Fang Xianling and the others did not want to cause more trouble and make Pai Lupi unhappy. For them, it was not unacceptable that Li Wangyu would be conferred the title of King of Qin. This was a posthumous title given by Pai Lupi to Li Wangyu. It was a sad honor. But King of Qin was not an ordinary prince. Before Pai Lupi's rebellion at the Xuanwu Gate, his title was King of Qin. King of Qin represented the state of Qin during the spring and autumn and warring states period. The titles of Qin, Jin, Qi, and Chu were the most honorable, and King of Qin represented Pai Lupi. Therefore, in the Tang dynasty except for Pai Lupi, no one else was conferred the title of King of Qin. Now that Pai Lupi had given the title of King of Qin to Li Wangyu, it could be said to be a sad honor to the extreme. Pai Lupi chose to announce Li Wangyu's posthumous title in public, because he did not intend to continue hiding Li Wangyu's death. As for Li Wangyu's posthumous children, the 2 newborn children were conferred the title of King of Qin. In the eyes of the public, it was not a big deal. If Li Wangyu was conferred the title of Prince, it was reasonable for his son to inherit the title of King of Qin. After the old housekeeper Li Heng's surprise, he immediately realized that Pai Lupi had used the word posthumous title. Posthumous title meant posthumous title and posthumous honor. It meant to add a title to the deceased. Your Majesty, could it be that you are mistaken? My Langjun, how could he be conferred the title of King of Qin? Li Heng's face suddenly turned as white as a sheet of paper. His kneeling body began to tremble uncontrollably. Niu Yong and the others also understood Pai Lupi's words. They were all shocked, speechless. Chang'an's face was full of disbelief. "Father, what are you talking about? What posthumous title? Li Lang, what happened to him?" Empress Zhongsun sighed and reached out to hold her daughter. "Chang'an, I'll explain it to you later. Mother, tell me clearly what's going on. What's wrong with my husband?" Chang'an was unwilling to listen to Empress Zhongsun. She pulled her and kept asking in a panic. Empress Zhongsun had no choice but to tell her daughter in a low voice about how Li Wangyu had encountered a sandstorm in the desert a few months ago. After hearing Empress Zhongsun's narration, Chang'an's body shook and she almost fainted. No, this is impossible. Mother, you must be lying to me. How did Li Lang die? It can't be. Mother, you're lying to me, right? Empress Zhongsun knew that her daughter had long been deeply in love with Li Wangyu. It was hard for her to accept this cruel reality. She didn't argue with Chang'an and just pulled her into her arms. The next second, Chang'an let out a heart-wrenching cry. In the delivery room, Su Chongqing, who had just given birth to the twins, had a haggard look on his face. However, there was a smile on his face as he turned to look at the twins being taken care of by Perrin and Afro. However, Pai Lupi's words about conferring the title of Li Wangyu and Chang'an's cries traveled unreservedly into the delivery room. Su Chongqing's pretty face, which was already pale from the delivery, instantly turned as white as a sheet. Perrin and Avro froze on the spot. They couldn't understand why such bad news would come on such a joyous day. After Su Chongqing gave birth, Pai Lupi had immediately conferred the title of Li Wangyu in public. Perhaps in the eyes of later generations, this was very unkind, as he had no qualms about Su Chongqing's feelings as Li Wangyu's wife. But in the eyes of the Tangs, this was His Majesty bestowing honor upon Li Wangyu. In particular, Pai Lupi had immediately conferred the titles of princesses and princesses to Li Wangyu's 2 posthumous children. This made Fang Xianling and the others feel that Pai Lupi was deeply attached to Li Wangyu. However, Su Chongqing's body had yet to recover from the pain of childbirth when she heard such bad news. Even though she was mentally prepared, she couldn't withstand the shock and directly fainted, causing Perrin and Avro to cry out in alarm. Fortunately, Sun Simiao and the others had been in the residence all this time and were well prepared. They immediately treated Su Chongqing, allowing Su Chongqing to slowly wake up again. After waking up again, Su Chongqing showed the strong side of a strong woman. She stretched out her hand to summon Pei Lan and ordered, "Let Li Heng go and express his gratitude to His Majesty. Then close the door and see the guests out. From today onwards, the Fufeng Commandery Duke's mansion will not accept any guests." Perrin didn't correct her mistake. Whether it was the Duke of Qin's residence or the Duke of Fufeng's residence, it was no longer important. If Li Wangyu really wasn't around, what difference would it make to them? The Duke of Qin's residence also closed its doors from this day onwards. Apart from Ma Zhou and the others, Su Chongqing refused to see anyone else. Su Chongqing also handed over Lai Hat's businesses in Chang'an City to her female army to manage. She shut herself in and focused on raising her children. After the death of Li Wangyu, the Duke of Fufeng, who had been posthumously conferred the title of Duke of Qin, his posthumous children being conferred the titles of Duke of Fufeng and Princess of Fufeng naturally caused a great deal of discussion and uproar in Chang'an City. After confirming that Li Wangyu had died in the desert, the Wang clan of Taiyuan, the Zheng clan of Xinjiang, and the other aristocratic families were just short of congratulating each other. These aristocratic families had suffered too many losses because of Li Wangyu. After Pai Lupi posthumously conferred the title of Duke on Li Wangyu, Zhang Sunchong also ran to Taiji Palace more frequently. Since Li Wangyu had died, the marriage between Chang'an and Li Wangyu naturally came to an end. Zhang Sun Wuji had already prepared to formally propose marriage to Pai Lupi and his sister Empress Zhang Sun, hoping that Zhang Sunchong would marry Chang'an. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang Sun discussed in private, and also felt that this marriage was not bad. In history, Chang'an married Zhang Sunchong in the 7th year of Zhengguan. However, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang Sun did not expect that when they tactfully proposed this marriage to Chang'an, Chang'an vehemently opposed it. "Father, mother, what are you talking about? I am the princess consort of Qin. It was father who bestowed this marriage to Li Wangyu. How can you let me marry cousin?" "Chang'an, don't be ridiculous. Zio is no longer in this world. How can you marry him?" "No, I don't care. In this life, I am a member of the Duke of Qin's residence. In death, I am a ghost of the Duke of Qin's residence. Father, mother, please grant me my wish. I would rather die than marry someone else." "Nonsense. How can you mess around with the important matter of marriage?" Pai Lupi angrily slammed the table and reprimanded Chang'an while blowing his beard and glaring at her. Chang'an, who was always gentle and sweet, did not say a word. She directly knelt in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang Sun, but her expression was resolute. "If father and mother insist on forcing me, then I would rather leave home and become a nun." Chang'an stubbornly straightened her neck. "You!" Pai Lupi was so angry that he was speechless for a long time. He stood up and flung his robe. Good, good. If you are so stubborn, then don't blame me for not taking into account our father-daughter relationship. Servants, take Chang'an back to the palace and guard her strictly. Don't let her take a step out of the palace." Empress Zhongsun saw that Pai Lupi was really angry and hurriedly mediated. "Erlang, Chang'an is still young. Don't blame her." Alas, in fact you can't blame Chang'an. Who would have thought that Zio would have such an unlucky life? Hearing Empress Zhongsun mention Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi could not help but feel his heart soften. He sighed deeply and sat back down. "Chang'an, don't blame me for being cruel. I am doing this for your own good. If it were not for Zio, alas, how could I dissuade you? You also know how much effort I and your mother put in to make that boy agree to marry you." Chang'an bowed down gracefully. "Father, mother, please forgive me for being unfilial." Li Lang had also been ordered by his father to go on an expedition to the western regions. That was why he had fallen in the desert. Under such circumstances, if I marry someone else, where will Li Lang's reputation be? Where will the royal family's reputation be? Father and mother, please forgive your daughter's willfulness. I will not marry anyone except Li Lang in this life. I would rather keep chastity for Li Lang and never regret it. Father and mother, please grant my wish. Chang'an's words moved Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun a little. "Hurry up. You say it's too fast. You want me to write a few chapters after giving birth. If I write slowly, you say I am too weak. I am too difficult. Why do you all ask where Li Wangyu went? Don't worry. It's definitely not a melodramatic plot like transmigrating back to the modern world or cultivating divine skills. However, some people have already guessed most of it. In addition, it is said that twins are unlucky in ancient times. That's just a rumor. Twin births of God and bear, auspicious and radiant, is a praise for twins. Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Longji's first wife, Wang Clan, is a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. His brother, Wang Shuyi, also married Princess Qingyang. In Dream of the Red Chamber, there is also a drinking game. Daughters are happy, and their first child is a pair of twins. This shows that twins are definitely auspicious. Old Long will not make it up. In addition, names. What are the names of the twins? Useless naming. Chapter 1006. Pai Lupi wasn't a heartless person. He also felt guilty about Li Wangyu's death. That was why he conferred Li Wangyu the title of Prince of Qin and conferred the titles of Prince and Princess of Qin as compensation. Pai Lupi's heart softened when he heard his most beloved daughter cry like this. Among his many children, he loved Chang'an the most. Even as early as the 5th year of Zhengguan, after Li Wangyu agreed to marry Chang'an, he began to prepare a dowry for Chang'an. The scale was several times that of Pai Lupi's sister, Princess Yongjia. For this reason, Wei Jing even wrote a memorial to ridicule Pai Lupi with the story of Emperor Ming of Han. However, Pai Lupi didn't care how Wei Jing, the sheep-nose, stomped his feet. He still did his own thing and prepared a large amount of dowry for Chang'an. It was also because he cared too much for Chang'an that he wanted to find another husband for Chang'an and find a new husband. Whether it was Pai Lupi or Empress Zhang's son, making such a choice was a normal decision for parents. However, Chang'an's resolute words made Pai Lupi reconsider Chang'an's opinion. As a mother, Empress Zhang's son naturally disagreed with Chang'an's words. Chang'an, do you want to be a widow for Zio for the rest of your life? Have no children and be alone for the rest of your life? No, I won't agree with you doing this. Mother, how can I have no children? Qin Wangfei just gave birth to a pair of dragon phoenix twins. Aren't they my children? Nonsense. How can that be the same? After Pai Lupi calmed down, it was Empress Zhangxuan's turn to be anxious. She glared at Chang'an. I won't agree with you doing this. Maid Guanyin, I think Chang'an's words are reasonable. Sai, now that Zio just passed away, it's really inappropriate for us to rush Chang'an to remarry. Pai Lupi pondered and persuaded Empress Zhang's son. If Chang'an is willing to remarry, then let her. Erlang. How can this be? Empress Zhangxuan's face suddenly became quite ugly. She never would have thought that her husband would actually allow their daughter to jump into the fire pit. Maid Guanyin, don't be impatient. Let me finish. Pai Lupi indicated for Empress Zhang's son to calm down. Chang'an, if you want to marry into the Duke of Qin's mansion, that's not impossible. However, you have to wait for 3 years. 3 years later, I will let Yanling come forward and represent the Duke of Qin's manor in our separation. At that time, your father and mother will choose a good man for you. Are you willing? Pai Lupi's idea was also very simple. Just as Chang'an had said, Li Wangyu's body had not yet turned cold, and he had broken off the engagement. What he had done was indeed a disgrace to the royal family. In this case, it was better to let Chang'an marry into the Lai hot. After 3 years, Chang'an would be remarried to another man. In this way, he would be able to preserve the reputation of Li Wangyu and the imperial family, and would not delay his daughter's life. In any case, the emperor's daughter did not have to worry about marriage. Moreover, in the Tang dynasty, it was nothing new for a woman to remarry after a divorce. 3 years later, Chang'an would only be 15 years old. It would be a good age for marriage. In Pai Lupi's opinion, his daughter was currently grieving over Li Wangyu's sudden death. Her feelings were at their deepest. To let her marry Zhang's son Chong at this time was indeed forcing her against her will. It was better to wait for 3 years. As time passed, his daughter's passionate feelings would naturally fade. At that time, he could let Chang'an remarry. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Empress Zhang's son immediately understood her husband's intentions. She couldn't help but nod to herself. She felt that this method was really good. All right. If Chang'an can agree to this condition, Then I will agree to let you marry into the Duke of Qin's manor. Chang'an also understood the meaning in Pai Lupi's words. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and agreed. However, Chang'an had other thoughts in her mind. In her opinion, as long as she married into Lai Hot, whether or not she would divorce 3 years later was uncertain. Pai Lupi, Chang'an and Chang'an each harbored their own thoughts. Just like this, the marriage was decided. When Su Chongqing learned of this matter, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her husband, Li Wangyu, had perished in the desert. While the entire family was in mourning, Pai Lupi actually wanted Chang'an to marry into the Duke of Qin's manor and have her take her husband's place. What was this? A ghost marriage? To Su Chongqing, this matter was incomparably absurd. Naturally, he was unwilling to agree. Moreover, even if Chang'an were to marry into the Duke of Qin's manor, she would still have to divorce 3 years later. This was child's play. Even though Li Wangyu was no longer present, Su Chongqing was unwilling to be toyed with by the imperial family. Naturally, he rejected this absurd matter. However, after Su Chongqing's rejection, Princess Chang'an personally made a trip to Dingzhou village and complained tearfully to Su Chongqing, using her true feelings to move him. As a result, Su Chongqing simply clenched his teeth and nodded in agreement to this marriage. What Su Chongqing did not expect was that as soon as Chang'an left, Perrin and Aphrodite both knelt before him, imploring Su Chongqing to take them in place of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu had been posthumously conferred the title of Empress of Qin by Pai Lupi. As an imperial prince, apart from his official wife, he could also take in 2 children and 10 concubines. Regardless of whether they were children or concubines, they would only be concubines with ranks. Children were of the 5th rank, while concubines were of the 6th rank. After news of Li Wangyu's death spread, Su Chongqing had originally planned to find a good family for Perrin to marry into. Seeing her so insistent, he could only helplessly nod in agreement, agreeing to take in concubines in place of Li Wangyu, taking Perrin and Aphrodite as children of the Prince of Qin. The news that the Prince of Qin, Li Wangyu's imperial consort Princess Yanling, was going to take Princess Chang'an as another Qin Wangfei in place of her husband caused everyone in Chang'an, from the noble families to the common people, to be stupefied. Bystanders were fine. At most, they would comment on the lack of etiquette. None of them were blind enough to jump out and make irresponsible remarks about this matter. Only Zhongsun Wuji and Zhongsun Chong were so infuriated that they were about to die. Because of this, Zhongsun Wuji fell gravely ill and took a leave of absence. After recuperating at home for several months, he finally recovered. While Zhongsun Wuji was infuriated to the point of being bedridden, Pai Lupi had his most beloved daughter of the first wife, Princess Chang'an, marry into the Prince of Qin's household in a grand fashion, becoming Li Wangyu's second imperial consort. After the hubbub, the Prince of Qin's household once again closed its doors to guests. A group of widows and orphans closed their doors, ignoring worldly affairs and refusing to see any guests. However, not long after, Li Wangyu's foreign disciple, the Prince of Persia Balusi, came to bid farewell to his master's wife Su Chongqing. He had studied abroad in the Tang dynasty for several years. Originally, he had no intention of returning to Persia. However, after Li Wangyu's death, Balusi was deeply saddened. After taking care of Li Wangyu's funeral, he had no intention of continuing to stay in Chang'an. After bidding farewell to his master's wife and reluctantly bidding farewell to Ma Zhou and his other friends, everyone sent Balusi off at Ba Bridge. The capital of the Sassanid dynasty of Persia was located at Ardashir by the Red Sea, which was later known as Firuzabad in Iran. It was very far away from Chang'an. Balusi's group traveled lightly on horseback. However, they still traveled for half a year before finally arriving at their hometown. After learning that his son had returned from studying abroad, the Persian monarch Yazdegerd III was overjoyed. He personally went out of the city to welcome Balusi. "My dear child, the gods bless you. You have finally returned safely from the distant east." Yazdegerd III hugged Balusi, whom he had not seen in a long time. Balusi's elder brother, Arohan, also tightly hugged his brother. After a few words of reminiscence, Yazdegerd III pulled his son onto his horse, preparing to return to the castle. "Balusi, come. Ride my horse." Arohan asked his servant to bring his horse over. "Look, This is a precious horse that I recently got. It also comes from the east. Balusi smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to reject his elder brother's kindness, his expression froze in the next second. After a long while, he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Luzi. God above, it is Luzi. Chapter 1007. As Pai Lupi's favorite mount, Luzi's appearance was naturally quite handsome and unique. The purple swallow leaps, the bone-tongued divine steed, the spirit of the three rivers, the might of the eight formations. This was Li Er's praise for Luzi. A pure purple steed was extremely rare. On the other hand, Aloran Bilo's brother had someone bring over a fine horse that was completely purple in color, and did not have a single strand of other hair. Aluo dared to swear with his own eyes that the purple horse in front of him was definitely the mount of his master, Li Wangyu of the Tang dynasty Luzi. There was a very conspicuous scar on Luzi's chest. It was an arrow wound that Pai Lupi had received when he rode Luzi into battle. Aluo had been learning from Li Wangyu, so naturally, he was quite familiar with Luzi. Sure enough, when he called out Luzi's name in Han Chinese, Luzi, the psychic horse, also recognized him. It snorted intimately, stretched out its big head, and rubbed against Pelos's body. Big brother, where did you get this fine horse? After that, Barrows pulled Arlahem over and asked in a hurry. Aluo's voice was trembling because he was too nervous. In Chang'an City, everyone thought that his master, Li Wangyu, had been buried in the desert. When Li Wangyu had the accident, he rode Luzi out for a walk. Unexpectedly, he encountered a sandstorm and disappeared. His whereabouts were unknown. It had been a year and a half since Li Wangyu's accident. If Luzi was safe and sound, but mysteriously appeared thousands of miles away in Persia, then did that mean that his master Li Wangyu was not killed? Aluo and Yazdegard III were shocked by Aluo's reaction. They did not understand what he meant. What do you mean, Aluo? Do you know my horse? Aluo asked, puzzled. Brother, yes, I know this horse. It's called Luzi. Quick, tell me, where did you get this horse from? This is very important, no, very important. Aurora scratched his head in confusion. I spent a lot of silver coins to buy this horse from a caravan a few months ago. Berlusi quickly asked, is the caravan still in the city? Of course, the owner of the caravan is a citizen of Elam. Arahan nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Elan was the name of the Persian Sassanid dynasty. Barrows pulled Arlahem over and said, Brother, take me to the owner of the caravan. Yazdegard III was bewildered by his son's reaction. What happened, Barrows? Is there something wrong with this horse? Facing his father's question, although Balusi was extremely anxious, he could only patiently explain. Father, this horse is called Saliuzi. It was originally the imperial horse of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tang dynasty. Later, His Majesty bestowed it to my master, His Highness Duke of Qin of the Tang dynasty. What? Yazdegard III and Arlahem exclaimed at the same time and turned to look at Saliuzi in disbelief. This horse is the imperial horse of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tang dynasty? Which prince of the Tang dynasty is the Duke of Qin? He's your master? Then why would this fine horse appear in my Elan? Yazdegard III and Arlahem were confused at this moment. Barrows's words made them even more confused. Barrows could only roughly explain the cause and effect of this matter to his father and brother. His Highness Duke of Qin led 150,000 troops into the desert and was unexpectedly attacked by a sandstorm. My master's whereabouts were unknown because of this, and everyone thought that he had fallen. But his mount appeared in Elan and was bought by brother. This means that my master may not have fallen in the desert. That's why I'm anxious to ask the owner of the caravan where he got Saliuzi. After hearing Barrows's explanation, Yazdegard III was also anxious. He also felt respect and admiration for the Great Tang, a great power in the East. Otherwise, he would not have sent envoys to the Tang dynasty several times, and even sent his son Barrows to the Tang dynasty to study. In history, when the Sassanid dynasty was invaded by the Arabs, Yazdegard III had asked the Great Tang for help 4 times in the 12th, 13th, 21st, and 22nd years. But because the Tang dynasty was too far away from Persia, Pai Lupi could only reject the request. Although it was now the 6th year of Chang'an, the 2 golden ages of the Persian Sassanid dynasty had passed. Because of the constant war with the Eastern Romans, the Persians had suffered greatly, and their economy had declined. The Arabs' hooves had already appeared at the southern border of the Sassanid dynasty. Yazdegerd III was already worried about the situation of the Sassanid dynasty. Asking for help from the Tang dynasty in the east was already in Yazdegerd III's mind. If he could use this opportunity to find the whereabouts of the Tang dynasty's Prince Qin, it would naturally be very beneficial for him to establish a good relationship with the Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, Yazdegerd III immediately ordered Arohan. This is no small matter. Arohan, immediately take Barrows to find the owner of the caravan. Make sure he tells us the origin of Saliuzi. Arohan also understood the importance of this matter, and immediately nodded. He ordered Barrows to get on the horse and led dozens of soldiers to gallop into the city. The owner of the caravan who sold the horse to Arohan was also a rich man in the Sassanid dynasty. Unlike the Tang dynasty, the Persians did not focus on agriculture and ignored commerce, so his family had a lot of influence in the Sassanid dynasty. However, Arohan had received his father's order, and did not care about the status of the owner. He directly led a group of Persian soldiers into the merchant's residence. That merchant had originally been hesitant to answer Arohan and Barrow's question directly. He only said that the horse was bought by the caravan from the western region, and that he did not know its origin. It was not until Barrows was so angry that he pulled out a scimitar from the waist of the accompanying Persian soldiers, and placed the shiny steel blade on the merchant's neck that the merchant was forced to tell the truth. After learning why Saliuzi ended up in Persia, Belus was so angry that he kicked the merchant to the ground and hurriedly returned to the palace to find his father, Yazdegerd III. Father, please immediately send a messenger to Chang'an to inform the emperor of the Tang dynasty. This matter cannot be delayed. I will immediately lead people to the western region to seek help from Lu Guogong of the Tang dynasty. Barrows did not care that he had just returned to his hometown and prepared to set off again. The distance from Ardashir in Persia to Gaochang was 7,000 to 8,000 miles. Moreover, there were no well-equipped relay stations along the way like in the Tang dynasty. No matter how fast they traveled, it would still take a month or 2 to get there. Barrows was worried about Li Wangyo's safety, so he did not care about his own fatigue. Yazdegerd III hugged his son and said, "My child, go. The gods will protect you and your master." Barrows knelt down on one knee and said goodbye to his father. Then, he led the people that Yazdegerd III had prepared for him and mounted Saliuzi. They set off again toward the east. Amnesia? That's impossible. This old dragon is not writing a drama about Xiongyao's bitter love. Amnesia my ass. What system, cultivation, time travel, all of that is impossible. Chapter 1008. In human history, during the Cold Weapons era, the record holder for the fastest speed was the Mongol cavalry during Genghis Khan's era. The Mongol cavalry could maintain an average speed of 90 to 95 kilometers a day. When Huatzubing and Wei Qing chased the Xiongnu, they could reach 80 to 100 kilometers a day. As for the record holder, it was the Eight Banners cavalry who set a record of 180 kilometers a day during the Shun rule of the Qing dynasty. As for Belusi's group, they were all like the Mongol cavalry, each of them being given 3 horses. Under Belusi's constant urging, they traveled day and night toward the east. 7,000 to 8,000 miles took Belusi just a month to reach Gaochang city. His speed was comparable to the Mongol cavalry. Cheng Yaojin naturally recognized Belusi. When he learned that Li Wangyo's disciple, the Persia prince Belusi, wanted to meet him, he was a little stunned. When Chang Yaojin ordered his men to bring in Belusi, who was so thin that he was almost out of shape after a month of hard work, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Belusi, how did you end up like this? Why didn't you stay in Chang'an city? Why did you come to Gaochang city?" Chang Yaojin did not know that Belusi had returned to Persia, so he asked. "Duke, half a year ago, I said goodbye to His Majesty and Master's wife and returned to Persia," Belusi explained. "Then why did you come to Gaochang city instead of Persia?" Cheng Yaojin did not understand. Belusi did not explain, directly ordering people to bring Sasha Luzi in. "Duke, look at this horse." Due to rushing for 7,000 to 8,000 miles, even a horse like Sasha Luzi was so tired that its fur was not as bright. However, Chang Yaojin was able to recognize it right away. The old hooligan jumped up like he had seen a ghost. Isn't this Sasha Luzi? Belusi, tell me. Where did you find Sasha Luzi? Since Sasha Luzi is still alive, then is Zio okay? Where is he now? Belusi smiled bitterly. Duke, this is the reason why I rushed from Persia to Gaochang City. After I returned to my homeland, I accidentally discovered that someone had sold Saliuzi to my homeland. Moreover, it just so happened that it was sold to my elder brother. It was a long story, so Bei Lucy did not keep Chang Yaojin in suspense. He told Chang Yaojin everything that he knew, spilling the beans from a bamboo tube. It turned out that back in the city of Ardashir, the Persian merchant was forced to reveal the truth as he had no other choice. Shaluzi was indeed brought back from the western regions by his caravan. However, it wasn't purchased through any proper channels. It was stolen goods. Due to the enormous profits from trade between the East and the West, the Silk Road of the western regions had attracted countless caravans, transporting all sorts of precious goods and treasures back and forth. From a certain point of view, the Silk Road could be called the Golden Road, and the caravans were like flowing rivers of gold. Such a huge amount of wealth attracted not only many merchant groups, but also many bandits. Other than the challenges of nature such as sandstorms, quicksand, and lack of water, the biggest enemies of the caravans were the various bandits and desert robbers of the western regions. These bandits and desert robbers would often choose to ambush caravans that were resting at night, killing and robbing. They were very vicious. However, no matter how vicious the bandits and desert robbers were, the gold, silver, and jewels they robbed could not be eaten or drunk. Therefore, these bandits and desert robbers of the western regions all had their own channels to dispose of their stolen goods. They would hand over the gold, silver, jewels, and precious porcelain to the caravans that colluded with them. The caravans would then sell these stolen goods and exchange them for the weapons, equipment, food, wine, and even women that the bandits and desert robbers needed. The Persian merchant who sold Sasha Luzi to Arohan and his caravan were engaged in such activities. According to him, Sasha Luzi had been acquired by his caravan from a group of desert bandits named Black Sand, who were entrenched in the desert. Because the desert robbers mostly used camels as their mounts, even if Sasha Luzi was a rare horse, it was not very useful to the desert robbers. Therefore, it was handed over to the caravan for them to dispose of the stolen goods. The owner of the caravan would never have thought that after more than 10 years of colluding with the desert robbers to dispose of their stolen goods, he would be overthrown because of a horse. He also did not expect that Prince Belus would recognize the horse from the east 7 to 8,000 miles away from the western regions, not to mention how regretful the owner of the caravan was and how Yazdegard III would punish him. After hearing Belus' words, Chang Yaojin's mouth was so wide open that his fist could be stuffed in. Damn it, Sasha Luzi actually fell into the hands of the desert robbers? Is Zio also in the hands of the desert robbers? Belus shook his head. I don't know about this. That merchant also did not know the whereabouts of Master. He only received the stolen goods from the desert robbers. As for the origin of the stolen goods, they did not care at all. However, I suspect that Master lost his way because of the sandstorm and was accidentally captured by the desert robbers. Sasha Luzi was handed over to the caravan to dispose of their stolen goods, and Master might still be imprisoned in the desert robbers' lair. Duke, I rushed here from my homeland to ask you to immediately send troops to attack the desert robbers' lair and rescue Master. He rushed to Gaochang in such a hurry because he was worried that something would happen if he delayed. In fact, Belus also did not know whether Li Wangyu was still alive or not. With the way the desert robbers did things, they did not have the habit of leaving people alive. Moreover, it had been 15 to 16 months since Li Wangyu went missing. Even if Li Wangyu was still alive, he must have suffered a lot. Thinking of this, Belus was secretly anxious. Chang Yaojin's face was fierce as if he was about to devour someone. He roared angrily. Where is the lair of the Black Sand desert robbers? Belus, do you know where it is? Belus nodded. That merchant did tell me. It is said that it is in the desert, in an oasis called Swan Lake. That is the lair of the desert robbers. He reached out and took out a roll of parchment. Duke, this is the map I asked the merchant to draw. This is Swan Lake. Chang Yaojin snatched the parchment and looked at it carefully. He could not help but curse. Damn it, they actually hid so far away. No wonder the army of more than 100,000 couldn't find them after searching for so long. The Chang'an Desert was the fourth largest desert in Wuxia. It was nearly 500 miles long from north to south and 300 miles wide from east to west. The Swan Lake on the map was 200 to 300 miles away from the place where Li Wangyu was killed. It was already in the territory of the Shui-Yantua Khanate in the north of the desert. The army searched everywhere in the desert, but they only searched about 100 miles around the starting point. They did not expect Sasha Luzi to run so far away to the desert robber's lair. Chang Yaojin immediately ordered people to call a few guides and asked them to identify the specific location of the desert robber's lair on the map. The guides said that they were not familiar with the location marked on the map and could only try to lead the army forward. This was actually very normal. In an era without satellite navigation, even the most experienced guides were only familiar with a few routes across the desert. In the vast desert, there were forbidden areas for life everywhere. In addition, the desert robbers were rampant. It was normal for these guides not to know the specific route. Chang Yaojin saw that the guides were also not able to determine the specific location of the desert robber's lair, and could not help but feel a little annoyed. Damn it, I don't care so much. Send someone to deliver the news back to Chang'an at once. I will personally take a trip there. I don't believe that those damn desert robbers can rebel. Chang Yaojin was worried about Li Wangyu's safety. After handing over the affairs of the western region to Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun, he personally led 10,000 cavalry and returned to the desert, preparing to attack the desert robber's lair and rescue Li Wangyu. Chapter 1009. Ever since Li Wangyu's accident, Niu Wu and the Lai hot troops that followed Li Wangyu, Chang Chumo and the other playboys, as well as Mi Tuo and the others who came from Chang'an, led 10,000 Tang soldiers and stayed in the oasis. Everyone's mood was different. Niu Wu and the Lai hot troops did not want to return to Chang'an because they felt guilty and regretful. As Li Wangyu's troops, they were unable to protect their Langjun. This made Niu Wu and the others feel ashamed to return to Chang'an and see Su Chongqing. Therefore, even though they were sure that Li Wangyu had died in the desert, Niu Wu and the Lai hot troops still searched the desert every day in vain. Rather than saying that Niu Wu and the others were searching for Li Wangyu, it was better to say that they were exiling themselves. Chang Chumo and the other playboys were sad because of their brotherly love and planned to pay respects to Li Wangyu at the place where he died. When the army returned from the western region, they were ready to leave. In comparison, the most depressed person was Mi Tuo. Pai Lupi had said that if he could not find Li Wangyu, he did not need to return to Chang'an. This meant that he wanted to see Li Wangyu if he was alive, and his corpse if he was dead. But in this vast desert, where could he find Li Wangyu's corpse? Therefore, the miserable Mi Tuo could only lead the spies of the 100 Cavalry Department and eat sand in the desert in vain. The camp where 10,000 Tang soldiers were stationed was lifeless every day. There was not a trace of cheerfulness to be seen. Even if the Western Punitive Expedition Army was unstoppable in the western region, it would not affect this place. But when Chang Yaojin led Bei Lucy and 10,000 Tang cavalry back to the oasis, the whole camp was in an uproar. Niu Wu, the one-eyed man, hugged Sha Luzi's neck and cried. He never thought that his Langjun would still have a chance to live. After Niu Wu vented his emotions with everyone, he immediately knelt down with red eyes in front of Chang Yaojin. Duke, please give the order immediately. I'm willing to be the vanguard of the army and flatten the lair of those damn bandits. The Lai hot troops all gnashed their teeth and knelt down on one knee, asking Chang Yaojin for permission to fight. Please give the order, Duke, so that we can avenge our previous disgrace. Chang Yaojin understood the intentions of Niu Wu and the others, and naturally nodded in agreement. The army stayed in the oasis for a day to replenish their water. Then, under the lead of dozens of guides, they headed toward the north of the desert. Actually, Chang Yaojin's decision was very risky. After all, the guide wasn't familiar with the desert and might get lost. It was also hard to guarantee that they would find a water source along the way. If it were not for the desert, the army would have been able to cover the distance of 200 to 300 miles in 1 or 2 days. But in the desert, even though it was an unfamiliar desert, a journey of 200 to 300 miles would take more than 10 days or even longer. The safest way was to send out a large number of scouts and guides to find the exact location of the desert bandits before the army set off. But whether it was Chang Yaojin, Bei Lucy, Niu Wu, Chang Chumo, or even Mitua, they didn't want to wait any longer. Therefore, the army of 20,000 directly carried enough supplies and plunged into the vast desert. While the army of 20,000 was still searching for the lair of the desert bandits, the news of Bei Lucy finding Sasha Luzi in Persia had already been sent back to Chang'an and presented to Pai Lupi. This incredible news instantly caused an uproar in Chang'an. Pai Lupi was so shocked that he slapped the table and stood up. Li Wangyu's disciples were all crying tears of joy. In King Qin's mansion, Su Chongqing hugged his son and daughter and cried again. Since Sasha Luzi is still alive, then maybe Li Wangyu is still alive. This was the unanimous thought of everyone who cared about Li Wangyu. Chang Yaojin led the 20,000 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty and suffered a lot in the desert. After getting lost several times and almost dying of thirst in the desert, the scouts in front finally came back with good news. Swan Lake had been found. Speaking of which, finding Swan Lake was also due to luck. According to Bei Lucy, the reason why Swan Lake was called Swan Lake was because the lake covered a large area. Every spring and autumn, swans would fly to the lake and stay there, hence the name. And the scouts happened to find flocks of swans flying in the air. Following the tracks of those swans, they accidentally found the lake and the desert bandits' camp hidden in the sand dunes. According to the scouts' observation, this desert bandit group called Black Sand was indeed very large. There were no less than 2,000 desert bandits gathered in the camp. Of course, 2,000 desert bandits was a disaster for the caravan, but in front of the 20,000 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, it was not worth mentioning. After Chang Yaojin received the report from the scouts, he immediately led the army to attack. When the black mass of Tang cavalry appeared from the sand dunes in all directions, the desert bandits at Swan Lake were horrified to find that they were surrounded and could not escape even if they had wings. 20,000 fully armed and brightly armored elite cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty could deal with more than 2,000 desert bandits without any suspense. When the Tang cavalry rushed down from the sand dunes, the desert bandits even lost the will to resist and directly chose to raise their hands and surrender. The leader of the desert bandits could never imagine why the Tang cavalry would appear here, let alone why the Tang army would encircle and annihilate them. Niu Wu and the foppish lords immediately rushed into the bandits' lair and led their men to search inside and out, but they did not find any trace of Li Wangyu. This made everyone's heart turn cold. Could it be that Li Wangyu had really been murdered by these damn desert bandits? The Tang army dragged the leader of the desert bandits in front of Chang Yaojin like a dead dog. This great bandit who had rebuked the desert for more than 10 years no longer had the prestige of the past and kept kowtowing to Chang Yaojin to beg for mercy. "Spare my life, Lang Jun, spare my life. King B the, cut the crap. Let me ask you, do you know this horse? Where is its owner? Has he been harmed by you? If you dare to lie, I will immediately order my men to chop you into minced meat." Chang Yaojin grabbed the leader's collar and roared with a murderous look. The leader of the desert bandits looked up with fear and trepidation. When he saw Sha Luzi's appearance, he gasped. He finally understood the reason for today's disaster. "Lang Jun, spare my life. We did not harm the owner of this horse, we did not harm him. Du Fu, he is my wife's brother-in-law. How could I harm him?" Chang Yaojin's eyes opened like copper bells. "Nonsense, what Du Fu? Who is that? It is the owner of this horse. Lang Jun, please understand, I dare not lie. If you do not believe me, you can summon my wife and ask her." In order to survive, the leader of the desert bandits kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. His intestines were now green with regret. He felt that Du Fu was actually a person that he could not help. Obviously, the Tang army that had surrounded his camp was here for this person. Chang Yaojin was a little suspicious and immediately ordered the soldiers to summon the wife of the bandit leader for questioning. Not long after, a young woman was brought in front of Chang Yaojin. The woman bowed to Chang Yaojin. "Du Qing greets Lang Jun. Let me ask you, are you the wife of this bandit?" The woman immediately shook her head and cried. "I dare to let Lang Jun know that I am not his wife. I was originally from Lizhou and my name is Du Qing. I was kidnapped by this group of bandits. In order to survive, I was forced to give myself to the bandits. I have been hoping day and night to be rescued from the sea of bitterness." When Chang Yaojin and the others heard this, they understood that this so-called wife of the leader was the wife of the bandit leader who was kidnapped. Niu Wu suddenly walked in front of the woman. I feel that you look very familiar, as if I have seen you before? After the woman raised her eyes to look at Niu Wu, she immediately bowed again. Lang Jun, did you forget that in Lizhou you and Li Gong saved me and my father? Niu Wu suddenly realized that the woman in front of him was the father and daughter that he and Li Wangyu had saved from Wu Shiqiang's 2 disappointing sons at Lizhou restaurant. Little Miss Du, who is the Du Fu that the bandit was talking about? It is Li Gong. Li Gong was really not harmed by these bandits? Niu Wu asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Du Qing immediately shook her head. No, I lied and said that he was my brother. Li Gong changed his name to Du Fu, and these bandits did not know his identity. When she said this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Li Wangyu was really still alive. Niu Wu quickly asked, My Lang Jun, where is he now? Du Qing shook her head again. I also do not know. Chapter 10:10. Back to a year and a half ago on a whim, Li Wangyu rode Sasha Luzi to the sand dune to watch the sunset in the desert, but he did not expect to be attacked by a sandstorm. This sandstorm was extremely fierce. Before Li Wangyu rode back to the camp, it had already swept over with the power to destroy the world. It was difficult for people who had not been to the desert and experienced a sandstorm to understand how powerful the sandstorm in the desert was. The man and the horse were immediately shrouded in the sandstorm. As far as the eye could see, there was only yellow sand in the sky. It was almost impossible to see the 5 fingers of one's hand and breathing became difficult. Li Wangyu was shocked, but he could only rely on his impression to urge Sasha Luzi to run in the direction of the camp. The violent wind carried a large amount of sand and stones, flying all over the sky. Li Wangyu only felt that his skin exposed outside his clothes was burned by the sand and stones. He wanted to call for help, but he could not open his mouth at all. Before Li Wangyu ran to a safe place, a fist-sized stone swept up by the wind hit his ribs hard. The severe pain made Li Wangyu's vision suddenly turn black and he fainted, lying softly on Sasha Luzi's body. Although Sasha Luzi was a precious horse, it had never encountered such a situation. Under the shock and without Li Wangyu's control, it instinctively ran out in the direction of the sandstorm. This run took a full 2 to 4 hours. With Sasha Luzi's speed, when Li Wangyu woke up again, it was at least 70 to 80 miles away from the Tang camp. Li Wangyu naturally did not know this. After he woke up, he was about to straighten up, but he could not help but let out a muffled groan and quickly covered his ribs with his hands. The severe pain made him immediately realize that his ribs must have been broken when he was attacked by the sandstorm. But this was a small matter. As long as he returned to the camp, there would naturally be a military doctor with the army to deal with it. At this time the sandstorm had passed, but the sky was already dark. Looking up, there was only a sky full of stars and a bright moon. What was worse was that Li Wangyu only went out to walk the horse. On Sasha Luzi's back, he didn't bring any food or water. Li Wangyu endured the intense pain in his ribs and urged the equally exhausted Sasha Luzi to climb up a nearby sand dune. With the help of the moonlight, Li Wangyu looked around, but his heart turned cold. Where was the Tang army's camp and the oasis in sight? Obviously, when he was unconscious, Sasha Luzi carried him and ran to some unknown place. He also did not know where the Tang army camp was. He couldn't help but shout, Is anyone there? Is anyone there? I'm here. There was silence all around. Apart from the sound of Feng Luzi's breathing, there was no other sound. Now that both men and horses were tired, Li Wangyu could only reluctantly drive Sasha Luzi down the sand dune. He found a place where there was no wind, endured the pain in his ribs and rolled down the horse's back. He planned to rest for the night and then find a way out. He was still hoping that after sunrise, Niu Wu and the other playboys would lead the army to find him. How could Li Wangyu expect that in the sandstorm Sasha Luzi ran 70 to 80 miles in one breath? Moreover, the horse's hoof prints were completely covered by the sandstorm. Niu Wu and the others searched everywhere but found nothing. This night, Li Wangyu was awakened by the cold several times. He curled up beside Sasha Luzi, relying on Sasha Luzi's body temperature to ensure that he would not freeze to death. As a person who had died once, Li Wangyu was more and more afraid of death. It was not that he was afraid of the consequences of death, but he was afraid that he would never see Su Chongqing and his unborn child again. Relying on his strong will to live, Li Wangyu endured the pain and hunger. He survived this long night and welcomed the rising sun. Thirsty, hungry, and tired, he managed to climb onto Sasha Luzi's back and urged Sasha Luzi to quickly find the way back to the camp. In fact, Sasha Luzi's current situation was not much better than Li Wangyu's. Yesterday evening, because of fear, it ran 70 to 80 miles in the sand. Now, like Li Wangyu, it was thirsty and hungry. Therefore, even if Li Wangyu kept urging it on horseback, Sasha Luzi could only slowly walk on the sand with difficulty, looking for the way back to the camp. Li Wangyu did not know that the direction he and Sasha Luzi were walking in was exactly the opposite of the Tang army camp. One man and one horse were exhausted as they trudged through the desert with great difficulty. When the sun set in the west again, Li Wangyu could no longer hold on because of his injuries and the fact that he had not eaten or drunk water for an entire day. His body was limp as he lay on Sasha Luzi's body that was also swaying. His eyes were lifeless as he looked into the distance. Just before Li Wangyu was about to lose consciousness, he seemed to see a few blurry figures on the distant horizon. Li Wangyu's dry throat barely spat out a sentence. "Save me." Then his head tilted and he completely fainted. When Li Wangyu was once again stimulated by the severe pain and woke up, he was shocked to find that his hands and feet were tied, like a commodity placed horizontally between the humps of a camel. Every time the camel bumped, it stimulated the wound on his waist. It was so painful that the beads of sweat on his forehead immediately fell down. Li Wangyu immediately realized that before he fainted, the figures he saw were not the reinforcements he expected. It seemed to be different from what he imagined. He resisted the pain and did not let himself groan. He pretended to be unconscious and secretly looked around. He saw that he was in a camel caravan. His beloved horse, Sasha Luzi, was also tied behind the camel and was moving forward with the camel caravan. The people on the camels around him were obviously not good people. Their ferocious appearance, the weapons at their waists. In addition to his current tied-up appearance, Li Wangyu immediately thought of a word. Desert bandits. Li Wangyu could not help but secretly complain in his heart. He was too damn unlucky to fall into the hands of these vicious desert bandits. He was afraid that he would suffer. While he was thinking about how to get away, he heard someone talking in the camel caravan. "Big brother, this kid doesn't have a single copper coin on him, but this golden token should still be worth some money. In addition, his horse is a good horse. I estimate that it can be sold to those profiteers for a lot of money." Li Wangyu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that things were not good. The golden token that the man mentioned was most likely the goldfish talisman that represented his identity as a county duke of the Tang dynasty. His identity information was on it. If this group of desert bandits knew his true identity, he was afraid that it would be even more troublesome. Li Wangyu did not think that these lawless desert bandits would treat him with courtesy just because he was the county duke of the Tang dynasty. Before he led the army into the desert, he had heard about these desert bandits from the guides in Dunhuang County. Not only were they not afraid of the government army, but even the officials of the Tang dynasty had been attacked and kidnapped by them. Anyway, if the Tang army wanted to encircle them, they would retreat to the vast desert. As long as they could not find their nest, even the Tang army would find it difficult to exterminate them in the desert. While Li Wangyu was worried, he heard the man continue to say, "Big brother, what is written on this golden token?" "Damn it, you're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Do you want me to tie you up and bring back a poor man to teach you how to read?" When Li Wangyu heard this, he suddenly felt relieved thanks to the poor education level of the Tang dynasty. Illiterates were everywhere. It seemed that it was not without benefits. A group of desert bandits actually did not have a single literate person. This saved him a lot of trouble. Chapter 10-11. Just as Li Wangyu was rejoicing that the group of desert bandits were all illiterate, the conversation between the desert bandits made his chrysanthemum tighten. "Big brother, why do you want to bring this kid back? Why don't you just kill him?" The desert bandit who spoke before spoke again. The bandit leader spat at that person. "Bah, what do you know? This kid's skin was soft and tender, and his appearance was delicate and pretty. He was also a valuable commodity. After a while, when those barbarian merchants come to collect the goods, we'll sell this kid and his horse to those merchants." "This kid can also be sold for money?" Why would those barbarian merchants buy him? Haha, you don't know, the Persians like men even more so than the Tang dynasty. Moreover, this kid is exotic in Persia. He's even more popular. TSK, there's such a thing? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have killed those hostages. Wouldn't that be a waste? Waste my ass, those people are either old or have thick skin and are unbearably vulgar. Why would the barbarian merchants be willing to spend money to buy them? What's the point of keeping them? Big brother is indeed wise, haha. Looks like this hunting trip wasn't in vain. Tell the brothers to be more careful these days, don't go out hunting for the time being. Now that the Tang army has crossed the border to attack the western regions, we shouldn't ask for trouble. Don't worry, big brother, we won't touch the tiger's butt. Oh right, big brother, this kid isn't also from the Tang army, is he? The bandit leader shook his head. That's impossible. The scouts reported that the nearest Tang army is still 100 miles away. If he's from the Tang army, he can't run that far alone. Looking at this kid's delicate appearance, he's probably a young master from some aristocratic family, thinking that the desert is a place to go for an outing, and came here to die. Who cares who he is, in short, since he's fallen into our hands, it's not up to him. Haha, that's right, that's the truth. The group of desert bandits spoke happily, but Li Wangyo's heart was cold. If what these bandits said was true, and he was sold to Persia as a prostitute, then he'd rather kill himself. For the next few days, Li Wangyu was thinking about how to escape, but those desert bandits didn't give him any chance at all. Other than feeding him some food and water to ensure that he wouldn't starve to death, he didn't pay any attention to him at all. When the desert bandits were resting, they would tie him up like a dumpling with cowhide rope, making him unable to move at all. In the eyes of the desert bandits, Li Wangyu was just a commodity. This made Li Wangyu, who had prepared a bellyful of excuses to fool these desert bandits, unable to use them. He felt aggrieved and uncomfortable. The desert bandits wandered around the desert for a few days before returning to their lair. Li Wangyu was still tied up and thrown on the camel's back like a cargo. When he crossed the top of the last sand dune, the scenery in front of him made Li Wangyu feel refreshed. What a tranquil and serene desert lake. Below the sand dune, tens of thousands of melon flowers were in full bloom around the lake. The lake water was clear and bright, and wild ducks, gray cranes and swans were flying up and down on the lake, adding a bit of vitality. There was a camp by the lake, which was obviously the lair of the desert bandits. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. It was a pity that such a magnificent desert lake was actually occupied by these damn desert bandits. It was really a waste of God's gift. Now that Li Wangyu couldn't even take care of himself, he could only say a few words of regret in his heart. As for what would happen next, he had no idea. But as the saying goes, there is no story without coincidences. Li Wangyu didn't expect that in the desert bandits' camp, he would actually meet the father and daughter that he and Su Changqing had saved from the hands of Wu Shiqiang's two disappointing sons when they left home to travel to Lizhou. And it was precisely this father and daughter pair that had temporarily saved Li Wangyu, preventing him from being sold to the Persian merchants like Shah Luzi. This father and daughter pair, after leaving Lizhou, took the 10 taels of gold that Wu Shiqiang had given them as compensation and prepared to seek refuge with their relatives. But their relatives died unexpectedly, and the father and daughter pair had no choice but to run to Dunhuang County, planning to make a living here. Ever since Dunhuang County was established as a trade hub, it became more and more prosperous. There was an endless stream of people from the Central Plains who came to make a living here. In the end, this father and daughter pair didn't even have time to settle down in Dunhuang County before they met with desert bandits halfway. That woman was called Du Qing, and she was harassed by Wu Shiqiang's two sons back then. Naturally, she had some beauty. Du Qing was valued by the leader of the desert bandits, and was directly snatched back to be his wife. As a weak woman, Du Qing could only helplessly enter the bandits' lair to protect herself. When Li Wangyu was captured by the desert bandits and brought back to their lair, Du Qing recognized at a glance the benefactor that had saved her and her father a few years ago in Lizhou. Thus, Du Qing lied and said that Li Wangyu was her younger brother. Li Wangyu also took advantage of the situation and named himself Du Fu, acknowledging this sister. The leader of the desert bandits doted on the woman he had snatched, so he didn't continue to make things difficult for Li Wangyu. and allowed him to stay in the desert bandits' camp beside Swan Lake. Of course, even if Li Wangyu escaped the fate of being sold to Persia, his life in the desert bandits' camp was also difficult. Those desert bandits completely treated him as a servant, ordering him around and ordering him to do things. They would beat and scold him at every turn. As for eating and drinking, they were leftovers barely surviving. Fortunately, Li Wangyu's brain was considered smart. After recovering from the injury between his ribs, he immediately asked Du Qing for help to think of a way to get him some wine. There were many wild grapes beside Swan Lake. Li Wangyu picked some and tried to make wine with them. After confirming that the wine was good, Li Wangyu asked Du Qing to give the wine to the leader of the desert bandits to taste. He said that he knew how to make wine and was willing to make these good wines for the desert bandits. The desert bandits naturally loved wine. After tasting such good wine, they were naturally overjoyed. Thus, Li Wangyu's life in the desert bandits' lair finally improved after being captured for a few months. The leader of the desert bandits specially ordered people to prepare a house for him to live in and make wine. At the same time, he didn't have to eat and eat. At least he could see some meat. And those desert bandits didn't punch and kick him at every turn. Li Wangyu's personal safety was finally guaranteed. But how could Li Wangyu be willing to give up like this? He was still worried about his unborn child and his wife Su Changqing. At every moment, his mind was not thinking about how to escape from the hands of the desert bandits. In this matter, Du Qing couldn't help at all. She didn't have any freedom to speak of. She was just a captive that was being toyed with by the leader of the desert bandits. And to escape from the hands of more than 2,000 desert bandits in the vast desert was easier said than done. This desert, to Li Wangyu, was an island prison with nowhere to escape. Even if he risked his life to escape from the desert bandits' lair, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to cross the desert and find his way home. Under such helplessness, Li Wangyu was trapped in the desert bandits' lair for more than a year. Until one day, when he went out to collect wild grapes as usual, he chanced upon something. Finally, he found a glimmer of hope to escape from the desert bandits' lair. Chapter 10:12. Li Wangyu did not expect that there would be rubber grass in the desert bandits' lair, Swan Lake. In fact, he did not know about rubber grass. After all, not many people in later generations had seen this kind of thing. Even the name rubber grass, Li Wangyu occasionally saw it when surfing the internet. It was not until that day when he collected wild grapes and brought them back to the desert bandits' camp to prepare wine that he noticed that the corner of his clothes was rubbed with some milky white gelatinous substance. He wanted to wipe it with his hand, but found that the gelatinous substance had solidified. And this kind of elastic solid substance made Li Wangyu's mind immediately flash a lightning natural rubber. In the desert bandits' camp, of course, natural rubber would not appear inexplicably. The only possibility was that when he went out to collect wild grapes by the lake, his clothes were rubbed with the gelatinous substance of the rubber grass. After it solidified, this small piece of natural rubber was left. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu immediately rushed out of the desert bandits' camp like a whirlwind and ran to the area where he had collected wild grapes. After a careful search, Li Wangyu finally found a plant that looked like a dandelion. One of the stem veins had been broken, and there was also a milky white elastic gelatinous substance on it. Li Wangyu was overjoyed. After confirming the appearance of the rubber grass, he searched around and found a lot of rubber grass. This unexpected surprise suddenly gave Li Wangyu hope of escape. He had been caught by the desert bandits for a year. His wife in Chang'an, and should have already given birth to his child. The idea of going home was always stimulating him, almost driving him crazy. Li Wangyu took the opportunity to make wine for the desert bandits and secretly collected a lot of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal to make some explosives. He even thought of using these explosives to threaten the desert bandit leader in exchange for a chance to escape. But when he calmed down, he had no choice but to give up this almost suicidal idea. In any case, as long as he was alive, there was hope to go home. The unexpected discovery of the rubber grass immediately reminded Li Wangyu of the sand boat that he and Su Changqing had come up with when the army was crossing the desert. When Su Changqing was traveling in North America, he had seen people playing with this strange thing called a sandboat in the desert. Simply put, a sandboat was like a sailboat sailing in the desert. Its structure was also very simple. The lower part was a wooden board with 4 rubber wheels, and above it was a sail supported by a movable mast. Piloting a sandboat was like piloting a sailboat, using the wind to propel the sandboat to move quickly in the desert. With the help of the wind, the sandboat could even reach a speed of 80 kilometers per hour in the desert. In the end, Li Wangyu did not choose to use the sandboats as a tool for the army to cross the desert. However, because they did not have rubber tires, they could only give up. Now that he had found rubber grass in the desert robbers' camp, it meant that he could collect natural rubber to make tires and use the sandboat as a tool to escape the desert robbers' camp. As long as he grasped the right timing, even if those desert bandits died of exhaustion, they would not be able to catch up to him. After all, when a camel ran, its fastest speed was only about 40 kilometers per hour, and it did not last long. As long as there was wind, the sandboat could travel with the wind and quickly escape. Now, there were only two problems that needed to be solved. The first was how to collect rubber to make tires. The second was that he did not know how to operate a sail, so he needed to slowly figure it out. However, these two problems were not difficult. First, he did not need the inflatable tires of the future. He only needed to make 4 elastic solid tires. Although natural rubber that had not been treated was not resistant to aging, this did not affect Li Wangyu. He made the tires only for escaping and did not need to use them for a long time. The only way he could think of was to make a few tire molds, and then collect rubber grass glue every day and inject it into the molds to let it solidify into natural rubber. When the glue filled the molds, the result would be a round natural rubber tire. Although the tire made this way would definitely be very weak in terms of strength and durability, Li Wangyu did not care so much. As for learning how to operate a sail, he had also thought of a way. Swan Lake covered a large area and there was a large amount of fish resources in the lake. However, these desert bandits were lazy people. Otherwise, they would not rely on robbery for a living. Therefore, they naturally would not do something like fishing. Therefore, Li Wangyu asked Du Qing to help plead with the desert bandit leader. He was willing to go into the lake to fish for the desert bandits to improve their meals. Naturally, the desert bandits would not refuse such a thing. In any case, Swan Lake was surrounded by a vast desert, so there was no need to worry about Li Wangyu escaping with the boat. The desert bandit leader happily agreed to Li Wangyu's request. He also asked the artisans they had captured in the camp to build a small boat according to Li Wangyu's request. Unlike the traditional boat of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu asked the artisans to install a sail on the boat. His goal was very simple. He wanted to use the opportunity of helping the desert bandits fish to practice how to operate a sail. Li Wangyu had never touched a sail before. When he first started practicing, the sailboat was not obedient at all and kept spinning in the water. This made the desert bandits treat it as a joke. They pointed at it and made fun of it. He did not care about the desert bandits' mockery. Every day, he repeatedly went to the lake to practice steering the boat. He also collected rubber grass by the lake and injected it into the tire mold. After practicing for almost half a year, Li Wangyu's ability to operate a sail had reached the point of perfection. The 4 rubber tires had also been completed. The conditions for escaping were finally ripe. He originally wanted to take Du Qing and his daughter with him to escape. However, after Du Qing learned of his escape plan, he shook his head and refused. "Duke, if you take me and my father, you will have 2 more burdens. We may not be able to escape from the hands of the desert bandits. I am willing to stay behind and cover for Duke and wait here for Duke to lead the army to save me." Li Wangyu knew that Du Qing's words were not wrong. If the sandboat carried 3 people, its speed would inevitably be slowed down a lot. Moreover, they would have to prepare food and water for 3 people, which would be heavier. Du Qing's father was also missing a leg. If he wanted to escape with them, it would be very inconvenient. Li Wangyu was not a hypocritical person. He immediately promised Du Qing, "Qingyang, don't worry. I, Li Wangyu, swear to the heavens that after I successfully escape back to the Tang dynasty, I will immediately lead the army to eliminate the desert bandits and rescue Qingyang. If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Du Qing quickly bowed and said, "Duke, you are too serious. I naturally believe in Duke." Therefore, Li Wangyu finally chose to escape alone. But neither he nor Du Qing could have expected that less than 10 days after Li Wangyu successfully escaped from the desert bandits' camp, Chang Yaojin, that old scoundrel, would lead the great Tang Iron Cavalry. like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, swiftly exterminating the desert bandits and rescuing Du Qing and his daughter. In other words, if Li Wangyu had continued to stay in the desert bandits' camp, he would have been rescued and could return to Chang'an to see his wife and child. However, fate made fools of people. Li Wangyu did not expect that because he had escaped 10 days earlier, he had escaped from the wolf's mouth and entered the tiger's den. Chapter 10:13. When Li Wangyu was ready, he used the excuse of going out to fish as an excuse and drove the small sailboat, which was very unusual in the eyes of the desert bandits, down the lake as usual. However, this time, the desert robber who was in charge of keeping watch at the bandit camp was shocked to find that Li Wangyu had actually steered the sailboat straight past Swan Lake and landed on the opposite shore. This kind of thing was naturally absolutely forbidden. The desert bandits immediately blew their copper whistles and loudly warned their companions in the desert bandits' camp. Not long after, hundreds of camels rushed out of the desert bandits' camp, went around Swan Lake, and rushed straight to the opposite shore. Li Wangyu also knew that his whereabouts would be exposed immediately, but he did not panic. He had carefully calculated that from the time the desert bandits rushed out of the camp to the time they drove the camels to the other side of the lake, it would take at least half an hour. And this time was enough for him to assemble the sand boat and escape with the help of the wind. After familiarizing himself with the sail, it became easy to drive the sand boat. When Li Wangyu had asked the craftsman to build the small sailboat, he had secretly installed 2 axles at the bottom of the boat. When he dragged the small sailboat up the sand, he directly installed the rubber tires and the sand boat was assembled. With the sail raised, the sand boat began to slowly accelerate under the push of the wind, and then it went faster and faster. But the desert bandits had never expected that before they went around the lake and caught Li Wangyu. They would be shocked to find that Li Wangyu was driving the small sailboat in the desert, and it was getting faster and faster. Not long after, they saw the white sail go around a sand dune and disappear in front of everyone's eyes. They had seen a ghost. A boat could travel in the desert? Many of the desert bandits rubbed their eyes hard, wondering if they were hallucinating. The scene in front of them had completely overturned the 3 views of the desert bandits. Some of the superstitious desert bandits had even turned over and got off their camels, and began to kowtow in the direction of Li Wangyu's sand boat. Other than the gods in heaven, they could not imagine who else could drive a boat in the desert, and at such a fast speed, as if the sand had turned into flowing water. This legendary scene fell into the eyes of the desert bandits, causing them to lose the courage to continue chasing. The desert bandits looked at each other and returned to the camp with waning interest, reporting to the desert bandit leader. The desert bandit leader naturally did not believe this kind of nonsense, but all of his subordinates had answered so firmly that he could not help but believe it. The suspicious desert bandit leader could only give up when faced with the fact that Li Wangyu had already escaped. Instead, he viciously tortured the pitiful Du Qing for a few days to vent his anger. But he did not expect that just a few days later, the iron cavalry of the Tang dynasty would descend from the sky. Only then did the desert bandit leader understand that he had captured someone he couldn't afford to offend back then, which led to today's disaster. It was too late for regrets. When he learned that the young man who used the pseudonym Du Fu and was almost sold to Persia as a prostitute was actually His Highness Duke of Qin of the Tang dynasty, the desert bandit leader's vision suddenly darkened, and he almost fainted from fear. When Chang Yaojin, the foppish lords, Niu Wu and the others learned from Du Qing that Li Wangyu had actually driven a small boat and escaped from the desert bandits' lair several days ago, all of them were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. "Little Miss Du, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? That kid Zio really took a boat and escaped in the desert?" Chang Chumo's face was full of shock. Chang Yaojin's face was also full of disbelief. "How is this possible? I've lived all my life, but I've never heard of a boat that can sail out of water. Could it be that Dao Zio really has immortal magic?" Du Qing nodded with certainty. "I also don't know how His Highness Duke of Qin did it, but this is the truth. I dare not lie." Chang Yaojin and the others looked at each other. Although they didn't believe it in their hearts, they could only accept this fact. "Bastard, tell me clearly, where did His Highness Duke of Qin go?" Chang Yaojin couldn't get anything out of Du Qing, so he vented his anger on the desert bandit leader. The horsewhip in his hand struck the desert bandit leader's face with a crisp crack. Immediately after, A line of blood blossomed on the bandit leader's face. The bandit leader howled in pain, but he didn't even dare to wipe the blood off his face. He kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Spare me, Lang Jun, spare me. I really don't know where His Highness Duke of Qin went." However, when His Highness Duke of Qin sailed the boat with immortal magic, the wind blew from the south. I reckon that His Highness Duke of Qin went to the Mabe Desert." He didn't dare to lie now. In order to survive, he naturally didn't hide anything. When Li Wangyu escaped from the desert bandit camp, he probably would have returned safely to the Tang dynasty if he had headed south. Unfortunately, although in the eyes of Pai Lupi and the other disciples, Li Wangyu was nothing more than an ordinary person from the future. At the very least, Li Wangyu didn't know how to survive in the wilderness, or how to use the stars in the sky to determine one's position. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu had been captured and imprisoned in the desert bandit camp for more than a year, he still didn't know where exactly the bandit camp was. Therefore, when he escaped that day, he didn't deliberately choose the direction of the wind. And when he chose to escape, the wind blew from the south. Li Wangyu's sand boat sailed with the wind, and the direction he left in was indeed the north. Chang Yaojin raised his head and looked towards the north, his expression uncertain. North of Swan Lake was the territory of the Shui Yantua Khanate. Strictly speaking, including Swan Lake, it was under the influence of the Shui Yantua Khanate. If Li Wangyu really went to the Shui Yantua Khanate, then it would be troublesome. At the very least, Chang Yaojin couldn't lead 20,000 troops to the Shui Yantua Khanate to find Li Wangyu. Mita also saw Chang Yaojin's hesitation and immediately said, "Lu Guogong, I'm afraid we can only quickly report this matter to His Majesty and ask His Majesty to send an envoy to ask Shui Yantua to help find Qin Wang." Chang Yaojin pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement with Mi Tuo's suggestion. The army rested for a day at Swan Lake. Chang Yaojin ordered people to burn down the desert bandit camp and escorted the bandits back to the Tang dynasty. Actually, with the temperament of Niu Wu and the other playboys, they couldn't wait to chop off the heads of all the desert bandits. However, Chang Yaojin stopped them. A year ago, if Li Wangyu wasn't accidentally captured by the desert bandits, he might have died in the desert with Sha Luzi. From this point of view, these desert bandits could be considered meritorious. It was also because of this that Chang Yaojin spared the lives of these desert bandits. Of course, although they could avoid death, they couldn't escape punishment. These desert bandits would definitely be exiled to hard labor. To a certain extent, it could be said that they were better off dead. Not to mention how Chang Yaojin would deal with these desert bandits. When the news was sent back to Chang'an City, Pai Lupi was overjoyed again. Although they hadn't found Li Wangyu, at least they could confirm that Li Wangyu was still alive. Pai Lupi immediately ordered Tang Jian's son, Tang Songling, to set off immediately to Shui Yantua. He ordered the Shui Yantua Khanate to send people to search for Li Wangyu in the North Desert and safely send him back to the Tang dynasty. Currently, the relationship between Shui Yantua and the Tang dynasty could be considered harmonious. In the third year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi conferred the title of Zhenjupika Khan to the leader of Shui Yantua. Therefore, in the eyes of the emperor and the ministers of the Tang dynasty, Shui Yantua would definitely not refuse the request of the Tang dynasty. However, Pai Lupi and the ministers didn't know that when Tang Songling, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, was ordered to set off from Chang'an City to the North Desert, the Shui Yantua Khanate was also searching for Li Wangyu everywhere. My frozen shoulder caused my arm to be really sore yesterday. I didn't have the heart to write and didn't update for a day. I'm really sorry. Chapter 10:14. Li Wangyu's escape from the desert bandits' lair on the sandboat was rather smooth. In order to successfully escape and avoid the pursuit of the desert bandits, Li Wangyu specifically chose a windy day. After the sandboat sails were filled with wind, it propelled the sandboat towards the north at an unparalleled speed. With an average speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, the sandboat ran wildly across the desert for 4 to 5 hours. When the sun was setting in the west, Li Wangyu was pleasantly surprised to find that he had actually run out of the desert and entered a vast grassland. In fact, the desert bandits' lair was very close to the Xianchuo Khanate in the north, and the speed of the sandboat was so fast that it only took half a day for Li Wangyu to leave the desert area. Suddenly entering the grassland where cattle and sheep could be seen in the wind from the vast desert, Li Wangyu could not help but feel refreshed. He could not help but roar a few times to vent his excitement. As long as he left the desert, he would be able to find the way home. The sand boat was powered by the sails and had solid rubber tires. Therefore, even on the grassland it was still able to move at high speed under the power of the wind. However, the sky was getting dark. Li Wangyu did not dare to wander around in the dark in this unfamiliar grassland. He simply lowered the sails and stopped the sandboat, preparing to spend the night here. When dawn came tomorrow, he would think of a way to find a place with signs of human habitation, and inquire about the way back to Chang'an. For this escape, Li Wangyu, with the help of Du Qing, had stored a lot of supplies on the sandboat. Food and water were enough for him to eat for many days. Even the gunpowder that he had secretly made was all brought along by Li Wangyu. He put the gunpowder into several fist-sized clay bottles and made them into homemade hand grenades for self-defense. When needed, he only needed to ignite the fuse and then throw out the clay bottles. Li Wangyu even secretly collected a lot of iron nails and crushed stones and stuffed them into the clay bottles to increase the lethality of the homemade hand grenades. This was also the only weapon he could rely on for self-defense besides a small knife. After Li Wangyu parked the sandboat, he immediately lit a bonfire to drive away the wild beasts that might appear at night. After casually eating some dry rations and drinking a few mouthfuls of the wild grape wine that he had brewed himself, Li Wangyu felt a deep sense of fatigue. He had just escaped from the desert bandits and driven the sandboat for more than half a day. He was already exhausted and his eyelids were heavy. After adding more fuel to the bonfire, Li Wangyu climbed back into the sandboat, curled up in the small sandboat and fell asleep. In his dream, he seemed to have returned to Dingzhou village. His beautiful boss was holding his child and welcoming his return with a smile like a flower at the entrance of the village. Li Wangyu shuddered and woke up from his dream, as if his sixth sense was warning him. Outside the sandboat, the grassland was so quiet that it made Li Wangyu's heart beat faster. The sound of insects and birds seemed to have been silenced by someone in an instant and could not be heard at all. Li Wangyu suddenly sat up and looked around. Then, his body stiffened as if he had been electrocuted. On the dark grassland outside the sandboat, there were balls of green ghost fire that appeared out of nowhere. These ghost fire that seemed to have appeared from hell made Li Wangyu's hair stand on end. Immediately, Li Wangyu's back was covered in a layer of white sweat. What surrounded the sandboat was not ghost fire, but a pair of ferocious eyes of wild wolves. Looking around, there were at least 50 wolves that formed a pack. It was unknown when they had silently surrounded the sandboat. If not for the fact that Li Wangyu's bonfire had not yet been extinguished, which made the pack of wolves slightly afraid, the pack of wolves would have already swarmed up and devoured Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu's subconscious reaction was to immediately pull up the sails of the sandboat and escape with the help of the wind. But when Li Wangyu carefully raised the sails without alerting the pack of wolves, his heart became even colder. The raised sails hung weakly on the mast, not moving in the slightest by the wind. Li Wangyu then noticed that the wind on the grassland had stopped at some point. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. After silently cursing in his heart, he grabbed a few pottery bottles and took out a match, ready to fight with his life. Li Wangyu did not have the slightest confidence that a few homemade grenades would be able to scare away the pack of wolves. Even if he was given an assault rifle from the future, he would not dare to say that he could escape from the wolves. Facing a pack of hungry wolves on the grassland, the strength of an individual was too insignificant. Not to mention him, even if that old hooligan Chang Yaojin came, he would still have to kneel. Li Wangyu only felt desolate in his heart. It was not easy to escape from the desert bandit's lair, but he had sent himself into the wolf's mouth. The bonfire was still burning weakly. Li Wangyu shrank into the sandboat, not daring to breathe too loudly for fear of alerting the pack of wolves. And the pack of wolves seemed to be afraid of the flickering flames. They only surrounded the sandboat but did not launch an attack. Both sides were in a stalemate. Time passed by minute. The bonfire burning beside the sandboat was clearly getting weaker due to the lack of fuel. It was about to go out. Li Wangyu secretly gritted his teeth. He silently gripped the bomb and knife in his hand, ready to fight to the death. But just as he took out a match, with the determination to drag a few wolves down with him, and was about to ignite the bomb, Li Wangyu was shocked to find that the flame of the match in his hand began to flicker. He was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted. The wind was blowing. Li Wangyu looked up at the mast above his head. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the originally soft and drooping sail was now slightly bulging. The sand boat below him was now making a slight creaking sound and began to sway slightly. Heaven never bars one's way. Li Wangyu was silently cursing heaven in his heart before, but now he wished he could give heaven a thumbs up. The weather on the grassland changed very quickly. The wind slowly became stronger and stronger, and the frequency of the sand boat swaying also became faster. Li Wangyu no longer hesitated. He quickly grabbed 2 clay pots, put them on the match, lit the fuse, and immediately threw them to the left and right. He now needed to buy some time for himself to escape. After all, the sand boat was not a car. Using the wind to propel it also needed a certain amount of time to accelerate. When the 2 homemade grenades exploded in the middle of the wolf pack without warning, the sudden loud explosion, the sudden burst of fire in the dark night, and the miserable howls of the injured wolves, all of these startled the wolves that were eyeing them covetously. The wolf pack that was originally quietly surrounding the sand boat like hunters, ready to attack at any time, suddenly became chaotic because of the impact of the 2 bombs. Li Wangyu did not hesitate. He immediately jumped off the sand boat and pushed the sand boat with all his strength. This sand boat, used to escape because of the limited conditions, could be said to be quite rough. Under the dual effect of Li Wangyu's hard push and the sail, the sand boat swayed a few times. Finally, it slowly moved forward and gradually accelerated. Li Wangyu pushed the sand boat for 2 steps, and then jumped back into the sand boat again. At this moment, the grassland was still dark. He did not care where the wind would take him. As long as he could escape from the wolf pack, he would be thankful. When the sand boat finally started to run again under the push of the wind, the wolf pack that was previously in chaos because of the bomb attack also reacted at this moment. Accompanied by several wolf howls, the wolf pack immediately followed the sand boat and chased after it. Chapter 10:15. Li Wangyu had never expected that the wolves on the grassland could run so fast. When he drove the sand boat and rushed out of the wolf encirclement while the wolves were in chaos due to the explosion, the wolves chased after him. Their speed was so fast that Li Wangyu felt his scalp tingle. How could he know that wolves could run at a speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour? What was even more frightening was that wolves had excellent endurance and could maintain a high-speed running state for more than 20 kilometers. Although the wind was blowing on the grassland, the wind was not strong. Under the push of the wind, the sand boat was not slow, but it could not get rid of the wolves. At this time, the sky was already turning white. With the help of the faint light, Li Wangyu looked at the wolves behind the sand boat that were getting closer and closer. He could not help but secretly complain. The only thing that could stop the wolves now was the homemade grenades in his arms. However, these grenades were only made from materials that he had secretly collected from the desert bandits' camp. The number of grenades was quite limited. In order to break out of the encirclement, he threw out 2 grenades. Now he only had 4 or 5 grenades left. Seeing the wolves getting closer and closer, he could even clearly see the saliva hanging from the sharp fangs in the wild wolves' mouths. Li Wangyu did not care so much. He lit a grenade with a match and threw it at the wolves behind him again. After a loud bang, 5 or 6 wild wolves that were closest to him were directly thrown away by the explosion. But the rest of the wolves were only in chaos for a while. Their eyes were fierce and they chased even more closely. Li Wangyu was also excited at this moment. He fiercely lit another grenade and threw it out. He roared, "Bastards, you want to eat my meat? Come on, come on. Let's see who will die first." After throwing out several grenades in succession, until there was only 1 grenade left, the wolves finally stopped chasing so closely. After killing more than a dozen wild wolves in a row, even the ferocious wolves had a trace of fear. But even so, the wolves still did not intend to give up. They only slightly distanced themselves from the sand boat and stayed far behind. Li Wangyu finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the wolves were no longer approaching. At this moment he felt his legs go soft. He leaned against the mast of the sand boat and sat down. As long as the wolves didn't chase too closely, Li Wangyu was confident that he could escape the wolves' pursuit. After all, the sand boat wouldn't get tired. As long as there was wind, it could keep running. No matter how ferocious the wolves were, they were still made of flesh and blood. Even if he could run for a long time, the wolves would not be able to bear it and would have to give up on chasing him. However, Li Wangyu had overlooked one point, and that was the weight of the sandboat. The sandboat under his feet was just a modified version of a small sailboat. The craftsmen in the desert bandit camp were asked to install the axle at the bottom of the ship. It was only a wooden axle made by the craftsmen themselves. It was already a miracle that such a simple sandboat could carry Li Wangyu across the vast desert. At this moment, the sandboat continued to move at high speed on the grassland under the push of the wind. The wooden axle could no longer hold on. When the sky began to brighten, Li Wangyu rejoiced that he had managed to escape. But then, the sandboat beneath him emitted a light cracking sound. The wooden axle broke. The sandboat that was moving at high speed immediately capsized. Caught off guard, Li Wangyu was directly thrown out. The violent impact almost made Li Wangyu faint. Fortunately, the grassland soil was soft. Coupled with the thick pasture as a buffer, he didn't suffer too serious injuries. Li Wangyu was dizzy from the fall. It took him a long time to react to what had happened. He turned his head to look at the broken axle and the overturned sand boat. After cursing in his heart, he grabbed the last grenade. The sandboat overturned. There was no possibility of escape. The only thing he could do was to wait for the wolves to pounce on him and ignite the grenade. It was better than being bitten to death by a group of wolves. The wolves naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. They immediately rushed toward Li Wangyu. Looking at the wolves getting closer and closer, Li Wangyu was silent. He took out a fire roll from his arms and stared at the wolves getting closer and closer. Seeing the wolves rushing toward him like lightning, Li Wangyu could even vaguely smell the stench of the wolves. "Wife, see you in the next life. Take care of our children." Li Wangyu glared at them. The veins on his neck bulged. After a roar, he was about to ignite the grenade in his hand and die together with the wolves. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In the next second, the few wild wolves that were running at the front fell to the ground headfirst. And on their bodies there were a few quivering arrows stuck in their bodies. Li Wangyu was pleasantly surprised. He turned his head to look and saw 7 or 8 horses galloping over. There were several riders on the horses. They were drawing their bows and shooting arrows at the wolves. "I'm saved." When this thought popped up in Li Wangyu's mind, his originally tense mind relaxed. After that, his entire body was filled with pain and extreme fatigue. Li Wangyu's vision couldn't help but turn black before he fainted. When he opened his eyes again and came to his senses, he realized that he was in a tent. The injuries he had suffered from the overturned sandboat had also been carefully bandaged with medicine. To be able to escape from the jaws of a wolf, Li Wangyu was extremely grateful to the person who had saved him. But even now, he still didn't know who had saved him. Before he fainted, he vaguely saw that the person who had saved him wasn't dressed like a Tang. He was probably a nomad from the grassland. Li Wangyu drove the sandboat out of the desert. After entering the vast grassland, he wondered if he had run to the grassland of Inner Mongolia. Now it seemed that he was right. He recalled that in the early years of the Tang dynasty, Mabe still belonged to the Shui Yantua Khanate. So, the person who had saved him should be someone from Shui Yantua. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel happy. After all, in the early years of the Tang dynasty, Shui Yantua had a good relationship with the Tang dynasty. The leader of Shui Yantua was a barbarian. He often offered horses, cows, sheep, camels, and minks as tribute to the Tang dynasty. If he had run to the territory of Shui Yantua, it would be easy for the barbarian to ask for help from Shui Yantua and return to the Tang dynasty. While he was thinking about these things, the tent lit up. Someone opened the tent and walked in. Li Wangyu immediately struggled to get up and thank the person. "Thank you for saving me. I'm a Tang. My surname is Wangyu. How should I address you?" He didn't dare to report his identity directly, so he was still cautious. Although the other party had saved him and bandaged his wounds, Li Wangyu still had some reservations because he was in an unfamiliar environment. The person who had come was a capable middle-aged man. Just by looking at his hairstyle, Li Wangyu could confirm that his previous guess was correct. Shave hairstyle, which was characterized by shaving all or part of the hair on the top of the head, leaving only a small amount of hair on the temples or the forehead. This was the traditional hairstyle of the Tiela people. And Shui Yantua was a khanate formed by the Tiela people. Seeing that Li Wangyu had woken up, the middle-aged Tiela man was also happy. He quickly went forward to support Li Wangyu and motioned him not to get up in case his wounds reopened. However, the first thing he said made Li Wangyu gloomy. Chapter 10:16. And yin at yin #% and Li Wangyu couldn't understand a single word from the Tiela man, which made him depressed. There was still a long way to go to promote Mandarin. The two sides couldn't communicate with each other because of the language barrier. Li Wangyu suddenly thought of something. Why didn't Su Chongqing encounter any language barrier when he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty? After all, his soul had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty and inherited the memories of the original owner of the body. However, Su Chongqing's physical body had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Why could he understand the language of the Tang people? The official language of the Tang dynasty was based on the Sui dynasty's Qiayun, which was called Han-yin or Qin-yin. The difference between the Mandarin of the Middle Ages and the Mandarin of the future was almost like a foreign language. However, Su Chongqing didn't have any language barrier when he transmigrated. This was very interesting. Did transmigration come with a translation system? While Li Wangyu's imagination was running wild, the Tiela man saw that the two of them were like chickens and ducks, unable to communicate at all. He stood up, lifted the tent flap and walked out. Not long after, the middle-aged Tiela man brought back a young Tiela man. Honorable guest, the Huertas welcome you. The young Tiela man could speak fluent Han-yin, which made Li Wangyu overjoyed. You can speak Han-yin? That's great. I'm a Tang person surnamed Li and my name is Wangyu. Thank you for saving me. Li Wangyu struggled to get up again and saluted the two Tiela men. The young Tiela man quickly helped him up, his eyes shining with admiration and respect. Honorable guest, please don't be so polite. It's our honor to be able to help you. You're a true warrior. Even the strongest warrior of the Tiela people might not be able to kill so many wolves on your own. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to speak, he continued excitedly. I brought some people to follow the direction of the wolf pack, and actually found a total of 26 wild wolf corpses. I've already brought all the wolf corpses back, and I'm getting someone to help you make the wolf skins. Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but open his mouth wide, not knowing how to answer. Could it be that the Tiela people thought that he had killed those wolves with his bare hands? This was a huge misunderstanding. His guess was correct. When he was about to lose his life to the wolves, it was the Tiela tribesmen of the Huart tribe who had descended from the heavens and saved him. After the Tiela people killed a few wolves, the wolves immediately retreated. The wolves on the grassland were always cunning. They would never fight against the Tiela people in groups. They would only attack the herdsmen, cattle, and sheep that were left behind. After saving Li Wangyu, some of the Tiela tribesmen followed the direction of the wolf pack for a while. To their surprise, they found 26 dead wolves that had been killed by the explosion. When they brought the wolf corpses back to the tribe, it immediately caused an uproar. In the eyes of the Tiela people, Li Wangyu didn't have any weapons other than a small knife. However, he was actually able to kill so many wolves single-handedly under such circumstances. This naturally attracted the admiration of the Huart tribesmen. It was also because of this beautiful misunderstanding that the unconscious Li Wangyu was treated as the most honorable guest by the Huart tribe, who believed in the wolf totem. He also received the best treatment and care. The Tiela people who had never seen the power of firearms would never have thought that someone could use gunpowder to kill so many wolves. The young Tiela people's faces were full of admiration. They didn't even give Li Wangyu a chance to speak as they kept talking. 26 wolf skins are worth a lot of money. It's a pity that many of the skins were badly damaged and even burned by the fire. They'll depreciate a lot. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes in his heart. Wasn't this nonsense? How could a wolf that had been killed by a grenade still have its fur intact? While Li Wangyu was thinking about how to explain this misunderstanding, the Tiela man took out a string of items from his bosom and put them on Li Wangyu's neck without any explanation. Li Wangyu took a closer look and found that it was actually a necklace made of wolf fangs. Tsk tisk, that's amazing. 26 wolf fangs. Even the strongest warriors in the Hewart tribe don't have that many wolf fangs. If you go out, the most beautiful girls in the tribe will be willing to enter your tent. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He vaguely remembered that the Tiela people seemed to worship the wolf totem. It was the greatest glory to hang the fangs of the wolves that they had killed with their own hands. The Tiela people in front of him all had different numbers of wolf fangs hanging around their necks. This was obviously the Tiela people's medal of honor. Including the wolfskins, they were all popular goods in the Xianchuo Khanate, so it wasn't strange. Li Wangyu only felt that since the Tiela people worship the wolf totem, why would they take the honor of killing wolves as a form of honor? Why did this logic feel weird? As for the Tiela people's misunderstanding, Li Wangyu didn't plan to explain it clearly for the time being. After all, although these Tiela people saved him and didn't seem to have any bad intentions, he was alone in this unfamiliar environment. It wasn't a bad thing for others to misunderstand his martial arts value. Through this talkative young man in front of him, Li Wangyu understood many things. This tribe called Hewart was a small Tiela tribe in the Xianchuo Khanate. The middle-aged Tiela man was the leader of the Hewart tribe, Shi Jia. The talkative young man was called Adai. Li Wangyu couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing his self-introduction. What kind of lousy name is this? Taking advantage of others? Adai? Father. The Tiela people didn't have surnames, only names. Using Adai's words in the Tiela language, Adai meant boss, the same meaning as the Tang people called him Dalong. Adai. Li Wangyu hesitated, but still didn't want to be taken advantage of by Adai, so he smiled and said, "Why don't I call you Dalong?" "Sure." Ague didn't have any objections as he nodded his head in agreement. "Li Wangyu, we have also towed your car back. However, we didn't find the animal that pulled the carriage. It was probably eaten by the wolves or ran away. But it's okay, our Hewart tribe has plenty of horses. Shi Jia will give you 2 good horses later." He and the other Tiela people all thought that Li Wangyu's sandboat was a strangely shaped carriage. Li Wangyu didn't know how to explain what a sandboat was, so he could only smile and thank Adai. It was a good thing that the sandboat could be found. Presumably, the Hewart tribe also had craftsmen who could help him repair the damaged sandboat. On the grassland, as long as there was wind, the sandboat could travel faster and more easily than riding a horse. It was indeed a good means of transportation. The chief of the Hewart tribe, Shi Jia, asked Adai to tell Li Wangyu that he could rest assured and recuperate in the tribe. The Hewart tribe welcomed a distinguished guest like Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu thanked Chief Shi Jia again and accepted the Tiela people's hospitality. No matter how anxious he was and how much he wanted to rush back to Chang'an, falling from the high-speed sandboat did indeed cause him serious injuries. He needed time to heal. While the 3 of them were chatting, the tent flap was opened again. A young lady from the Hewart tribe walked in with a ceramic bowl. After exchanging a few words with her, Ague placed the bowl in front of Li Wangyu. "This is my younger sister, Yarrow. She personally cooked the meat soup for you. Quick, try it." Li Wangyu smiled and thanked him. He didn't stand on ceremony and picked up the bowl. He was indeed starving. After smelling the aroma of the food, he drooled even more. He couldn't wait to put a spoonful of meat soup into his mouth. In the next second, Li Wangyu couldn't help but frown. Chapter 10:17. Li Wangyu did not expect that the bowl of meat soup in his hand, which smelled so tempting, did not have any taste of salt. The meat soup without salt was not only not delicious, but also had a strong smell of blood in it. Even though Li Wangyu had suffered a lot in the desert robbers' camp in the past year, eating plain tea and even leftovers, he still found it hard to swallow such a bowl of meat soup. But facing Chief Shi, Ague and Yarrow's expectant eyes, Li Wangyu could only pinch his nose, resist the feeling of nausea, and gulp down the bowl of meat soup. After Yarrow left happily with the empty bowl in her hand, Li Wangyu asked Addie weakly, "Dalong, why didn't you put any salt in the meat soup? Is it a habit of the Tiela people?" Ague nodded naturally. "Salt? Why should we put salt? When we Tiela people eat, we never put salt. Only you Tangs need to eat salt. You will get sick if you don't eat salt, but we Tiela people are not like that." Then Ague patted his head in hindsight. "Aya, I forgot that you are a Tang, you need to eat salt. But we don't have any salt in our tribe. What should we do?" Li Wangyu held his forehead and was speechless. He remembered that he seemed to have read a saying in the later generations. It was said that the grassland people did not eat salt. Of course, people could not eat salt. The grassland people were not supermen who could not absorb the substances that were indispensable to human physiology from salt. The grassland people did not eat salt because they used beef and mutton as their staple food. When they processed the food, they would cook it with blood and animal milk, which contained more salt than plants. Therefore, they could absorb the salt that the human body needed. Of course, the grassland people did not eat salt. One of the important reasons was that there was almost no salt in the grassland. Although in the later generations, including Inner Mongolia, there were all kinds of mineral salt and lake salt, at least in the Tang dynasty, there was almost no salt in the grassland. All the salt had to be transported from the central plains, so the price was naturally high. It was not something that ordinary herdsmen could afford. In this way, it was not strange that the grassland people developed the habit of not eating salt. However, not to mention whether this was enough to satisfy the physiological needs of the human body, just the taste of the cooked food was hard for Li Wangyu to accept. Salt was the most important of all flavors. Without salt as a seasoning, the food tasted like wax and was hard to swallow. However, since the Hu-Root tribe didn't have any salt, Li Wangyu could only endure. After all, he was the one who needed help and was saved by the Hu-Root tribe. How could he ask for more? If there was no salt, then there was no salt. He just had to bear with it. Li Wangyu estimated that the injuries on his body should be more or less healed after recuperating for about half a month. At that time, he would bid farewell to the Hu-Root tribe and embark on his journey home. As for the Hu-Root tribe, Li Wangyu planned to send someone to the Xianchuo Khanate again after he returned to Chang'an, and send them a generous gift to express his gratitude. Seeing that Li Wangyu was silent, Adi continued, "Li Wangyu, don't be anxious. In a few days it will be the day of the big market. At that time I will go in exchange for some salt." The talkative Adi continued to talk to himself. However, the salt in the grassland is too expensive. A sheep can only be exchanged for a small bag of salt. Bah, those damn profiteers should be eaten by wolves. When Li Wangyu heard this, he was stunned and asked, "Is the salt in the grassland that expensive?" "Yes, it is that expensive. A sheep for a bag of salt," Adi said as he used his hand to measure the size of the bag. Li Wangyu did not expect that the salt in the grassland would be so expensive. Looking at Adi's description, a sheep could not even be exchanged for a liter of salt. This was really a sky-high price. He had read many time travel novels in his previous life. They all described that salt in the Tang dynasty was very expensive, and the pig trotters made a fortune by drying salt. However, after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu knew that the so-called lack of salt in the Tang dynasty was nonsense. Since ancient times, China did not lack salt. However, since the Han dynasty, there was a policy of salt and iron official camp. Only the government could sell salt. After that, the dynasties used this policy. Hence, selling salt became an extremely profitable industry. In some dynasties, half of the tax revenue came from salt. However, the price of salt in the Tang dynasty was not high at all. According to the New Tang book, Food Records, during the Tianbao period, salt was 10 coins per bushel. In other words, during the Tianbao period, a bushel of salt was only 10 coins. In the Tang dynasty, a bushel of salt was about 12.5 caddies. In other words, 12.5 caddies of salt was about 40 to 50 renminbi. It was really not expensive. Until the Tang dynasty, when the salt monopoly law was implemented. The imperial court monopolized salt, and the officials bought and sold it. As a result, the price of salt soared to 110 coins per bushel of salt, which was really unaffordable. It was also because of the high price of salt that a large number of illegal salt dealers appeared. Huang Chao, who hastened the demise of the Tang dynasty, was the birth of an illegal salt dealer. Therefore, to a certain extent, the price of salt also determined the fate of a country. Even in the late Tang dynasty, the price of 110 coins per bushel of salt was not as exaggerated as the price of salt in the grassland. In Chang'an, the price of a sheep was about 2 strings of coins. According to the prices in Chang'an, a sheep could be exchanged for 200 bushels of salt. However, in the grassland, it could not even be exchanged for a liter of salt. A huge profit of 2,000%. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. as expected of a damned profiteer. Dalong, don't exchange for salt. I don't have to eat salt. Li Wangyu was embarrassed to let Adi exchange the sheep for high-priced salt. As a guest of the Hurut tribe, how could he have the nerve to eat such expensive salt? Besides, after he woke up, although he did not leave the tent, just by looking at the furnishings in his tent, Li Wangyu knew that the Hurut tribe was not rich either. According to Adi, this tent was the tent of the Shijie chief. However, looking at the tent of the Hurut tribe chief, it was so simple and even a little shabby. How could Li Wangyu say that he wanted to eat salt? Hearing Li Wangyu say so, Adi did not insist. After all, he also felt the heartache of using the sheep to exchange for a little bit of salt. Under the warm invitation of the Shijie chief and Adi, Li Wangyu peacefully stayed in the Hurut tribe to recuperate. When he fell from the sand boat, it was mainly some flesh wounds. It was fortunate that he did not hurt his bones. Therefore, after lying in the tent for a few days, he was able to get up and walk. On this day, Li Wangyu finally walked out of the tent with the help of Adi. He was ready to go out to bask in the sun and get some fresh air. After lying in the tent for a few days, he was really suffocated. Out of the tent, what appeared in front of Li Wangyu was a small tribe full of vitality. Under the blue sky, in the Hurut tribe, which was formed by dozens of tents, children were happily chasing each other. The men of the tribe were riding on horses and waving the leather whips in their hands, driving the herds of cattle and sheep. The women of the tribe were gathered in groups of 3 to 5, doing all kinds of housework, and letting out bursts of bell-like laughter. Everything in front of him was so lively that Li Wangyu, who had escaped from the hands of the desert bandits and wolves with great difficulty, could not help but feel a lump in his throat and almost shed tears. When Li Wangyu was feeling emotional about life, and felt that it was really good to be alive, he saw many young women of the Hurut tribe running in front of him. Without any explanation, they stuffed arrows with colorful ribbons into his arms. Even Adi's sister Yeruo did the same. Before Li Wangyu could react, these young women of the Hurut tribe covered their mouths and ran away, laughing secretly, leaving behind a confused Li Wangyu who did not know what was going on. Chapter 10:18. Ati laughed heartily at the side, making Li Wangyu very gloomy. He could only ask, "Dalong, what do you mean by this?" "Haha, as I said before, if you appear in the tribe with these 26 wolf fangs, you will definitely attract the attention of the girls in the tribe. These feather arrows mean that they like you and are willing to spend the night in your tent." Ague's words almost caused Li Wangyu's jaw to drop. Spend the night? Wasn't the customs of the Hurut tribe a little too open? Whichever girl you like, you can hang the feather arrows she gives you at the entrance of your tent. Laughing, Adi pointed at the bundle of arrows in Li Wangyu's hand. He winked at Li Wangyu and smiled. "Whoever you hang the feather arrows of, that girl will enter your tent at night. With so many feather arrows, you are the most popular man in the tribe. TSK, when I hunted 3 wild wolves, I only received 5 or 6 feather arrows." Adi threw a tacit smile at Li Wangyu and continued, "This feather arrow belongs to my sister Yeruo. She is the most beautiful flower in our Hurut tribe. Li Wangyu, hang my sister's feather arrow tonight. She will definitely satisfy you." For a moment, Li Wangyu even felt that Adi's tone and expression were very similar to those brothels in Chang'an City's Ping Kong Square. The way the brothels solicited customers. Pushing his own sister into another man's tent, was this something a human would do? The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he murmured, "Don't you Tiela people need to get married?" Adi looked at him strangely. "Get married? Why do we need to get married? We Tiela people don't have this custom. The strongest man would gain the favor of more women, and be able to give birth to stronger children. This way the tribe will become stronger and stronger. A weak man doesn't deserve to be favored by women." Li Wangyu was completely speechless. The custom of the Tiela people was really hard to accept. However, this might be the survival method of the grassland people. Although Li Wangyu felt that it was inconceivable, he did not want to comment on it. The grassland was a harsh environment, so the Tiela people's way of survival and reproduction naturally had its reasons. Although Li Wangyu didn't agree, he wouldn't criticize and make irresponsible remarks. He couldn't help but lower his head to look at the pile of arrows in his hand. Li Wangyu wasn't some kind of Lu Xiaohui who could sit still in his bed. If he said that he wasn't moved by this kind of good thing where a girl took the initiative to hook up with him, then he would be lying to himself. However, all he cared about now was his wife in Chang'an City and their newborn child. He was not in the mood to sow and fertilize on the grassland. What's more, Li Wangyu wasn't a promiscuous person. Although apart from Su Chongqing, he still had Avro, the blonde girl from Europe, to accompany him. However, it didn't mean that he would only think with his lower body like a stallion. To Li Wangyu, being able to grow old with Su Chongqing and Avro in this life was already the greatest satisfaction in life. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't know that during this period of time when he was captured by the desert bandits, Su Chongqing had actually taken in a wife on behalf of his husband, and had married another wife for him and a new concubine. He would probably have a headache over this when he returned to Chang'an City. As for whether this fellow would be secretly delighted, that was unknown. Li Wangyu didn't hang those arrows at the entrance of his tent, which made the ladies of the Hu tribe very disappointed. When Adi's sister Yarrow delivered food to Li Wangyu, her eyes were full of resentment, as though she felt that Li Wangyu didn't understand her feelings. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only pretend to be an ostrich and pretend that he didn't see anything. The ladies of the Hu tribe were as passionate as fire, but Li Wangyu could only secretly apologize in his heart. He recuperated in the Hu tribe in peace, and after a few days, his injuries were mostly healed. At least he could move around without hindrance. One day, Adi ran over excitedly to find Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu, I've found someone to fix that carriage of yours. Let's go, quickly bring me to try it out. Don't try to trick me. Can that carriage really run without being pulled by animals? Li Wangyu's sandboat had overturned because the wooden axle of the carriage had broken. Adi and the others had dragged the damaged boat back. Although the Tiela people were nomads of the grasslands, they also had carriages. Moreover, because the wheels of their carriages were very tall, the Tiela people were also called tall carriages by the Han people. Repairing a broken axle was a piece of cake for the Tiela people. Adi knew from Li Wangyu that the sandboat could run at high speed without being pulled by animals. Naturally, he didn't believe it. Therefore, when the sandboat was repaired, he couldn't wait to find Li Wangyu. He wanted to see if Li Wangyu was bragging. Li Wangyu had long been bored to the point that his bones were itching. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed, it didn't affect him from operating the sail. Therefore, when he heard Adi's words, he immediately became interested. When the sail on the sandboat was raised and filled with wind, the sandboat started to glide on the grasslands. Including Adi, all the onlookers of the Hu tribe who came to watch the show were so shocked that their eyeballs dropped to the ground. There were even some elderly herdsmen who were trembling and kneeling on the ground, kowtowing towards the sand boat. In the eyes of the Tiela people, this sand boat was simply a divine tool. Li Wangyu must be a god in the heavens to be able to drive the sand boat like this. Even Adi and the Shijie chief felt their knees go soft and had the urge to kowtow. Adi even immediately filled in the blanks in his mind. No wonder Li Wangyu could kill so many wild wolves with his bare hands. Moreover, the fur of the wild wolves was full of burn marks. Only a god could do such an unimaginable thing. Li Wangyu would never have thought that the crowd would be able to fill in so many absurd things just by driving the sand boat around the tribe. He skillfully operated the sand boat and drew a circle on the grassland. He stopped the sand boat in front of Adi and laughed. "Dong, do you believe my words now? Do you want to try sitting on it?" Adi turned his head and looked at the Shijie chief. He was very nervous and uneasy. He asked Li Wangyu carefully, Can I? Li Wangyu stretched out his arm and pulled Adi onto the sand boat. After Adi boarded the sand boat, he was so nervous that he didn't even know where to put his hands. His whole body was stiff and he couldn't stand still. Including the Shijie chief and Adi's sister Yarrow. All the surrounding Tiela people were looking at Adi with envy. What kind of honor was it to be able to board a god's chariot? Li Wangyu didn't know that the people of the Hu tribe thought of him as a god. After instructing Adi to help him stand steadily, he raised the sail again and drove the sand boat to speed away. In the Hu tribe, some young herdsmen immediately jumped on their horses and started chasing after the sand boat as if they wanted to race with it. However, the wind on the grassland was quite strong today. The sails of the sandboat were filled with wind, pushing the sandboat faster and faster. It didn't take long for Li Wangyu You to drive the sand boat out of the vision of the horsemen and out of their sight. This made the people of the Hurut tribe even more certain that Li Wangyu was a god. He didn't need animal power, but even the fastest horse couldn't catch up with him. Other than a god, who else could do it? A group of unruly Tiela people pulled on the reins of their horses and dismounted. They then kowtowed in the direction of the sand boat. You can say that I'm weak, but you can't say that I'm weak. This is a matter of principle. Chapter 10:19. With a die on the sandboat, Li Wangyu didn't have to worry about losing his way. Therefore, he drove the sandboat carefreely and dashed across the grassland at lightning speed. In his later life, he had never traveled to the grassland. Now that he was about to return home, he was in a good mood and was intoxicated by the beautiful grassland in front of him. Chile Chuan under the Yin mountain. The sky was like a dome, covering the wilderness. The sky was vast, the wilderness was boundless. Cattle and sheep could be seen when the wind blew through the grass. A Chile song described the magnificent scenery of the grassland. Li Wangyu suddenly roared, releasing all the depression, longing and sorrow that he had felt in the past 1.5 years. After venting for a while, Li Wangyu felt extremely happy. After the initial hesitation and fear, Adai slowly got used to the unparalleled speed of the sand boat. Now that he saw Li Wangyu roaring, he couldn't help but roar as well. The two looked at each other and smiled. Adai finally recovered and didn't revere Li Wangyu as a god like before. Adai used the Tiela language to sing a song of the Tiela people. Although Li Wangyu couldn't understand the simple and resounding melody, he could feel the content of Adai's song. Grassland, fine horses, cattle and sheep, blue sky, white clouds. Li Wangyu drove the sandboat and ran on the grassland for more than an hour. Only when the sandboat reached the vicinity of a lake did he lower the sail and stop the sandboat by the lake. When he and Adai went out, they didn't bring a water bag. Now that they felt thirsty, they prepared to go to the lake to drink. Today's rivers and lakes were all natural and pollution-free water sources. Even if it was a small stream that could be found everywhere, Li Wangyu believed that the quality of the water source would be far better than the sweet and pure water from the portals of nature in his later life. Therefore, when he saw a lake, he prepared to drink some lake water to quench his thirst. However, Li Wangyu also felt that it was strange that such a large lake didn't have any birds or animals. From what he had seen and heard along the way, whether it was the desert or the grassland, as long as there was a water source, there would always be birds and all kinds of animals. However, he couldn't be bothered to find out what was going on, so he walked towards the lake on his own. When Ajie saw that Li Wangyu actually wanted to drink water by the lake, he couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. However, he didn't say anything. He only looked at Li Wangyu's figure with anticipation. Li Wangyu didn't have eyes on the back of his head, so he naturally couldn't see that mischievous smile on Ague's face. He walked to the lakeside, squatted down, and scooped up a handful of clear lake water with both hands and sent it into his mouth. The next second, Li Wangyu choked with a pfff. He spat out all the water that he had just drunk. His clothes were also drenched by the lake water, making him look very miserable. Only then did Ague burst out laughing. He held his abdomen and laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. Ha ha ha, Li Wangyu, you really aren't a god. You don't even know that the water in this bitter salty lake can't be drunk. Ague finally confirmed that Li Wangyu was a living human. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Even the children in the tribe know that this bitter salty lake can't be drunk. Didn't you see that even birds don't come to drink this lake water? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Li Wangyu wiped his mouth angrily and glared at Ague. Dalong, you actually didn't remind me. That's too much. The lake water that he drank just now was bitter, astringent and salty. It was just like the seawater that he accidentally choked on when he was swimming by the sea in his previous life. It was completely inedible. No wonder there weren't any birds resting in this lake. It turned out that this lake was actually a saltwater lake. It wasn't strange that there were saltwater lakes in the prairie. Li Wangyu stood up angrily and shook off the water stains on his hands. Just as he was about to complain about Ague, this rascal, his body suddenly stiffened. He then turned his head and looked at the lake in front of him again. Saltwater lake? Salt? He suddenly clapped his hands. Haha, Ague, your tribe is going to be rich. Salt, this is salt. If sea salt could be obtained by drying and boiling seawater, then the same method could also be used to obtain natural lake salt. Salt on the prairie was so expensive. If the Hurut tribe learned how to make salt, would they still be afraid of not being able to make a fortune? Although the people of the prairie originally didn't eat salt, Li Wangyu believed that it was only because salt on the prairie was too expensive. If the price of salt could be cheaper, he didn't believe that the Tiela people wouldn't like food with salt. Li Wangyu originally thought that after returning to Chang'an, he would order people to send some money to the Hurut tribe. However, it was better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. No matter how much money was sent, it wouldn't be as good as the wealth that the Hurut tribe could create themselves. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, Ague frowned. He didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant. Li Wangyu, what are you talking about? What salt? How can the water of this bitter salty lake be salt? Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to explain to him. Instead of wasting half a day of saliva, he would rather extract salt from the lake and then tell them how to make salt. He quickly walked back to the sand boat and raised the sails. He let Ague lead the way and returned to the Hurut tribe. After returning to the tribe, he instructed Ague to bring a few tribesmen to catch a carriage and make another trip to the salty lake. He would use a large clay pot to bring back a carriage of water from the salty lake. Ague didn't know what was going on, but after hearing Li Wangyu say that he could make salt for the tribe, he didn't waste any more time and led the tribesmen to set off. After seeing the sand boat, Ague and the tribesmen of the Hurut tribe believed Li Wangyu's words without a doubt. This also saved Li Wangyu a lot of trouble. After Ague led the tribesmen to retrieve the water from the salty lake, Li Wangyu immediately began to arrange for him to boil salt. Actually, Li Wangyu didn't know how to boil salt, but he understood the general principle of boiling salt and drying salt. It was to use high temperature or sunlight to evaporate the water in the water, allowing the salt to continuously condense. After the water evaporated, what was left was solid salt. Actually, boiling salt wasn't suitable to be done on the grassland. The yield was low, the cost was high, and it also required a large amount of fuel. As there were few trees on the grassland, what they lacked the most was fuel. To extract salt from the salty lake, the best way was to dry the salt. Luckily, Li Wangyu was only going to demonstrate to Chief Shijia and Ague. He told them that salt could be collected from the salty lake, so the method of boiling salt was the fastest and most convenient method. Ague and the others didn't know what Li Wangyu was going to do, but they still followed his instructions. They set up the stove, raised the fire, placed the iron pot, poured the salty lake water into it and started to boil it. This cooking took almost 6 hours. The tribesmen who were watching changed batch after batch. Everyone's curiosity turned into whispers. They discussed with each other softly, feeling that Li Wangyu's actions were really baffling. Can salt be produced by boiling the water? Who has heard of this before? Shu, lower your voice. I heard that the immortals of the Central Plains can turn stone into gold. Boiling water to produce salt might also be a kind of magic. Yes, it might be so. Look at Li Wangyu's carriage. He doesn't even use cows and horses, and it runs so fast. If he isn't a god, then what is he? Then why haven't I seen the salt yet? It has been boiling for almost 6 hours. Maybe we aren't sincere enough. Don't talk anymore. Just as everyone was discussing, Ague, who had been following Li Wangyu's instructions and was standing beside the pot, stirring the salty water with a wooden stick, suddenly said, Li Wangyu, come and take a look. Why is there a white crystal in the pot? Li Wangyu quickly went forward and looked over. He couldn't help but laugh. The salty water in the pot had almost evaporated, and the salt had started to crystallize into salt particles. Those white crystals, without a doubt, were salt. Chapter 10:20. Li Wangyu couldn't care less about the heat as he dipped his finger into some white crystals and put them into his mouth. Immediately, Li Wangyu revealed a joyful expression. It was indeed salt. Chief Shijia and Adi imitated Li Wangyu impatiently and dipped their fingers into the boiling hot salt and put them into their mouths. Baba! Adi was very greedy as he grabbed too much salt. He was so salty that he kept spitting saliva. However, his face was filled with joy. Salt! It's really salt! Li Wangyu, this is really salt. I can guarantee that this is exactly the same as the salt sold by those damn merchants in the market. Chief Shijie was also so excited that he danced with joy as he shouted in a language that Li Wangyu couldn't understand. Following Chief Shijie's words, the Hurut tribe was in an uproar. The crowd of onlookers all crowded towards the stove where the salt was being boiled. Li Wangyu was so scared that he quickly dodged to the side. Afraid that he would be pushed into the iron pot by the crowd and be forced to perform a tragic act of stewing himself in the iron pot. Actually, the salt that was boiled from the salty lake water wasn't suitable to be eaten directly. Because the lake water contained various impurities, it still needed to be filtered and precipitated with clean water. After that, the salt would be boiled again to obtain edible table salt. However, Li Wangyu didn't intend to stop the crowd. After all, they were just excited and wanted to taste the taste of the salt. It wasn't a big deal. Although the Tiela people didn't eat salt, they knew how precious it was. If their tribe could produce salt, how much benefit would it bring? Even these simple grassland herdsmen couldn't help but widen their eyes and breathe heavily after tasting the taste of the salt. Their eyes turned red. The entire Hurut tribe was in an uproar. The Tiela people sang again in a language that Li Wangyu couldn't understand. They danced around the stove where the salt was being boiled and were extremely jubilant. Li Wangyu, who was injured, was forcefully pulled down by Yarua to sing and dance with the crowd. Unfortunately, although Yaru was Adi's sister, she couldn't speak Chinese. Li Wangyu couldn't communicate with her, and could only respond with a silly smile. Leader Shijie immediately ordered his men to drag a few fat sheep over, and prepared to slaughter them for celebration. When Li Wangyu saw this, he hurriedly went to find Adian and asked him to tell Chief Shijie if he could take care of the sheep today. The mutton of the grassland was indeed delicious, but Li Wangyu felt that the way the Tiela people handled the mutton was a waste of natural resources. Now that he had salt, he no longer wanted to eat those bland and tasteless foods that reeked of blood. With regards to Li Wangyu's request, Chief Shijie naturally nodded in agreement. After the few fat lambs were killed, Li Wangyu led Ague to get busy. There were not many seasonings in the Hurut tribe, but Li Wangyu did not care so much. Under the circumstances of simplicity, he arranged a whole lamb feast. Roasted whole lamb, stewed lamb, mutton soup, stir-fried mutton. Awful Li Wangyu. It was a pity that he didn't have cumin. Otherwise, everything would be perfect. But even so, the men, women, and children of the Hut tribe almost stuffed themselves to death after eating the whole lamb feast. Since ancient times in Wuxia, salt was the most important of all tastes. Without salt, any delicacy would be greatly discounted. Li Wangyu remembered that in the future, he had seen a documentary about food. It said that saltiness was a kind of spiritual experience distributed on the tip of one's tongue. Therefore, salt would bring a strong stimulation to the taste buds. Regardless of whether this saying was true or not, when salt was added to the whole lamb feast, the Hut tribe had a new understanding of the taste of mutton. Adian's mouth was full of oil, and his stomach was so bloated that he didn't want to move anymore. He slumped beside Li Wangyu and said excitedly, "Li Wangyu, I finally understand why those damn salt would be sold at such a high price." He regained his talkative nature and continued to ramble. "Li Wang, we can still make more salt, right? Our tribe will have an endless supply of salt to sell in the future. Haha, our Hut tribe will be the richest and strongest tribe on the grasslands in the future. Li Wangyu, I really don't know how to thank you, but I swear to the gods that you will always be the most honorable guest of the Hut tribe. No matter what you need in the future, our Hut tribe will not frown even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire." Diane's words warmed Li Wangyu's heart. He knew that these grassland men were the same as the Guanzhong men. They would never go back on their words. During this period of time, he stayed in the Hut tribe to recuperate. Only then did he know that Adian was actually Chief Shijie's son. It was just that the Tiela people didn't have the custom of marriage, so Adian didn't call Shijie his father. However, Adian was the recognized next chief of the Hut tribe. Therefore, matters such as going out to purchase resources and dealing with other tribes were all handled by Adian. It was also because of this that Adian learned the Chinese language from the Tang dynasty's caravans that sold goods on the grasslands. Therefore, what Adian said just now also represented the will of Chief Shijie and the Hut tribe to a certain extent. Li Wangyu patted Adian's shoulder gratefully, although he didn't feel that he needed the Hut tribe to repay him. The great success of cooking salt made the Hut tribe even more convinced of Li Wangyu's words. Li Wangyu also prepared to teach Dian how to dry salt before he left. Dian led the strong young men in the tribe, and all followed Li Wangyu to the side of the saltwater lake. In order to dry salt, they still had a lot of work to do. As there was no lime on the grasslands, Li Wangyu also couldn't make volcanic ash to replace cement. Therefore, in order to dry salt on the grasslands, they had to move stones and build evaporation and crystallization ponds to dry salt. This wasn't a small project. During this period of time, Li Wangyu, Dian and the rest directly moved their tents to the side of the saltwater lake. They ate and lived here. Li Wangyu's injuries had basically healed. He was also in a hurry to go home, so he could only urge Dian and the rest to finish the project as soon as possible. After teaching Dian and the rest how to dry salt, Li Wangyu prepared to contact the officials of the Xianchuo Khanate and ask them to escort him back to the Tang dynasty. When Li Wangyu led Dian and the rest to the saltwater lake, the Hut tribe also became busy. The women in the tribe were busy tying up sheepskin, cowhide and other things and moving them onto the tribe's horse carriages. The grassland bazaar was about to start. According to the usual practice, the Hut tribe would set off to the bazaar to sell their goods and exchange them for various necessities. Originally, it was Dian who brought people to the bazaar. However, now that Dian was busy beside the saltwater lake, Chief Shijie prepared to personally go to the bazaar to complete the transaction. The last time Li Wangyu cooked salt, he produced a total of 7 to 8 caddies of salt. Chief Shijie also prepared to bring all of it, intending to test if the salt produced by his tribe had a market. After everything was ready, Chief Shijie led people and drove the horse carriages to participate in the bazaar over 200 li away. But no one would have expected that his departure would bring a calamity to the Hu tribe. Chapter 1021. Li Wangyu and 80 led the hundreds of young men of the Hu tribe and busied themselves beside the saltwater lake for nearly a week. Beside the saltwater lake, the evaporation pond and crystallization pond, which were built by piling stones to dry the salt, had begun to take shape. It wasn't easy to build these 2 small saltwater ponds. Every day, the young men of the Hu tribe had to ride horses to the Gobi Desert, which was dozens of miles away, to find stones of suitable size, and then use horses to transport them back. After a certain amount of polishing and cutting, they were pieced together seamlessly. The work was very hard, but none of the men of the Hu tribe, including 80, the future leader of the tribe, complained. No matter how much they sweated, these Tela people's faces were always brimming with smiles. Every time they rested, 80, the chatterbox, would pester Li Wangyu and chatter about his beautiful vision for the future. Li Wangyu, how much do you think we should sell our salt? How about a scoop of salt for a sheep? Haha. It will definitely anger those damn profiteers to death. Dalong, from now on your tribe will have as many sheep as the clouds in the sky, haha. Li Wangyu also hoped that the simple and honest Hu tribe would have better days. He laughed heartily and patted 80's shoulder. 80 also laughed heartily. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a fast horse galloping towards them from the grassland. Li Wangyu found the middle-aged Tela man on the horse's back familiar. He should be from the Hu tribe. However, his current appearance, which was covered in blood, gave Li Wangyu a fright. Before the man, who was covered in blood, could reach 80, his body tilted and he fell from the horse's back. Li Wangyu just noticed that the man's body was covered with bloody wounds. Blood had already dyed the clothes of this middle-aged Tela man, and the horse he was sitting on. 80 and the others rushed forward and held the man, preparing to save him. However, the man only had time to say a few words to 80 and the others before he stopped breathing due to his severe injuries. Li Wangyu couldn't understand the Tai Li language, so he didn't know what they were talking about. However, the reaction of Adai and the others gave him another shock. Including Adhai, all of the Tela people showed grief and indignation after hearing the words of the person who came. With a furious roar, 80 pulled out the knife on his waist and roared at Tai Lu. All the Tela people's eyes turned bloodshot. After calling for their mounts, they immediately leapt onto their horses and charged out. Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted at 80. Dalong, what happened? Our tribe was attacked and we suffered heavy casualties. After Adi threw down these words, he didn't have time to care about Li Wangyu anymore. Gnashing his teeth, he led the group of strong youths from the tribe and galloped towards the direction of the tribe. Hearing this, Li Wangyo's expression changed drastically. After being stunned for a few seconds, he hurriedly ran towards his sandboat, raised the sail, and chased after Adian and the others. In order to build the salt drying pond next to the saltwater lake, Adi took away almost all of the strong youths in the tribe. Now that the Hurut tribe was in the camp, almost all of them were women and children. Now that they were attacked, how could they have the ability to protect themselves? Even Li Wangyu couldn't help but tremble at the terrifying consequences. He didn't dare to imagine it. However, according to his understanding during this period of time, although the Hurut tribe was a small tribe, there weren't any threats within a radius of 200 to 300 li. Although the Xianchuo Khanate was a loose grassland Khanate, ever since the Eastern Turks were defeated by the Tang dynasty, the Xianchuo Khanate had prospered under the rule of their leader, the barbarian Khanate. Although the Tiela tribes weren't rich and even had to pay heavy taxes to the Khanate to let their youths join the Khanate's army, at the very least, the Tiela tribes weren't allowed to kill each other. Now that it was the 6th year of Chang'an, the Xianchuo Khanate had 200,000 elite soldiers. It could be said that the Xianchuo Khanate was at its peak. Under such circumstances, how could the Hurut tribe still be attacked? Who would have the guts to attack a Tiela tribe on the grassland? Weren't they afraid of the Xianchuo Khanate's revenge? Could it be that the desert bandits had followed them all the way here? Li Wangyu shook his head, feeling that this was impossible. No matter how fierce the desert bandits were, they only relied on the desert environment to stir up trouble. Even if they had the guts to leave the desert and enter the grassland to attack a tribe, they wouldn't dare. Li Wangyu couldn't think of a reason, so he couldn't be bothered to think about it. He could only focus on driving the sandboat to catch up with Ague and the others. Actually, he also knew that he didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. Even if he followed Ague and the others back, he probably wouldn't be of much help. He might even be a burden. However, the Hurut tribe had saved his life. How could he turn a blind eye to such a dangerous situation? Li Wangyu touched the clay grenade in his pocket and calmed down slightly. After all, he wasn't completely helpless against the enemy. Unfortunately, this was the last one he had left. When Ague and the group of Tiela tribesmen rushed back to the Hurut tribe anxiously, what appeared in front of them was a miserable scene with smoke rising everywhere and dilapidated walls. The culprits who had attacked the tribe had already disappeared. But the Hurut tribe was dead silent. The tribe that used to be lively and cheerful was now like hell on earth. Countless corpses of the tribesmen were lying everywhere, blood flowing like a river. Ague looked at the scene in front of him, his hair standing on end and his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He looked up to the sky and let out a miserable howl like a wolf. His voice was filled with anger, sorrow, pain and regret. The group of Tiela tribesmen were also heartbroken. They roared and jumped off their horses, looking for traces of their loved ones among the dilapidated walls. Li Wangyu stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Hurut tribe had a total of 369 people. Excluding the 127 people who followed Ague to build the salt drying pond at the saltwater lake, the remaining 242 people, including the tribe leader, the children and the women, were all killed. Li Wangyu was like a walking corpse, walking helplessly in hell on earth. He stared blankly at Ague, who was carrying his sister Yeruo's corpse and walking over. This beautiful Tiela girl's eyes were tightly shut, her face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and there were several bloody wounds on her body. Li Wangyu was finally like Ague and the others. He clenched his fists and let out a roar like an injured beast. His eyes were tightly shut, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Because of the language barrier, he had never spoken to Yeruo before. However, ever since he was saved by the Tiela tribesmen, Yeruo had been taking care of him. Scenes of him interacting with Yeruo flashed in front of Li Wangyu's eyes. This beautiful Tiela girl, who served him meat soup, cleaned and bandaged his wounds, and gave him ribbons and arrows with a sweet smile, had suddenly died in her most beautiful youth. Li Wangyu's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment he only wanted to pull out his sword and kill. However, the murderers who attacked the tribe had indeed retreated. The group of Tiela men were howling in grief, venting the pain in their hearts. The anger of revenge almost burned them to ashes. Ague's eyes were almost bleeding. He pulled out the sword from his waist and slashed around, venting the anger and sorrow in his heart. Li Wangyu suddenly stood up, looked around and yelled at Ague. Dalang, bring your men with you. We're going to chase after the murderers and take revenge. Chase my ass. The murderers have been gone for at least 2 hours. How are we going to chase after them in this vast grassland? Looking at the cold and stiff corpses of his family members in the tribe, Ague could roughly guess the time when the tribe was attacked. The tribe was 50 to 60 miles away from the saltwater lake. The tribesman who had luckily escaped and risked his life to deliver the message would need at least an hour on horseback. Added with the time they took to get back, how were they going to find the murderers? Li Wangyu silently picked up a sword from the ground and held it tightly in his hand. He slowly shook his head and stared at Ague. No, they can't have gone far. Author's note. Something happened yesterday, so I stopped updating. I'll try to make up for it in the next 2 days. Chapter 1022. Li Wangyu's words made 80 stand up abruptly. Why do you say so? Many of the Tiela tribesmen who heard the Chinese voice stopped roaring and looked at Li Wangyu with red eyes, waiting for his explanation. Li Wangyu sneered and pointed to the surroundings of the tribe. Dalang, how many cows and sheep are there in the tribe? Are they still there? Where do you think these cows and sheep have gone? Adai was stunned for a moment. After looking around, he immediately understood. He immediately pulled out his knife and said with a ferocious face, "Those bastards, they even took away the cows and sheep in the tribe. They couldn't have left quickly." The Tiela tribesmen also realized that thousands of cows and sheep in the tribe had disappeared. The only possibility was that they had been taken away by the attackers. Cows and sheep were different from horses. Their speed was limited. Even if the attackers had left for more than 2 hours, they couldn't have gone too far. The flame of revenge almost made the Tiela tribesmen lose their minds. Now that Li Wangyu reminded them, they all roared and called their horses. They got on their horses and prepared to set off to chase after the killers. Originally, 80 and the others thought that it was almost impossible to track down the killers. However, since the killers were greedy and took away all the livestock in the tribe, it wasn't difficult to track them down. Not to mention the tracks left by the large group of cows and sheep. The feces that the cows and sheep excreted on the road were the best road signs. After being reminded by Li Wangyu, Dian did not say anything else and immediately led a group of clansmen to chase after them. Li Wangyu also gritted his teeth and drove the sand boat to follow them. His mind was full of Yarrow's cold and pale corpse. At this moment he was like 80 and the others. Other than revenge, he didn't have any other thoughts. It wasn't until they were far away from the Hurut tribe that was still emitting thick smoke that Li Wangyu's mind became a little clearer. It was too strange for the Hurut tribe to encounter such a tragic case. Who was the killer? In broad daylight, they actually dared to be so heartless and ruthless as to massacre an entire tribe. What exactly was their confidence? Furthermore, all the cattle and sheep of the Hurut tribe had been driven away, which meant that the murderer was not afraid of being discovered at all. He was completely fearless and did not worry about the revenge and pursuit of the surviving members of the Hurut tribe at all. Looking at the direction in which Ajie and the others were chasing, they were also heading towards the hinterland of the Xianchuo Khanate and not towards the border region. Could it be that the murderer who attacked the Hurut tribe was a noble of the Xianchuo Khanate? When Li Wangyu thought of this, he hurriedly drove the sandboat to chase after Adian and told his thoughts loudly to Adian. Adai ceaselessly waved his whip, urging the horse beneath him to speed up, and his eyes were like a hawk as he stared into the distance. In response to Li Wangyu's words, he didn't even turn his head as he replied coldly, "No matter who the murderer is, the Hurut tribe will not rest until they are dead. Even if the barbarian Khan is in front of me, I will make him pay with his life. Even if all of us die in battle, we will not back down even half a step." After Adian finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment before turning his head to look at Li Wangyu. "Li Wangyu, your injuries have basically healed. This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't follow me anymore. Quickly leave and return to the Tang dynasty. The Hurut tribe will never forget you as a friend." Li Wangyu glared at him. "Scram! Yarua is your sister, and she is also my sister. I, Li Wangyu, will definitely avenge her. If you dare to make me leave again, do you believe that I will fall out with you right now?" It was not that Li Wangyu wanted to be brave. He also knew that Diane's words were out of good intentions. However, if he left just like that, he was afraid that he would never be able to forgive himself in this lifetime, let alone feel at ease. No matter how much he missed Su Chongqing and his child, there were things that a man should and should not do. The Hu-Root tribe was almost wiped out. If he did not care and turned around to leave, even he would despise himself. Dian stared deeply at Li Wangyu, nodded heavily, and did not say anything else. He continued to urge the horse to gallop forward. After 127 horses galloped on the grassland for more than an hour, Dian finally saw a troop in front of him. A troop of 500 to 600 people, driving thousands of cows and sheep, casually galloping on the grassland. Without a doubt, these were the murderers who attacked the Hu-Root tribe. The eyes of the Chela people instantly turned red as blood, and they waved their whips even more vigorously, looking like they were about to charge forward and fight their enemies to the death. However, when Li Wangyu saw the murderers who massacred the Hu-Root tribe, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Those murderers were indeed from the Xianchuo Khanate. More importantly, these 500 to 600 people were all armored soldiers. Although the Xianchuo Khanate was a grassland tribe, its army was like the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains. They all wore armor, but the style and quality of the armor were different. Li Wangyu secretly clenched his fist, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind to die. 127 Chela people, plus a weakling like him, against 500 to 600 armored cavalrymen, it was basically a dead end. No matter how tough Dian and the other Chela people were, at the end of the day they were just herdsmen. No matter how valiant they were, how could they fight against 500 to 600 armored soldiers by themselves? But even so, Li Wangyu didn't have the thought of running away in his heart. He just silently touched the grenade in his arms, thinking about how many people he could drag down to die with him before his last breath. Chongqing, see you in the next life, take care of our child. Li Wangyu silently said goodbye to his wife again in his heart. He resolutely gripped the hand that was controlling the sail, and followed closely beside Dian. Over 100 horses of the Hu-Root tribe galloped over, causing a huge commotion. When the Xianchuo cavalrymen who had massacred the Hu-Root tribe realized that someone was chasing after them, they did not panic at all. Instead, they stopped moving forward, jumped off their horses, and formed a battle formation, waiting calmly for Dian and the others to come closer. Li Wangyu, who was on the sandboat, naturally understood this abnormal behavior, but he couldn't help but feel suspicious. The Hu-Root tribe came for revenge. Although these murderers had the advantage in numbers, what was the meaning of dismounting and forming a battle formation? Could it be that these Xianchuo cavalrymen were so arrogant that they thought they could defeat Dian and the other herdsmen by dismounting? If that was the case, they might still have a chance to live today. However, Li Wangyu did not expect that when Dian led the cavalrymen to a distance of 1 mile from the cavalrymen, he suddenly pulled the reins and stretched out his right hand, indicating for everyone to stop. Li Wangyu was puzzled, so he asked, "Deleng, why did you stop?" Even though he had never been in a battle formation, he knew the principle of finishing in one go. Since the other party had already dismounted, how could they let go of such a good opportunity? At this moment, shouldn't they charge forward and use the speed and charging force of the cavalrymen to defeat their opponents in one go? Dian did not reply, but jumped off his horse and pulled out his saber. Those Tela people also jumped off their horses, pulled out their weapons and silently stood behind Dian, forming a battle formation. Li Wangyu, since you don't want to leave, then you are my brother. Haha, today you and I are going to die together. It's a fortunate thing. Stand by my side and we'll charge together. Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Chapter 1023. Cavalry getting off their horses and forming a battle formation? Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. His brain, which had been filled with blood due to the rush of blood, quickly calmed down. Following which, he thought back to the Battle of Shui Yantuo in history. In the 15th year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi ordered Minister of War Li Ji to lead 150,000 troops to attack Mabe. In order not to waste time, Li Ji led 6,000 Tang dynasty cavalry and Tujue cavalry to chase Shui Yantuo's army to Nuozen Water, where the Battle of Nuozen Water broke out. In the end, the 200,000 Shui Yantuo cavalry dismounted on the Mongol grassland like they had gotten the wrong script. They treated themselves as infantry and fought against the 6,000 Tang cavalry. The 200,000 Shui Yintuo's dismounted cavalry were brutally beaten by the 6,000 Tang cavalry, and were defeated like a landslide. 3,000 of them were beheaded, 50,000 were captured, and the rest fled to Mabe. Along the way there was heavy snow, and most of the Shui Yintuo people died from the cold. Of the 200,000 troops, only 20,000 managed to escape. This battle also gave rise to Li Ji's achievements. When Li Wangyu read history books, he felt that the Shui Yintuo people's brains must have been kicked by a donkey. The grassland nomadic cavalry actually dismounted during battle, turning cavalry into infantry. How stupid were they? However, Shui Yintuo's dismounted cavalry formation was the traditional battle formation of the Shui Yintuo Khanate. At that time the Eastern Turks were really strong, and they taxed excessively, causing the Tiela people to suffer. In the second year of Chang'an, the barbarian man led his troops to fight against the Turks. Xieli Khan sent troops to suppress the Tiela people, but he did not expect that the Turks would be defeated by them. It was because the barbarian man defeated the Turks that his prestige rose, and the Tiela people chose him to be the Khan, establishing the Shui Yintuo Khanate. The method that the Tiela people used to defeat the Turks was to dismount and form a cavalry formation. They all won with their men, but they did not use their mounts. 5 men in a group, one on the horse for in front. The order was, if you win you ride and chase. If you lose you die. Shui Yintuo's strategy was to form a group of 5. One of them would be in charge of the 5 horses, while the other 4 would fight on foot. If they won they would pursue on horseback. If they lost, they would retreat on horseback. To Shui Yintuo's cavalry, horses were only a means of transportation and not a fighting force. To the people of the grassland this was a wonder. However, such a dismounted cavalry formation was able to defeat the Turkic cavalry, who were at the peak of their power. Whether it was the cavalry of the Eastern Turks or the Western Turks, Shui Yintuo would always use this move. Moreover, he would win every battle. This made Shui Yintuo's people even more superstitious about dismounted cavalry. It was not until the 15th year of Chang'an that Shui Yintuo's dismounted cavalry formation was taught a lesson by the iron cavalry of the Tang dynasty that this strange tactic died out. Li Wangyu recalled the history of the Tang dynasty, and immediately understood why those Shui Yintuo cavalry dismounted and formed a formation, and why Adian and the other Tiela people also dismounted. Was there something wrong with his head? One must know that cavalry was the most invincible army in the era of cold weapons. Giving up on being a cavalry with plus 100 combat power and jumping off the back of a horse to become a foot soldier, this was simply crazy. Immediately he jumped down from the sandboat, grabbed Adian and roared, "Delong, wait! You can't fight like that. This is just courting death. Quickly get on the horse, I have a way to defeat them." Adian and the others were already prepared to charge. Being burned by the flames of vengeance, how could he listen to Li Wangyu's words? Li Wangyu let go. Adian pulled Li Wangyu to the side and explained, "We Tiela people have always fought like this. Horses can't break the formation at all. Hee, this is how the Turks were defeated by us Tiela people. Listen to me, Delong. If you charge over like this, you are just courting death. Today we don't plan to go back alive. If they don't die, we will die. None of us Hurut men are afraid of death." Adian did not listen to him at all. Li Wangyu was so anxious that his face turned red. He opened his arms and stood in front of Adian. "Bullshit. They are already dead. Who will avenge Yero? Delong, do you believe me? Listen to me, I guarantee that we can defeat them. If you don't listen to me, then just step over my body." Adian was startled by his roar. He looked at the group of Tiela people and did not know how to respond. The Tiela people were not afraid of death, but more than 200 people in their tribe were slaughtered. Of course they wanted to avenge this blood debt. If they did not care about the consequences and fought with their lives, they would die. However, they were not willing to let their enemies leave so easily. Li Wangyu was a Tang man who they picked up from the grassland. Although he was thin and weak, his abilities made everyone gasp in admiration. Whether it was the sandboat that could run without animal power or boiling salt in water, Adian and the others were amazed. Many of them even treated Li Wangyu as a god. Adian hesitated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Li Wangyu, tell me, how can we defeat those bastards?" Li Wangyu's eyes flashed as he pointed at the horses behind them and said, "Mounted archery." "Mounted archery?" Dian did not understand what Li Wangyu meant. "Yes, mounted archery." Li Wangyu nodded his head confidently. In his eyes, dismounting cavalry like Shui Yantua was putting the cart before the horse. No wonder the Shui Yantua Khanate was defeated by the Tang army not long after it existed. As for the Turks, they were even weaker. They could not even break the dismounted cavalry formation of the Tiela people, which was a joke. No wonder the Turks were chased to the west by the Tang army. Although Li Wangyu had never been in a war before as a military fan, he knew that the strongest cavalry in history was the Mongol cavalry during the Genghis Khan era. The tactics of the Mongol cavalry were split into the Mongol light cavalry and the Mongol heavy cavalry. The Mongol light cavalry was famous for their mounted archery, and they were the nightmare of infantry. With 100 men in a group, they would walk outside the infantry formation and shoot out arrows to kill the infantry. Before the two armies clashed, the Mongol light cavalry would be able to kill large amounts of enemy troops from afar, causing them to fall into chaos. Following which, the Mongol heavy cavalry would quickly charge forward and crush the enemy like a mountain pressing down on them. The Mongol cavalry relied on such tactics to conquer 2/3 of the Eurasian continent, with a small race of less than 2 million people. In Li Wangyu's eyes, the Tiela people of the Hurut tribe were also good at mounted archery. It was just that they did not find the right tactic. While both sides were talking, the 500 to 600 Shui Yantua soldiers seemed to be getting impatient. They started to slowly push their formation towards them. Li Wangyu knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer. Otherwise, the only path left for him was complete annihilation. "Dalong, don't say any more. Tell them to listen to me. Everyone get on their horses and follow my sand boat to charge." After Li Wangyu finished, he ran back to the sand boat. Dian hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and shouting at the Tiela people beside him. Everyone listened to Li Wangyu's orders and got on their horses again. Chapter 1024. The Hurut tribesmen mounted their horses again, which was out of the expectations of the Shui Yantua cavalry. However, the Shui Yantua cavalry did not panic. Instead, they looked at them with disdain. Like a cat catching a mouse, they stopped advancing and rearranged their infantry formation, waiting for the Hurut tribesmen to come to their deaths. The distance between the two sides was only 1 mile. When Dian led all the Hurut tribesmen to mount their horses, Li Wangyu immediately drove the sandboat and charged towards the Shui Yantua cavalry formation. Although Dian and the rest did not understand what Li Wangyu wanted to do, they could only grit their teeth and follow. Seeing that the Hurut tribesmen dared to charge at their formation, the Shui Yantua cavalry showed a ferocious smile. They listened to the command of the centurion and drew their bows, waiting for the Hurut tribesmen to step into the land of death. The range of the longbow was 200 meters. As long as the Hurut tribesmen continued to charge at the infantry formation, they would be the first to be baptized by the rain of arrows. Then the Shui Yantua cavalry would advance in a square formation and use the steel blades in their hands to reap the lives of the enemies. This tactic had been proven to be very effective in the many battles the Shui Yantua Khanate had against the Turks. They also relied on the dismounted cavalry formation to beat the Turks into a sorry state. However, the Shui Yantua cavalry did not expect Li Wangyu to lead a group of Hurut tribesmen to charge straight at them. Just as they were about to enter the range of the arrows, he controlled the sandboat to draw an arc in front of the Shui Yantua cavalry formation and went around them. Dian and the rest followed Li Wangyu's sandboat closely and urged their horses to gallop. The advantage of cavalry was speed. Giving up speed and dismounting to fight was simply the stupidest of the stupidest. Li Wangyu was prepared to copy Li Ji's tactic and deal with the horses of the Shui Yantua cavalry first. Behind the Shui Yantua cavalry formation were their war horses. 500 to 600 war horses were guarded by over 100 Shui Yantua cavalry. Separating the horses from the cavalrymen was simply an extremely stupid idea. Since the Shui Yantua people had given him such a big gift, how could Li Wangyu not accept it? Li Ji was able to defeat Shui Yantua's army of 200,000 with 6,000 cavalrymen. No matter how weak he was, it wouldn't be a problem for him to defeat these 500 to 600 cavalrymen. Shui Yantua's cavalrymen never thought that the herdsmen of the Hurut tribe would actually bypass the infantry formation. After circling around the infantry formation, they pounced towards the rear of their army. They immediately panicked. The centurions commanding the infantry formation were shocked when they saw this situation. They hurriedly ordered the infantry formation to turn around, intending to turn back and save their own troops. However, how could a two-legged infantryman outrun a four-legged cavalry? Without waiting for Shui Yintuo's dismounted cavalry to return to the rear, Li Wangyu had already led Dian and the others to kill their way into Shui Yintuo's rear army. Even though the number of these unmanned warhorses and the unlucky ones who were leading them was equal to Adi and his men, how could they possibly stop the attack of Adi and his men, who were filled with rage? Adi and his men pierced through Shui Yintuo's rear army as if they were chopping melons and vegetables, directly chopping down those unlucky ones. As for the horses of the rear army, they were also driven away by the men of the Hurut tribe. In just a moment these warhorses were either dead or running away. When Shui Yintuo's dismounted cavalrymen, under the leadership of the centurions, ran back to the rear army while panting heavily, there were no traces of the warhorses. After the successful attack, Li Wangyu didn't give Shui Yintuo's men a chance at all. He had already led Adi and his men far away. Without the warhorses of the rear army, this group of dismounted cavalrymen of Shui Yintuo was just a tortoise in Li Wangyu's eyes. They couldn't run away, they couldn't fight. Now they only needed to use the speed of the horses to slowly exhaust them to death. Li Wangyu's face finally revealed a smile. He originally thought that they would die, but because of the stupidity of Shui Yintuo's men, he actually saw the dawn of victory. After losing their warhorses, Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen finally realized that things were not going well. Just as Li Wangyu thought, these Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen suddenly realized that they were in a rather awkward situation. They wanted to escape, but they didn't have horses. They wanted to fight, but those damn herdsmen didn't give them a chance at all. The few centurions leading the troops couldn't help but look at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. At this moment Adi and the others also reacted. Each of them revealed a smile on their faces. They couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression when they looked at Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen. In their eyes, without horses, they could exhaust these Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen. Without horses on the grassland, no matter how powerful the cavalrymen were, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment Li Wangyu was also in high spirits. He pointed at the terrified Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen who were huddled together and laughed. "Dalong, how is it? Do you have the confidence to kill them now?" Adi's face revealed a cruel smile. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "They are dead meat. I definitely won't let them walk out of this grassland. Li Wangyu, leave the rest to us." Li Wangyu didn't try to show off. He nodded and prepared to watch this small-scale battle from the side. Just now, he had already explained to Adi how they should use the mounted archery tactic to exhaust these armored Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen. Adi let the tribesmen rest for a moment to recover their horses. He then led the troops and charged towards Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen again. The herdsmen of the Hurut tribe didn't give Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen any chance to attack them. Under Adi's lead, they followed Li Wangyu's instructions and constantly urged their horses to circle around the Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen who were like tortoises. The bows in their hands constantly shot out arrows, slowly reaping the lives of the Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen. The well-equipped Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen were passively beaten. After Adi and the others killed close to 100 of them, they finally collapsed. The centurions and the cavalrymen couldn't restrain the troops anymore. Some of the Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen who were scared out of their wits directly knelt down and surrendered. Some of them fled in all directions, hoping to escape with their lives. Those Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen who fled in all directions became a meal for Adi and the others who were already in a killing frenzy. They urged their horses to chase after them and slashed them down. No matter how fast a human could run, in this vast grassland, how could they possibly outrun a horse? Without much effort, those cavalrymen who tried to escape were slashed to the ground by the Hurut herdsmen who were filled with anger. They lost all signs of life, while the other cavalrymen directly chose to surrender. A small-scale battle came to an end just like that. Out of the 500 to 600 well-equipped Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen, 200 to 300 of them were killed. The rest were all taken captive. Adi led his men and gathered all the captives together, preparing to interrogate them. Adi and the others still didn't understand why the Hurut tribe was brutally slaughtered by the Shui Yintua's cavalrymen. Adi held a steel blade in his hand and jumped down from his horse. He directly dragged out a person from the captives and slashed down without saying a word. A rain of blood splattered out and sprayed all over Adi's body, making him look even more ferocious. Li Wangyu sighed silently, but he didn't stop Adi from killing the captives. All the women and children in the Hurut tribe were slaughtered. With such a blood feud, no matter what Adi and the others did, Li Wangyu could understand. After Adi chopped off the head of that Shui Yintua's cavalryman, the remaining 200 to 300 cavalrymen were scared out of their wits. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. These Shui Yintua's cavalrymen who were originally swaggering and arrogant were now like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, each of them trembling in fear. As if venting his anger, Adi continuously slashed several captives to death. Only then did he begin to interrogate these Shui Yintua's cavalrymen about the reason for slaughtering the Hurut tribe. The Shui Yintua's cavalrymen who had long been scared out of their wits and were begging for mercy, including the centurions, immediately spilled the beans like a bamboo tube as they honestly revealed the truth. After hearing the results of the interrogation of the captives, Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned. He never would have thought that this calamity of the Hurut tribe was actually caused by him. Chapter 1025. After interrogating the captured Shui Yintua cavalry, Adi finally understood that the root cause of the Hurut tribe's disaster was actually salt. The 7 to 8 kilograms of salt that Li Wangyu and his tribesmen boiled not only didn't make the Hurut tribe rich, but also almost made the tribe extinct. He originally thought that the high price of salt on the grassland was only because of the merchants' greed. However, Li Wangyu never expected that although the Shui Yintua Khanate didn't have a salt and iron monopoly policy like the Tang dynasty, all the salt sold on the grassland was actually controlled by the nobles of the Shui Yintua Khanate. While Li Wangyu, Adi, and the others were busy building a salt drying pond beside the saltwater lake, Chief Shijie led his people to the largest market 300 miles away. He planned to use the 7 to 8 kilograms of salt to test the market and see how the sales would be. The salt came easily, so Chief Shijie naturally sold it at a cheap price. The market price of a sheep on the grassland was less than a liter of small bag of salt, but Chief Shijie exchanged 1 sheep for 2 bags of salt. With the price reduced by half, it was naturally easy to sell. In less than half a day, all the salt they brought was sold. This made Chief Shijie and his tribesmen of the Hurut tribe smile brightly. They felt that the Hurut tribe's good days were coming. However, they never thought that the Hurut tribe selling salt in the market would attract the anger of the Shui Yintua Khanate. Bajwa, the son of the Shui Yintua Khanate, was the real master behind the scenes who controlled the salt trade on the grassland. The fact that the Hurut tribe was selling salt in the market naturally couldn't be hidden from others. This matter was immediately reported to Bajwa. Bajwa naturally wouldn't allow any tribe to snatch food from his mouth. Therefore, Chief Shijie and his tribesmen, who were full of joy with a large amount of goods, didn't even have time to enjoy the joy of success before they welcomed the group of death gods who were sent by Bajwa to chase after Shijie. Bajwa wasn't the least bit interested in how the Hurut tribe got their salt. He only gave one order to this group of Shui Yintua cavalry, and that was to kill them all. This was Bajwa's warning to all the tribes on the grassland who dared to touch his interests. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The Hurut tribe was the chicken in Bajwa's eyes. This group of Shui Yintua cavalry followed Chief Shijie's group in secret according to Bajwa's orders. When they found the Hurut tribe, they didn't say anything and rushed into the tribe. In the tribe, they were no match for the Shui Yintua cavalry. Other than a clansman who risked his life to run out and report the news to Adian, the entire clan was killed. Shui Yintua's cavalry did not care why there were no young men in the tribe. After killing and setting fire to the tribe, they looted everything in the Hute tribe and drove the cattle and sheep away, preparing to return to report on their mission. The Hua cavalry didn't Zhua people. Qiu cavalry was the cavalry's. Zhua Qiu cavalry. S people's cavalry was cavalry. Tu's chief, and Khanates, Hua, and this, SS and Khanate. This SS the centurions of the Shui Yintua cavalry would never have thought that the well-equipped Shui Yintua cavalry, who had defeated the Turks so easily, would be defeated by a few hundred herdsmen. Even centurions like them had become captives. Are you really sent by Prince Dajua? After listening to the confession of the centurions, Adil's face turned dark. The few centurions looked at each other and thought that Ague was frightened by Bajua's identity. They couldn't help but raise their voices. That's right. Are you from the Hurut tribe? Since you know that we are Prince Dajua's subordinates, why don't you let us go and tie your hands and follow us to beg for forgiveness? I will plead for you later. I think Prince Dajua will spare your lives for the sake of your bravery. He might even entrust you with important tasks. Are you trying to rebel? We are Prince Dajua's subordinates. Ague nodded. Good, you are all Prince Dajua's subordinates. Before he could finish his sentence, he swung the steel saber in his hand and chopped off the head of a centurion. Then go to hell and repent to my clansmen. As Ague made his move, the hundreds of Hurut tribe members all stabbed their steel sabers into the bodies of the Shui Yentua cavalrymen with bloodshot eyes. Miserable howls resounded through the sky, and blood mist filled the grassland. Li Wangyo's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. However, he just turned his head and didn't look at Ague's actions of killing the captives. The 242 people of the Hurut tribe, including the women and children, were all slaughtered by these beasts. No matter how Ague and the others took revenge, in Li Wangyo's eyes, it was reasonable. This group of Shui Yentua cavalrymen had already been disarmed. They didn't have sabers or swords in their hands, armor to defend themselves, and horses to help them. Under such circumstances, even if they found out that the Hurut tribe was killing the captives and wanted to resist or escape, it would be of no use. After a few minutes, the grassland regained its tranquility. However, the strong smell of blood almost made Li Wangyu vomit. He resisted the urge to look at the corpses of the Shui Yentua cavalrymen and found Ague, who was covered in blood. Delang, what are you going to do next? Why don't you go back to the Tang dynasty with me? Don't worry, the Tang dynasty also belongs to the Tiela people. I will order people to allocate a grassland for you, which is enough for the Hurut tribe to thrive. In Li Wangyo's view, Ague and the others definitely couldn't stay in the Shui Yentua Khanate after such a thing happened. In this way, it was a good choice to go back to the Tang dynasty with him. As for the murderer behind the massacre of the Hurut tribe, the legitimate son of the Ishan Khan, Li Wangyu couldn't do anything to him even though he was the prefectural duke of the Tang dynasty. He couldn't ask Pai Lupi to send the cavalry to attack the Shui Yentua cavalrymen just because the Hurut tribe was slaughtered, right? It was the 6th year of Zhongguan, and the Tang dynasty and the Shui Yentua Khanate were still in the honeymoon period. The relationship between the two countries was harmonious, and the Tang dynasty couldn't force the Ishan Khan to hand over his legitimate son just because of a small tribe in the Shui Yentua Khanate. Those who had this idea were crazy. However, Ague didn't accept Li Wangyo's suggestion at all. He directly shook his head and rejected Li Wangyo's kindness. No, I want to stay with my people on the grassland. I want to avenge my dead people. As long as Bajua is alive, we won't leave. You're crazy. Li Wang, you didn't expect Ague to still want to kill Bajua. He couldn't help but yell at Ague. He is the prince of the Shui Yentua Khanate, and he has countless guards around him. How can you kill him? Do you want to kill everyone in the Hurut tribe before you stop? Dalong, stop. Yeruo's spirit in heaven doesn't want you and your people to die in vain. Ague, whose face was covered in blood, suddenly smiled and showed his white teeth to Li Wangyu. Those bastards just told me that Bajua is in the bazaar now, waiting for them to report back. I'm going to take my people to raid the bazaar and find that bastard Bajua. He has thousands of Shui Yentua cavalrymen around him. You're going to die. We, the men of the Hurut tribe, are not afraid of death. You bastard! Li Wangyu was so angry that he couldn't help swearing. Yeruo and her people's lives are important, but these people's lives are not? Dalong, listen to me. We Tangs have a saying, where there is life, there is hope. There will be a chance to avenge Yeruo in the future. I, Li Wangyu, swear to God that if I can't kill Bajua, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Ague still shook his head. No, we will avenge ourselves. Facing the stubborn Ague, Li Wangyu was so angry that he snatched the steel knife from Ague's hand and slashed at the air as if he was venting his anger. After a long while, Li Wangyu threw away the steel blade that was covered in bloodstains while panting. He turned his head and said to Ague, "All right, since that's the case, I'll accompany you. Sigh, I've been criticized by everyone every day for my lousy writing. After a day of reflection, I still don't know how to write without being lousy. Maybe my writing is not good enough. Chapter 1026. Although the disaster that the Hu-Root tribe encountered was not directly related to Li Wangyu, it was still caused by the salt that he had boiled for the tribe. To Li Wangyu, doing something bad out of kindness was naturally very uncomfortable. He regretted underestimating the greed and shamelessness of those who had vested interests. Although the nobles of the Tang dynasty were equally greedy, at least they still maintained a semblance of benevolence and morality. On the other hand, the rules of the grassland were completely the survival of the fittest. As the legitimate son of the barbarian Khan, Bajwa actually sent out his subordinates without any scruples and slaughtered the Hu-Root tribe. This was something that Li Wangyu could not accept at all. Since Dian and the others were determined to take revenge, Li Wangyu could only risk his life to accompany them and create havoc in the grassland. Seeing that Li Wangyu was actually willing to accompany them to seek revenge on Bajwa, Dian and the others were naturally overjoyed and could not help but cheer. After today's battle, all the people of the Hu-Root tribe had already worshipped Li Wangyu like a god. Although Li Wangyu had already made the people of the Hu-Root tribe gasp in amazement by boiling salt in salt water, and driving without a horse and so on. However, today was different. They were determined to die and tragically prepared to be like moths to a flame. Even if they could not shake the Shui Yantua's cavalry, they planned to risk their lives and drag a few of them down with them to perish together. That was all. However, under such circumstances, Li Wangyu was able to lead 127 of them and miraculously annihilate 500 to 600 fully armed Shui Yantua cavalrymen. Moreover, the casualties they suffered were minimal. Apart from a few people who suffered some minor injuries when charging at the rear of the Shui Yantua's cavalry, it could be said that they were unharmed and killed 500 to 600 cavalrymen. The feeling of escaping death and being able to kill the murderer of their loved ones with their own hands made Dian and the group of Hu-Root men so excited that they almost forgot themselves. However, they also understood that all of this was due to Li Wangyu's magical command. It would be best if Li Wangyu was willing to help the Hu-Root tribe take revenge. However, after Tai's excitement, he shook his head and said, Li Wangyu, you should return to the Tang dynasty as soon as possible. We will take revenge for the Hu-Root tribe ourselves. In Adi's view, even though Li Wangyu this Tang was miraculous, it was impossible for more than 100 people to deal with thousands of Shui Yantua's cavalry. If it wasn't for the blood feud between the tribes that they couldn't let go of, Dian wouldn't have sent himself to his death. He could not retreat, nor was he willing to retreat. But Li Wangyu was different. He was a Tang, and there was no need for him to throw his life away with them. Gui treated Li Wangyu as a brother and naturally had to think for him. Bullshit. Unless you are going back to the Tang dynasty with me, you don't have to say such things. Li Wangyu glared at Abdi and scolded him with a smile. Having said that, Dian had nothing else to say. He could only nod his head gratefully. He knew very well what Li Wangyu's decision to stay behind meant. Li Wangyu, what should we do now? Tell us, we'll listen to you. The Tiela people were straightforward. Since Li Wangyu insisted on staying, Dian didn't waste any more words. He directly asked Li Wangyu if there was a way for them to take revenge. As long as they could kill Bajwa, Dian would have no regrets even if he had to die immediately. Li Wangyu couldn't help but lower his head and ponder. He was willing to help Dian take revenge. However, if Dian's original plan was to go to the market and fight Bajwa to the death, that wasn't bravery but recklessness. In Chang'an, Su Chongqing and his children were waiting for him to return. Li Wangyu didn't want to die in vain. Facing thousands of Shui Yantua's cavalry, the previous move wouldn't work. Even if Shui Yantua's people were stupid and were willing to dismount and fight with them, the rear army formed by thousands of horses and hundreds of cavalry wasn't something that Dian and his people could deal with. Once Shui Yantua's cavalry reacted, they would definitely die. Since they couldn't fight head-on, they could only think of a way to kill Bajwa. Li Wangyu touched the last grenade in his pocket and finally made up his mind. He reached out his hand and called Dian over. He whispered a few words in his ear. However, Dian frowned and looked puzzled. Li Wangyu, what do you mean? Why do you want our tribesmen to compete in throwing stones? Don't worry about that. Just listen to me. Dian could only nod his head helplessly. He gathered his tribesmen and asked them to find fist-sized stones. Then they would compete to see who had the greatest strength and could throw it the furthest. The men of the Hurut tribe were also puzzled. However, out of their trust in Li Wangyu, all the men of the Hurut tribe, including Adian, dismounted from their horses and began to look for stones in the grassland. Of course, this wasn't Li Wangyu deliberately teasing Adian and the others. He planned to use the last grenade to kill that bastard bourgeois. However, there would be many guards around bourgeois. It wouldn't be easy to use bows and arrows or other assassination methods. However, if he used the grenade, he could throw it far away. As long as he threw it accurately, he could kill with one shot. The Tiela tribesmen had never seen a bomb before. Naturally, they wouldn't be prepared for the grenade. The probability of success was the highest when the enemy was caught off guard. However, there was only one grenade. It wasn't easy to find saltpeter and sulfur in the grassland. Even if he wanted to remake gunpowder, it wouldn't be easy. Therefore, he asked Adian to organize all the tribesmen to throw stones. He wanted to choose the person who could throw the stones the furthest and most accurately. The men of the Hurut tribe started to throw stones on the grassland like naughty children. After a round of competition, Li Wangyu didn't expect that the person who could throw stones the furthest and most accurately in the Hurut tribe would be Adian. After choosing the person to throw the grenade, Li Wangyu asked Adian to lead his tribesmen to take off the armor and clothes of the dead Shui Yintua cavalrymen, and let them change into them to disguise themselves as the Shui Yintua cavalrymen. Fortunately, the Shui Yintua's recruitment system was similar to the Tang dynasty's military system. Every tribe needed to send their strong tribesmen to serve in the army regularly. Therefore, Adian and the others were very familiar with the military system and various rules of the Shui Yintua cavalrymen. It wasn't a problem for them to pretend to be the Shui Yintua cavalrymen. Of course, this was to sneak into the market and find a chance to kill that bastard bourgeois. Li Wangyu also pinched his nose and changed into a set of relatively clean Shui Yintua armor. Although the bloodstains on the armor had been wiped clean, he still felt uncomfortable wearing the clothes of the dead. Li Wangyu resisted the little bit of misophobia in his heart and mounted a healthy horse. As for the sand boat, it was too eye-catching. Li Wangyu could only reluctantly give it up. After everything was ready, Li Wangyu waved his hand and led the 100 cavalrymen to set off again, galloping towards the market. Chapter 1027. Overseer Mountain, where the royal court of the Xianchuo Khanate was located. Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights Tang Songling led his subordinates in a mad dash. In a little over a month, they had rushed from Chang'an to Overseer Mountain. The first thing he did was request an audience with the barbarian Khan. Tang Songling could not be blamed for being anxious. This matter was truly too important and could not be delayed. Unexpectedly, His Highness the Duke of Qin had not perished in the desert. Instead, he had escaped alone from the hands of the desert bandits. It was very likely that he had fled into the Xianchuo Khanate. Duke Lu had rushed the news back to Chang'an, immediately triggering a huge earthquake. There was no need to mention the turmoil in the imperial court. When Su Chongqing learned of this good news, she was both surprised, happy, and worried. Despite her strong character, she could not help but hold her children in her arms and weep uncontrollably. In the past 1.5 years, Su Chongqing had been missing her husband all the time. If it weren't for her children to worry about and entrust her to, perhaps Su Chongqing wouldn't have been able to hold on. Needless to say, Chang'an was also in tears. When Tang Songling set out, Su Chongqing led Princess Chang'an to the outskirts of Chang'an and to see him off. She presented an expensive itinerary and requested that Tang Songling find Li Wangyu no matter what. When the two Qin Wangfei gracefully bowed towards Tang Songling, he was so frightened that he hurriedly knelt and bowed in return. He repeatedly promised that he would do his utmost to bring His Highness back. In reality, Tang Songling was inwardly complaining. Li Wangyu's escape into the northern desert grasslands was actually only a guess. If he successfully found Li Wangyu from the northern desert grasslands, everyone would naturally be happy. However, if there was an accident, or if he could not find Li Wangyu at all, then he would be in a predicament. How would he return to Chang'an and report to Pai Lupi? How would he explain this to the two Qin Wangfei? Tang Songling was also under a great deal of pressure. As a result, he did not dare to stop and rest. Exhausted, He rushed to Overseer Mountain. In order to find Li Wangyu in the northern desert grasslands, Shui Yintua's assistance was essential. Shui Yintua naturally attached great importance to an envoy from the Tang dynasty. As for Tang Songling, the envoys of the Xianchuo Khanate took good care of him, providing him with fine wine, fine food, and beautiful women. But Tang Songling wasn't in the mood to enjoy these things. He only wanted to see the barbarian Khan as soon as possible, but he didn't expect to be rejected. Although envoy Shui Yintua, who was in charge of receiving Tang Songling, was extremely courteous, he tried to evade Tang Songling's request to meet the barbarian Khan. However, the pretext was that the Khan's health had not been well recently, so he asked Tang Songling to stay at Overseer Mountain for a few days. When the barbarian Khan's health improved, he would pay him a visit. Tang Songling was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just ignore everything and barge into the barbarian Khan's golden tent, could he? Tang Songling also noticed that the atmosphere on Overseer Mountain was very tense. He couldn't help but wonder what had happened in the Xianchuo Khanate. Tang Songling sent out men to make inquiries and spent a large sum of gold and silver to bribe Shui Yintua's envoy. Only then did Tang Songling finally find out why the barbarian Khan wasn't in the mood to meet him, and why the atmosphere on Overseer Mountain was so tense. Prince Bashuo of the Xianchuo Khanate had been assassinated a few days ago, and the murderer was still being pursued. His son had been killed, so one could imagine how bad the barbarian Khan's mood was. He had even sent out tens of thousands of cavalry to chase after the murderer, but there was still no good news. After finding out the whole story, Tang Songling was also helpless. The assassination of the barbarian Khan's son was obviously the most important thing for the Xianchuo Khanate. Compared to that, the Xianchuo Khanate naturally didn't care as much about finding the Prince of Qin of the Tang dynasty. However, the barbarian Khan knew why Tang Songling was here. Although he didn't summon Tang Songling, he sent someone to pass on a message, assuring him that the Xianchuo Khanate would do their best to find the Prince of Qin. Regarding this, Tang Songling could only suppress the anxiety in his heart and stay at Overseer Mountain for the time being. How could Tang Songling know that the murderer, who had assassinated Prince Bashuo and was being chased by the Xianchuo Khanate's cavalry, was the person he was looking for, Li Wangyu? In a small valley 1,000 miles away from Overseer Mountain, Li Wangyu 80, and the rest were all lying on the grass, exhausted and in a sorry state. Out of the 127 surviving tribesmen of the Hu tribe, less than half of them were still with 80. There were only 40 to 50 of them, and almost all of them were injured. 80 took out some dry rations and ate 2 mouthfuls, then said gloomily, "Li Wangyu, it's a pity that you only have one heavenly thunder. Otherwise, those damned Xianchuo Khanate's cavalry wouldn't dare to chase after us so recklessly." Li Wangyu weakly rolled his eyes at him and said, "You bastard, if it weren't for you, would we have been chased by the Xianchuo Khanate's cavalry?" 80 laughed foolishly, then scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Well, I just couldn't hold myself back for a moment." Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to say anything more to this bastard, so he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, thinking about how to escape from the pursuit of the Xianchuo Khanate's cavalry. The heavenly thunder mentioned by 80 was naturally Li Wangyu's homemade hand grenade. That day, after they had wiped out 500 to 600 cavalrymen of the Hu tribe, they took off their clothes and disguised themselves as the Xianchuo Khanate's cavalry. They went to the market and prepared to assassinate Bajwa. Originally, everything was going smoothly. Li Wangyu, 80, and the rest of the people had successfully sneaked into the market without attracting anyone's attention. As for the tent of Xianchuo Khanate's prince, it took them a little effort to find it. Although the outside of Bajwa's tent was heavily guarded, and no one could get within 100 steps of it. However, Li Wangyu wasn't worried about this at all. In the future, when the troops threw hand grenades, their accuracy was around 70 to 80 meters. However, there were also soldiers with super strong arms who could throw hand grenades 100 meters away. And Ague was able to do this. Previously, when they were throwing stones on the grassland, 80 could throw them 100 steps away, and his accuracy was quite good. According to Li Wangyu's plan, he and 80 led a few people to guard outside Bajwa's tent, waiting for an opportunity. Once Bajwa appeared, 80 would immediately throw the hand grenade and kill that bastard. As for whether they could recognize Bajwa, There was no need to worry. Although the Xianchuo Khanate had only been established for a few years, as the Xianchuo Khanate's prince, Bajua's clothes and accessories were naturally different from the rest, so it was easy to recognize him. Li Wangyou's plan was also successful. He, 80, and the rest of the people waited in the market for 2 days before they finally found the plan. Surrounded by a group of guards when Bajua went out, a clay pot with green smoke fell from the sky and landed at Bajua's feet. No one realized that death was coming. Bajua looked at the clay pot with some confusion and reached out to pick it up to see what was inside. In the next second, with a loud bang, flames burst out, and a cloud of blood rose into the sky. The grenade exploded in the crowd, and a large number of people, including the guards who were surrounding Bajua, were blown to the ground. As for Bajua, he was killed on the spot and died. Bajua was the Xianchuo Khanate's prince, the son of the barbarian Khan. In the original history, in the 19th year of Chang'an, after the death of the barbarian Khan, he took over the throne and established himself as Duomi Khan. Because he was the enemy of the Tang dynasty, Zhengguan was killed by the Huahe people in the 20th year of Zhengguan. Although his life was short, he had satisfied his craving. But now Bajua no longer had the chance to ascend the throne. If Bajua knew that he died because he ordered people to destroy a small tribe, who didn't know how to open their eyes, who knew if he would regret it. Originally, this assassination was perfect, but after Bajua was killed, the scene was in chaos. In addition, the Tiela people had never seen the power of firearms, so they only thought that it was the wrath of the god of thunder that struck Bajua to death. But the bad thing was 80. This Tiela man listened to Li Wangyou's order and threw the so-called divine thunder. But he didn't expect that it would really kill Bajua. He was so excited that he forgot everything. Chapter 1028. According to the normal plot, Adai had killed Bajua with the explosion. He had completely avenged his tribe, Chief Shijie, and his sister Yeruo. As long as he took advantage of the chaos to sneak away, no one would know. No one would know how Bajua died. However, Li Wangyou didn't expect that the silly Adai would actually shout excitedly after throwing the grenade to kill Bajua. Wahahaha, Bajua is dead. Bajua is dead. Li Wangyou, did you see that? That bastard is really dead. I killed Bajua. God above, I killed Bajua. Li Wangyou's face darkened. He rushed forward, covered the silly Adai's mouth, and was about to drag him away. Damn, this guy was simply a moron. If it weren't for the fact that Adai had saved him, Li Wangyou, you really wanted to kick him twice to vent his anger. He hadn't gotten out of danger yet, but he was shouting so loudly. Was he afraid that others couldn't hear him? Of course Adai wasn't a fool. He was just suppressing too much grief and indignation because of the tragic death of his family and tribesmen. Now that he had suddenly gotten his revenge, he was stimulated to the point that he lost control. When he realized that he had made a mistake and was about to run away with Li Wangyou, it was already too late. Although the explosion of the grenades and Bajua's death had thrown the bazaar into chaos, Adai's roar was still heard by some people. Thus, a 1,000-mile chase began. Thousands of Shui Yantua's cavalry began to pursue Li Wangyou and Adai's group with all their might as if they had gone mad. If it wasn't for the fact that the Hurut tribe was also incomparably familiar with the grassland, and that Li Wangyou was able to react according to the situation and come up with a lot of camouflage, they would only be able to escape with over 100 light cavalry. But even so, the cavalry of the Shui Yantua Khanate didn't give up on chasing them. They were like gangrene attached to the bone, threatening Li Wangyou and his group all the time. After more than 10 days of escape, more than half of the remaining 100 tribesmen of the Hurut tribe had died. The remaining troops were all injured and exhausted. They were almost forced into a desperate situation. If Li Wangyou wanted to escape from the Xianchuo Khanate, there were not many routes he could take. Going south was naturally the best way. As long as they could cross the Great Wall, they could return to the Tang dynasty. But for some unknown reason, they tried to escape to the south several times, but they were forced back by Shui Yantua's cavalry who were searching for them. According to Qi and his clansmen's secret investigation, they discovered that the Xianchuo Khanate had already deployed a considerable number of military forces in the south, forming a net to search for them everywhere. This feeling was quite strange, as if Shui Yantua had predicted that he would escape to the Tang dynasty. There was no need to consider going north. Li Wangyou did not want to go to Siberia. If he did, his chances of going home would be even slimmer. To the east was Goguryeo, and Li Wangyu didn't wish to flee to Goguryeo either. Although the relationship between Goguryeo and the Tang dynasty was still harmonious, he still felt uneasy after killing Yun Gaesaman. How could he be willing to run to Goguryeo alone? To the west was the territory of the Turks. As for the relationship between the Turks and the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu naturally couldn't choose this path. After thinking about it, Li Wangyu felt that the only way to escape from Shui Yintuo was to enter the desert again. As long as they escaped into the desert, Shui Yintuo's cavalry would no longer be a threat to them. Although Li Wangyu didn't want to enter the desert again, this was the only way now. Just as Li Wangyu was thinking about how to escape from the Xianchuo Khanate, in the Xianchuo Palace of Overseer Mountain, the barbarian Khan was staring at the several Xianchuo generals kneeling below with a gloomy face. You are all trash. After so many days you still haven't caught the murderer of Kishuo. What's the use of me keeping you? Someone come. Drag these trash down and trample them to death. The generals immediately trembled and kowtowed and begged for mercy. Great Khan, please forgive us, please spare our lives, please give us another chance, we will definitely capture and kill the murderer to avenge Prince Dajua. Khan, please spare us. An old man beside the barbarian Khan persuaded. Khan, why don't you give them another chance? I'm sure they will do their best. Since Galadogan is pleading for you, I'll give you another 15 days. If you still can't catch the murderer, you don't have to come back. The barbarian Khan said sinisterly and waved his hand, indicating for the terrified generals to leave. The Galadogan he mentioned was not a person's name, but Shui Yintuo's official position. Shui Yintuo inherited the Tujue, and had the same official system as the Tujue. Goli meant old, while Dagon was the official name. Galadogan had a prominent position, equivalent to the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. After the generals left the tent in fear, the barbarian Khan asked coldly, Do the Tangs know that we are chasing the king of Qin? The old man twisted his beard and shook his head. Of course they don't know. Tang Songling only knows that Prince Kishuo was assassinated, but they don't know that it was their king of Qin who did it. That's good. Barbarian Khan stood up and paced a few steps inside the tent. My son died a tragic death. I wish I could pull out that surnamed Li's tendons and flay his skin, grind his bones and scatter his ashes to vent the anger in my heart. However, the Tang dynasty is powerful. Although I have 200,000 armored soldiers, I can't defeat the Tang dynasty. Therefore, this matter must not be spread. After we kill the king of Qin of the Tang dynasty, let the Tangs come to see me. Hehe, don't worry, Great Khan. As long as we kill that Li Wangyu and destroy the evidence, we can slowly help the Tang search for their His Highness King of Qin. The old man nodded and smiled sinisterly. If Li Wangyu heard their conversation, he would immediately understand why his route to the south was blocked. It turned out that Shui Yintuo's people had already known his identity, so they deliberately set up a heavy guard on his route to the south to prevent him from escaping back to the Tang dynasty. The barbarian Khan didn't want to see Tang Songling for the same reason. Pai Lupi sent Tang Songling to Shui Yintuo to find Li Wangyu with the help of Shui Yintuo. However, who would have thought that Shui Yintuo was secretly searching for Li Wangyu and trying to kill him? Speaking of which, Li Wangyu's identity was exposed because of Dai. If he hadn't shouted out Li Wangyu's name in the market that day, Shui Yintuo wouldn't have known the truth. Li Wangyu was now famous in the Tang dynasty. Even Shui Yintuo, who was far away in Mo Bay, had heard of his name. Tang Songling went to Shui Yintuo to ask for Shui Yintuo's help to find Li Wangyu. One of the Tangs who assassinated Prince Bashuo was also named Li Wangyu. With the combination of the two, how could the barbarian Khan and the others not know Li Wangyu's true identity? That was why the barbarian Khan refused to see Tang Songling. He didn't want Tang Songling to know about this. Shui Yintuo couldn't afford to offend the Tang dynasty. However, the barbarian Khan was even more unwilling to let go of his son's murderer. Therefore, killing Li Wangyu secretly as soon as possible could hide it from the Tang dynasty. No one would know that the Tang dynasty's king of Qin had died in Mo Bay. However, no matter how much Yinan Khan and his trusted subordinates calculated, they never expected that Li Wangyu would escape to the desert. This gave Li Wangyu, Dian and the others a chance to escape. I have to drive to another place to do something tomorrow. I may not be able to come back on the same day. Therefore, I have to take a day off. Chapter 1029. In the barbarian king's tent on Overseer Mountain, the barbarian Khan was still discussing the matter of capturing Li Wangyu with a few of his trusted officials when the tent's door was suddenly opened by someone. A young man ignored the guard's obstruction and directly barged in. "Father, please allow me to personally capture the murderer who killed my brother. I want to personally take revenge for my brother." The one who barged into the tent was the other son of the barbarian king, Xieli. The barbarian king only had these two sons. How could he bear to let him go capture Li Wangyu? "Xieli, don't mess around. I have my own plans for this matter." "No, father, I want to personally take revenge for my brother. I already know that the one who killed my brother is the Qin king of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu. Father, please allow me to lead the troops to take revenge for my brother." The barbarian king was about to shake his head and refuse when the old man beside him persuaded. "Great Khan, Prince Xieli has already grown up. An eagle needs to spread its wings and fly to hunt. Why don't you let Prince Xieli go? That Qin Wang is now a stray dog. Could it be that Great Khan is still worried that he will bite back?" Hearing the old man say this, the barbarian king hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. "Good, since that's the case, then go. Bring 5,000 wolf cavalry and go capture your prey. I will be at Overseer Mountain waiting for news of your triumphant return." Xieli was overjoyed and immediately knelt down on one knee and bowed to his father. "Father, don't worry. I will definitely bring Li Wangyu's head back to see you." He did not expect that his father would actually give him 5,000 wolf cavalry. This made Xieli very excited. In the legends of the Tiela people, their ancestors were the descendants of the Xiongnu Chanyu's daughter, and a god. Therefore, many of the customs of the Tiela people were passed down from the same line as the Xiongnu people. The strongest thing about the Xiongnu people, the most terrifying thing, was the cavalry that held the wolf totem flag. They were as efficient and mobile as a pack of wolves, fearless of death, fierce and cruel. Therefore, those who could be called wolf cavalry were the most terrifying and feared cavalry on the grassland. Be it the Xiongnu, the Turks, or the Tiela people, they were all like this. Shui Yantua, who had 200,000 troops, only had 10,000 of them who could be called wolf cavalry. In order to capture Li Wangyu, the barbarian male Khan allocated 5,000 wolf riders to Xieli Mo in one go. It can be seen that he was determined to kill Li Wangyu. He was determined to succeed. Xieli Feng did not delay for even a moment. After receiving the golden arrow for transferring troops from the hands of the barbarian male Khan, he prepared to set out immediately to pursue Li Wangyu and the others. The old man chased him out of the main tent and whispered a few words into his ear. Xieli Ke's eyes lit up as he listened, nodding repeatedly. After thanking the elder, Xieli led the 5,000 wolf cavalry and set out on the same day. With regards to this, Li Wangyu, Agui and the others were naturally unaware. After Li Wangyu confirmed that the desert would be their escape route, Adian immediately led the group to turn around and head towards the direction of their tribe. Not long after Li Wangyu left the desert, he met a wolf pack. Then, he met Adian and the others who went out to hunt. Hence, the Hurut tribe was not far from the desert. They carefully avoided the Shui Yantua cavalry that was searching for them, hiding in the day and going out at night. After 10 days on the grasslands, they finally returned to the Hurut tribe that was in ruins. Adian and the others were naturally really familiar with the surroundings of the Hurut tribe. This place was like their safety zone. To be able to return to their familiar hometown, it made the tense nerves of the surviving tribesmen relax by a lot. When the Hurut tribe was attacked, the women and children were all killed by the Shui Yantua cavalry. To take revenge, Adian and the others could only collect the corpses of their loved ones and hurriedly set out to chase those cavalry. Now that they returned to their tribe, Adian and the others naturally had to pay their respects to their loved ones. Based on the Tiela people's funeral customs, after one's loved ones died, their corpses would be placed in tents for 7 days before being burned and buried. The loved ones would also cut their faces with knives to show their condolences. Cutting one's face was using a small knife to cut one's face. Cutting one's face, cutting one's ears, cutting one's hair and tearing one's clothes. This was the funeral customs of the Turks and Tiela people. Due to time constraints, Adian and the others did not pay their respects to their loved ones and tribesmen. Now that they had returned to their tribe, Adian discussed with Li Wangyu that they wanted to stay for a few more days to pay their respects to their tribesmen. "Adian, Let's quickly leave this place and enter the desert. Staying here makes me feel uneasy. Recently, Li Wangyu's left eyelid had been twitching. His heart was on tenterhooks, and he couldn't help but advise. From the Hu tribe to the desert, it would take half a day on a fast horse. Li Wangyu would rather run into the desert and eat sand than face the pursuit of the Shui Yantua cavalry. As long as they could enter the desert, they would be temporarily safe. Dian grinned. Li Wangyu Yutang people have a saying, it's dark under the light. Those Shui Yantua cavalry would definitely not expect us to return to the tribe. Furthermore, we are tired and need to rest for a few days before entering the desert. The most dangerous place was the safest. This saying was not without reason. Although Li Wangyu was still uneasy, out of respect for Dian and the others, he nodded in agreement. Dian was right. In the past month, they had been chased by the Shui Yantua cavalry on the grassland. Almost everyone was injured and they needed to rest. Now that they had finally gotten out of danger and had shaken off their pursuers, they naturally needed time to recuperate. Even if the people could persevere, the horses under them had already lost a layer of fat and needed time to recuperate and recover their energy. After discussing with Dian, they decided to stay in the ruins of the Hu tribe. They prepared to pay their respects to their tribesmen before leaving the desert and following Li Wangyu to the Tang dynasty, leaving this grassland. After staying in the Hu tribe for a few days, they did not see any Shui Yantua cavalry on the grassland. Li Wangyu slowly relaxed and felt that he was too worried. After all, the grassland was vast and sparsely populated. It was normal to not see a single person after riding for a day or two on the grassland. Even if the Shui Yantua Khanate sent out tens of thousands of cavalry to chase them, it was not easy to find them in the vast grassland. After all, the Zhongguan of the Tang dynasty was not the modern era. They did not have advanced technology like reconnaissance planes and reconnaissance satellites. Just relying on manpower to find dozens of people on the grassland was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After staying in the ruins of the Hu tribe for a few days, Li Wangyu, Dian and the others finally recovered enough energy. They mounted their horses and prepared to leave the desert. Dian was the last to leave the ruins of the Hu tribe. He turned his head and looked at the tribe again. Just as he was about to mount his horse, his body suddenly froze. Li Wangyu did not know what was going on. Just as he was about to ask, Dian gestured for him to keep quiet. Then Dian crouched on the ground and listened to something. Immediately, Dian's expression changed drastically. He jumped up on the horse and shouted to everyone, "Let's go quickly. A large group of cavalry is coming. There are no less than 1,000 of them." His words caused Li Wangyu to be greatly alarmed. They were discovered so quickly. Without much time to think, Li Wangyu and the others immediately urged their horses and rushed out of the ruins of the Hu tribe. They galloped toward the desert. Chapter 10:30. Li Wangyu and the rest fled quickly, but the pursuers came even faster. They did not run for more than an hour before a black cavalry line appeared on the horizon of the grassland behind them. With the momentum of Mount Tai, they chased after them rapidly. Adai's horsemanship was exceptional. He did not care about the galloping horse under him and stood on the horse's back, shading his eyes with his hand as he looked back. Previously, when they were fleeing on the grassland, they relied on Adai's superb horsemanship to predict the position of the pursuers in advance and lead everyone to escape from the encirclement. When Adai saw the pursuers behind them clearly, his expression changed drastically. "Not good. It's the wolf cavalry. Quick! Increase the speed." After Adai finished speaking, he did not care about the horse anymore and raised the horsewhip in his hand and lashed down fiercely. Under the pain, the horse under him suddenly exerted its strength and its speed increased by a few notches. When the men of the Hu tribe heard Adai's words, they also showed a frightened expression and silently raised their whips to urge their horses. Although Li Wangyu did not know what the wolf cavalry meant, but seeing Adai and the rest so nervous, he knew that the pursuers this time must be very powerful to make Adai and the rest so fearful. He could only wave his horsewhip and increase the speed. Fortunately, they did not lack horses. Li Wangyu and the rest all rode 3 horses each, so they did not have to worry about running for too long and the horses being tired out. However, although they fled quickly, the pursuers behind them were even faster. Adai did not see wrongly. The pursuers that suddenly appeared and chased after them were Shui Yintua's elite cavalry, the 5,000 wolf cavalry led by Xie Li Meng. As the most elite cavalry under the barbarian Khan, the horses they rode were 1 in 100, so they were naturally much stronger than the horses of Adai and the rest. Therefore, even though Adai and the rest were running very fast, the wolf cavalry behind them was getting closer and closer. Xie Li Meng was surrounded by a group of guards and similarly urged his horse to gallop wildly in the midst of the wolf cavalry. Looking at Li Wangyu and the rest who were running for their lives a few miles ahead, the corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a smile. Galadakin was right. These lowly herdsmen have really returned to their tribe. That day, when Xie Li Rua was about to lead his troops and set out, he was stopped by that old man, who told him to pay attention to Ajie and the others, and to escape back to his own tribe. Xie Li Xiu led the 5,000 wolf cavalry to search the grasslands for a few days, but did not find any traces of Adian and the others, so he simply followed the old man's words and went to the Hurut tribe to try his luck. He did not expect that Galadagan had guessed correctly. As for capturing Li Wangyu and the others, Xie Li was not worried in the slightest. The speed of the wolf cavalry's horse was obviously much faster than the opponent's. At this rate, they would be able to capture him in 2 to 4 hours at most. Elder brother, I will definitely personally deliver that dog fart Qin Wang to you for forgiveness. Xie Li secretly made up his mind. Holding the mentality of a cat catching a mouse, Xie Li Rua did not urge the wolf cavalry to increase their speed. Just like this, he followed behind Li Wangyu and the others, purposely toying with Li Wangyu, Dian and the others. Just like this, one chasing and one fleeing, the two sides ran for close to 100 miles. Midway, both sides had already changed horses several times, and the distance between the wolf cavalry and Li Wangyu and the others was getting closer and closer. Apart from the horse, Li Wangyu's horsemanship was also Adian and the others' greatest weakness. When the Tiela people and the wolf cavalry changed horses, they did not need to slow down at all, and could directly jump onto the back of the horse beside them. But how could Li Wangyu do that? Even if his horsemanship was already not bad, but compared to these grassland people who grew up on horseback since young, he was just like a child who had just learned how to walk. Changing horses twice, Li Wangyu had dragged down Adian and the others for quite a bit of time. Towards this, Li Wangyu also felt very guilty. There were several times when he wanted to open his mouth and tell Adian and the others to not worry about him, but when the words reached his mouth, he could not say it at all. It was not that Li Wangyu was afraid of death, but that he knew that no matter how he tried to persuade them, Adian and the others, these Tiela men, would not abandon him and run for their lives alone. Li Wangyu could only secretly clench his teeth, lowering his head and silently brandishing his horsewhip, doing his best to make the horse he was sitting on run a bit faster. But no matter how desperately Li Wangyu fought, many things could not be changed by human will. When the grassland under the horse's hooves gradually turned into a desert, when a line of yellow sand already appeared in front of Li Wangyu's eyes, the pursuers behind him were already very close. Li Wangyu did not even need to turn his head. His ears could already clearly hear the rumbling sounds of horse hooves behind him. Every sound was like a war drum, pounding on his chest. Silently letting out a long sigh in his heart, Li Wangyu could not help but turn his head and look at the wolf cavalry behind him. In the center of the wolf cavalry, an iron-red wolf totem war flag was fluttering in the wind, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws to announce to the world the terror and brutality of the wolf cavalry. Li Wangyu knew clearly that this time, it was truly difficult to escape from this calamity. Just when Li Wangyu was already dejected and was about to give up and accept his fate, the horse under him suddenly let out a neigh, and then suddenly sped up a bit, charging forward abruptly. Li Wangyu turned his head in shock, only to discover that the Hurut man who had been guarding him had pulled out the steel knife at his waist and chopped down on the horse's buttocks. The horse was injured and in pain. Only then did it erupt again. Li Wangyu did not understand what this Hurut man meant, but he saw the man grin at Li Wangyu, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Then he suddenly pulled on the reins in his hand, turned the horse around, waved the steel knife in his hand, and charged towards the wolf cavalry without any hesitation. "No! Come back! You come back!" Li Wangyu roared in horror, even subconsciously wanting to pull on the reins. He did not even know the name of that Hurut man, but he knew what he wanted to do. He was planning to sacrifice himself to buy that insignificant bit of time for everyone to escape. Before Li Wangyu could pull on the reins in his hand were snatched away by someone. Agui's face was bleak as he said coldly, "His name is Bursting, don't let his sacrifice be in vain." After he finished speaking, he pulled on the reins of Li Wangyu's horse and charged forward with his head down. Li Wangyu sat on the saddle in a daze. Looking back, he saw Bursting charging towards the wolf cavalry was like a stone thrown into a pond. Other than causing a slight ripple in the wolf cavalry army, he was instantly drowned out by the army. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down from Li Wangyu's eyes. Ah! He could not help but let out a roar like an injured beast. Before Li Wangyu could vent the anger and sorrow in his heart, he saw another Hu-Root man roar and pull on the reins, turning the horse around and charging towards the wolf cavalry at the back. Beside Agui, there were a total of 40 to 50 Hu-Root men following him. They looked at each other and resolutely turned their horses around. One after another, like moths to a flame, they charged towards the wolf cavalry army at the back. Li Wangyu's eyes were about to bleed. His teeth bit through his lips and blood oozed out. Chapter 1031. Even if the men of the Hu-Root tribe were willing to sacrifice themselves, they would still cover Adi and Li Wangyu's escape. However, in front of absolute strength, the sacrifice of 40 to 50 Chela riders was practically worthless. Apart from creating a trace of chaos in the wolf riders and slowing them down for a while, it was completely useless. Even if Adi and Li Wangyu had already urged their horses to run into the desert, the 5,000 wolf riders still had no intention of letting them go and followed them into the desert. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air. Adi and Li Wangyu's mounts both let out a miserable neigh before falling down in front of a sand dune. Li Wangyu and Adi both rolled down from the back of their horses. If not for the fine and soft sand, perhaps the two of them would have already been badly battered. Looking up, their mounts had been hit by many arrows and were killed by the wolf riders. This was because Shelly Shou wanted to torture Li Wangyu and Adi, and did not order his subordinates to shoot arrows at the two. Otherwise, the ones that were hit by the arrows would not be the horses. Without waiting for Li Wangyu and Adi to help each other up, the 5,000 wolf riders had already surrounded the two of them. Under such circumstances, unless Li Wangyu could fly, there was already no chance of escaping. Li Wangyu already had a clear understanding of this outcome. Smiling bitterly, he only regretted that he did not have a grenade in his hand. Otherwise, he could have dragged a few shui into a cavalry down with him. Adi spat out the sand in his mouth with a pei sound. His eyes were like that of an injured wild wolf as he stared fiercely at the wolf riders around him. The steel blade in his hand was tightly clenched and the veins on the back of his hand were bulging. He was ready to fight to the death. The 5,000 wolf riders surrounded the two of them but did not make a move. This made Li Wangyu somewhat surprised. Not long after, the wolf riders opened up a path. Shelly Shou rode on a fine horse with a complacent smile on his face and appeared in front of Li Wangyu. "Haha, Your Highness Prince of Qin of the Tang Dynasty. Poetry Immortal Li Zio. It's an honor to meet you at last. To be able to see Your Highness Prince of Qin like a stray dog in the desert, it's really delightful." Shelly raised his head and laughed, looking down at Li Wangyu with eyes full of mockery. "Prince of Qin?" Li Wangyu was slightly stunned, not understanding what this shuiyin to a man in front of him meant. Shelly Shou. Shelly, since you know this one's identity, you still dare to pursue this one in such an unbridled manner. Could it be that my great Tang cavalry cannot flatten the Mabe? Li Wangyu held his hands behind his back, his body ramrod straight as he raised his eyes to look at Shelly. Since the other party had seen through his identity, Li Wangyu could not bring shame to the Tang dynasty. Atai gripped the steel blade in his hand even tighter. His face was filled with arrogance, as if he had the intention of pouncing forward and killing Shelly. His actions instead made the guards at Shelly's side a bit uneasy. They all raised the bows in their hands, aiming at Agui. As long as he dared to move, he would definitely be pierced by thousands of arrows. Shelly Feng did not pay any attention to Agui at all. He only stared at Li Wangyu with a mocking tone and said, "Shelly Feng, Prince Bajwa is my brother. Your Highness Duke of Qin, remember me well. When you go to hell and ask about me, don't forget to mention my name. As for the Tang dynasty, His Highness Duke of Qin must be joking. It's true that I, Shui Yantua, am not a match for the Tang dynasty for the time being. But who knows that His Highness Duke of Qin died in this desert? Could it be that Emperor Tang can predict the future? Xylixer? Li Wangyu understood a little. He was the other son of the barbarian Khan. Xie Feng waved the horsewhip in his hand ferociously and said, Your Highness Duke of Qin dared to kill my brother. Even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I, Shui Yantua, will not let you go. But no matter what, Your Highness Duke of Qin is still a prince of the Tang dynasty. Your status is honorable. So how do you want to die, Your Highness Duke of Qin? I can still satisfy you. Li Wangyu treated his words as farts. He patted the sand off his body calmly and said with a smile, Oh, you want me to choose how to die? All right, I choose to die of old age in bed 100 years later. Xie Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that he had been played by Li Wangyu. He could not help but fly into a rage. On the other hand, Tai laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He patted Li Wangyu with his hand and said with a smile, Li Wangyu, this is a good way to die, ha ha. Humph, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In that case, let Your Highness Duke of Qin have a taste of the punishment of being trampled by horses on the grassland. Men capture these two, dig a hole and bury them. Hearing this, Tai's expression changed. He roared and raised his saber, wanting to fight with his life. But immediately an arrow pierced through the air, bringing with it a rain of blood. It pierced through Tai's saber-wielding shoulder. Tai screamed miserably. The steel saber in his hand fell to the ground. Then several wolf riders rushed forward and grabbed his hands, making him unable to move. As for Li Wangyu, he did not even bother to resist. He did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. Facing 5,000 wolf riders, there was no need for him to struggle. As a man who had died once, Li Wangyu was not that afraid of death. He only regretted that he could not see his child one last time. He did not have time to say goodbye to Su Chongqing before he was about to leave this world. The so-called punishment of being trampled by horses was to dig a hole and bury the person, leaving only the head above the ground. Then the horse would trample on the person, stomping the person into the ground. At this moment they had already escaped into the desert. There was sand all around them. Xie Xiu did not mind and ordered people to start digging holes in the sand. In his opinion, it would be better to kill Li Wangyu in the desert. In this desert where even birds and beasts could not be seen, no one would find Li Wangyu's body. Shui Yantua's pursuit of Li Wangyu could not be exposed. Otherwise, the anger of the Tang dynasty was not something that Shui Yantua, a country that had only been established for a few years, could bear. Whether it was the barbarian Khan or Xie Xiu, although they were ambitious, they knew what was important. Even the Turks were defeated by the Tang dynasty. Although Shui Yantua had 200,000 elite soldiers, they were not a match for the Tang dynasty. Moreover, Shui Yantua was not a monolithic bloc. Although Huihe, Baegu, Tongluo, Puguxia, and other ethnic groups had submitted, there was still friction. If the Tang dynasty attacked Shui Yantua, Xie Xiu was sure that Huihe, Baegu, and other tribes would immediately turn their weapons against the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Xie Xiu only planned to secretly take revenge and kill Li Wangyu as a sacrifice to his elder brother. Not long after, a huge sand hole was dug. Li Wangyu and 80 were directly pushed into the sand hole, and then buried in the sand. Soon the sand hole disappeared, leaving only Li Wangyu and 80's two heads on the sand. The 5,000 wolf cavalry slowly retreated and formed a square formation, preparing to charge over and trample the two to death. Li Wangyu raised his eyes and looked at the slightly dazzling sun, murmuring, "Damn it, this time we will die more miserably than last time." 80 next to him did not understand his words. He grinned and was about to say something, but his expression froze and he closed his mouth to listen. "Li Wangyu, there seems to be a large group of cavalry approaching. I'm afraid the number is no less than 10,000. Li Wangyu smiled and said, "What's the difference between being trampled to death by thousands of horses and being trampled to death by tens of thousands of horses? Dalong, let me tell you a secret actually." Before he finished speaking, he also paused. There seemed to be a faint sound of a bugle horn in his ears, but this bugle horn sound was exceptionally familiar. Chapter 1032. Bugle horns were made from beast horns, and were introduced into the Central Plains by the ethnic minorities during the Eastern Han Dynasty. Because the sound was loud and sharp, it was usually used to give orders or boost morale on the battlefield, and also used as a ceremonial guard when the emperor went out. The bugle horns of the Tang dynasty were mostly made from rhinoceros horns, and the sound was loud and deep. Because the Tang army was invincible, the sound of the bugle horn of the Tang army also became the nightmare sound of their enemies, causing people's complexion to change. When the sound of the bugle horn came from the desert, not only did Li Wangyu hear it, the 5,000 wolf cavalry and Xie Li Ming also heard it. Xie Li Ming's complexion immediately changed dramatically, revealing a frightened expression. Even the 5,000 wolf riders couldn't help but become restless. Quick! Trample them to death! Xie Li Ming did not have time to investigate why they would encounter the Tang army in the northern desert. At this moment he only wanted to immediately kill Li Wangyu, and then turn around and run away. But previously, in order to play and torture Li Wangyu, wanting him to experience the helplessness and despair before death, Xie Li Ming led the 5,000 wolf cavalry and retreated far away after burying Li Wangyu and Tai in the sand pit. Originally, Xie Li Ming planned to let the wolf cavalry retreat and regroup, then speed up and then crush Li Wangyu and Tai in a thunderous manner to vent the anger in his heart. In the end, when the sound of the bugle horn of the Tang army sounded, the wolf cavalry was already 100 steps away from Li Wangyu and Tai. When the wolf cavalry heard Xie Li Ming's order, they immediately began to urge their horses to gallop toward Li Wangyu, preparing to trample him to death. But a group of wolf cavalry had only galloped 40 or 50 steps when they heard the sound of breaking through the air. Countless feathered arrows pierced through the air and pounced straight toward them. Miserable howls immediately sounded as dozens of Shui Yantua's most elite wolf cavalry were directly nailed to death on the backs of their horses by the feathered arrows. Even though this group of several hundred wolf cavalry charged toward Li Wangyu and Tai with all their might, they were hit by the arrows and fell to the ground one after another. The closest wolf cavalry fell in front of Li Wangyu. The bloody mist that burst out from his body even drenched his face. But Li Wangyu did not have the slightest fear in his heart. Instead he shouted excitedly, "Come! Come! Come and kill me!" With the arrival of the iron cavalry of the Tang dynasty, who in the world could contend against them? So what if they were the wolf cavalry? Xie Li's face was completely blank. Only when he raised his eyes to look over did he notice that unknowingly, on the sand dune behind Li Wangyu and Adui, silhouettes after silhouettes had silently appeared one after another. They were currently looking down at them from a high vantage point. At the same time, the arrows in their hands were continuously shooting out, taking away the lives of Shui Yantua's wolf cavalry one after another. From Xie Li Xiu's point of view, the army on the sand dune was currently standing against the light, facing the dazzling sunlight, making it impossible for him to clearly see the appearance of the people on the sand dune. Only a flag fluttering in the wind allowed him to see it clearly. It was a huge Tang character. The cavalry of the Tang dynasty. Xylixer's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. He raised his eyes to look at the wolf riders that had been shot to death by arrows. He really wanted to disregard everything and directly order the wolf cavalry to charge and fight to the death with these Tang soldiers who had suddenly appeared. But in the end, Xie Li Xylixer still didn't dare to give this order. His fear of the Tang dynasty made even if he was unwilling in his heart, he could only squeeze out a word from between his teeth. Retreat! The several thousand wolf riders were indeed Shui Yantua's elites. With one order, they immediately turned around on the spot to protect Xie Li Xylixer, and then turned around to retreat towards the grassland. The Tang soldiers who had suddenly appeared on the sand dune did not pursue and attack. Instead, they quickly urged their horses to charge down the sand dune and surrounded Li Wangyu and Adui in the middle to protect them. Then several silhouettes rolled down from the horseback and threw themselves at Li Wangyu's side. With tears in their eyes, they began to desperately dig at the sand with their hands. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was amused. He didn't care how embarrassed he was right now. Grinning, he said, "Niu Wu, why are you crying? I'm still alive and well. Why are you crying? Haha, brother Chumo, brother Ui. You guys still haven't returned to Chang'an? Mita, why are you also in this desert?" The ones who threw themselves at him and kneeled on the ground to dig at the sand were Niu Wu and a group of foppish sons, as well as Mituo and the others. After running around for more than a year and a half and being forced into desperate situations several times, Li Wangyu was also very excited when he saw these people at this moment. Even though he was laughing and scolding them, his voice was choked with sobs. Niu Wu, a 30-something Guangzhong man, was even more sobbing. Lang Jun, I finally found you. I thought I would never see you again. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. That day I should have followed you to Wuxia Luzi. While digging at the sand, Chang Chumo's eyes were also red. He glared at Li Wangyu fiercely. Zio, you bastard. You made me wait for so long to find you. That's right. Quickly dig this bastard out. I'll teach him a lesson today. In order to find this bastard, I've been eating sand in this desert for almost a year. Fang Yai also laughed and scolded. At this moment Mituo was also crying. He was not like Niu Wu and the foppish sons who had deep feelings for Li Wangyu. Instead, he was so excited that he cried when he thought that he could finally return to Chang'an and report to Pai Lupi. This provincial supervisor of the Ministry of Internal Affairs had suffered enough in the desert of the western regions this year. Now that the clouds had parted and the moon had seen the moon, he was naturally so excited that he could not control himself. Your Highness Duke of Qin, old slave has finally found you. Li Wangyu was dug out of the sand pit by the crowd. He reached out and hugged Niu Wu, who was kneeling and crying. Niu Wu, this has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. It's been hard on you, Sai. In just a year, Niu Wu's skin had become dark and rough, as if he had aged more than 10 years. Even his bun had strands of white hair. Li Wangyu knew that because of his disappearance, this loyal and devoted member of the Li family had suffered a lot. After comforting Niu Wu with great difficulty, Li Wangyu stood up again and hugged Chang Chumo and the other foppish sons. The crowd laughed and scolded at the same time. It was very lively. At the side, Adian was also rescued by the Tang soldiers. Li Wangyu introduced Adian to the crowd. When the foppish sons found out that Adian had saved Li Wangyu in the grassland, they all praised him greatly. Seeing that Adian's shoulder was injured by an arrow, they quickly called for the paramedics and medical officers to bandage his wound. After a while of hustle and bustle, the foppish sons ordered people to bring wine and food. They sat on the ground in the desert and talked with each other about what had happened in the past year. With regards to Li Wangyu's encounter, the crowd was also very curious. Li Wangyu also did not expect that after more than a year, the foppish sons were still in the desert and had not returned to Chang'an City. Brother Chumo, Brother Ya, why are you guys here? After the crowd calmed down a little, Li Wangyu thought of this and quickly asked. The foppish sons were like divine soldiers descending from the sky to save him, but this made Li Wangyu very surprised. This place was not far from the grassland. Why would the foppish sons lead an army here? Chang Chumo waved his hand. Let's not talk about this first. Ziyu, tell us what happened after you encountered the sandstorm that day. After you escaped from the desert bandits, where did you go? Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this and said, Brother Chumo, how did you know that I fell into the hands of the desert bandits? And how did you know that I escaped from the desert bandits? Chang Chumo, Fang Yai and the rest looked at each other and laughed loudly. Chapter 1033. When Li Wangyu learned from Chang Chumo and the others that if he had not escaped from the desert bandit camp, he would have only needed to wait a few more days to be rescued safely, his mouth could not help but open wide, speechless. Did this count as thinking that he was smart? He had spent so much effort to make the sand boat, but the result was simply a waste of effort. Li Wangyu even thought that if he had not escaped to the grasslands and had not met Adi and the Hurut tribe, then would the tragedy that happened to the Hurut tribe not have happened? Thinking of this, he could not help but raise his hand and slap himself. Li Wangyu's action startled everyone, not understanding what was wrong with him. On the other hand, Agui immediately understood and shook his head at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu, wolves eat sheep, is it because of the sheep's fault? Those nobles of Shui Yantua are hungry wolves that eat meat without spitting out the bones. It has nothing to do with you. Chang Chumo and the others did not understand and quickly asked Li Wangyu what happened after he escaped from the desert bandit camp. When they heard that it was the Hurut tribe who saved Li Wangyu, but because Li Wangyu helped them to make salt, they were all angry and cursed. That bullshit Prince Dajua, He really deserves to die. Ziyu, you did a good job, you should have killed that bastard. Yes. Not only that Dajua deserves to die, Shelly Xiao and Yinan who chased you before also deserve to die. If I knew they were such bastards, I would not have let those Shui Yantua people go. Li Wangyu suddenly stood up and stared in the direction of the grasslands. Let them go? It's not that easy. Brother Chumo, how many men do you have now? Cheng Chumo did not understand Li Wangyu's meaning. There are 10,000 cavalry. After Chang Yaojin led the troops to destroy the desert bandit camp next to Swan Lake, he led the troops back to the western region. As the general manager of the Western Expedition Army, he was busy cleaning up Li Wangyu's mess. Naturally, he could not stay in the desert and wait for news. But those playboys were not willing to give up. Besides, Mitua did not find Li Wangyu and did not dare to return to Chang'an. So, he simply asked Chang Yaojin for permission and led 10,000 Tang Dynasty cavalry to stay at Swan Lake for the time being. Over the past few days, they had been sending out military scouts to search the desert. Of course, the result was nothing. Therefore, after Chang Chumo and the other debauches had a discussion, they decided to lead their troops to the grasslands to see if they could find any trace of Li Wangyu. After all, according to the explanation of the desert robbers, when Li Wangyu escaped, he went in the direction of Shui Yantua. Mitua had a headache over this. He wanted to stop this group of silk pants from messing around. No matter what, the Shui Yantua Khanate was a grassland country. Chang Chumo and the others did not say anything and led 10,000 Tang cavalry to the grasslands. No matter how one looked at it, it was a diplomatic matter. If the barbarian Khan complained to Pai Lupi because of this, he, as the commander of the 100 Cavalry Department, would be punished. But how could Chang Chumo and his group of silk pants listen to Mituo's advice? Without saying anything, they led 10,000 troops and horses and headed towards the grasslands. By a freak combination of factors, he happened to save Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu heard that Chang Chumo led 10,000 Tang cavalry, he punched his own palm and said, "That's good. Brothers, there is no time to lose. While Shelly has not escaped far away, let's chase after him together. Damn it, this time I almost suffered a big loss. I must make that son of a bitch pay the price." Chang Chumo, Fang Yai and the others were not people who minded big things. When they heard that Li Wangyu wanted to lead troops to chase after Shelly, they naturally rubbed their fists and were very excited. Only Mituo's head hurt more. "Your Highness, you have just escaped danger. Why don't you return to Chang'an first? His Majesty is still waiting for your news in Chang'an. What's more, our Tang Dynasty and Shui Yantua have always been harmonious. Without His Majesty's edict, I'm afraid it's inappropriate for your Highness to lead troops privately." Before Mitua could finish, Li Wangyu glared at him and said, "Nonsense. Shui Yantua knew my identity and still dared to send troops to chase after me. Where is the harmony to speak of? If we let it go like this, where is the face of our Tang Dynasty? Mitua, I am still the general manager of the Western Expedition Army, right? As the saying goes, when a general is outside, he will not obey the orders of His Majesty. After I get my revenge, I will explain to His Majesty." Mita really could not refute Li Wangyu's words. Although the general manager of the Western Expedition Army was now Chang Yaojin, Pai Lupi did not remove Li Wangyu from his position. After all, at that time in the imperial court, everyone thought that Li Wangyu had died and even conferred him the title of Prince of Qin. Now Li Wangyu had returned safely. He and Chang Yaojin had become the general managers of the Western Expedition Army. Of course, Li Wangyu would not compete with Chang Yaojin for the position of general manager. He just wanted to use this title to lead the troops. Mitua was choked by Li Wangyu's words and could not speak for a long time. However, this guy was also a shrewd person. He rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. "Your Highness, Shui Yantua dared to chase after you. His Majesty naturally will not forgive them. It's natural for your Highness to vent your anger. The old slave naturally does not dare to stop you. But the Wang Fei is still waiting for your Highness in Chang'an. Also, your Highness may not know yet, right? The Wang Fei gave birth to a boy and a girl for your Highness. Shouldn't your Highness go back to visit them first?" Mituo's words made Li Wangyu's eyes almost pop out. He grabbed Mitua and said, "Mitua, what did you say? Chongqing gave birth to a boy and a girl? I have a son and a daughter? Hee hee, how could the old slave dare to deceive your Highness? Everyone knows this. His Majesty even conferred them the titles of Prince and Princess of Fufeng, TSK, the noble families of Chang, and are in awe of them. Mitua hurriedly replied with a smile. I have a son? And a daughter? Li Wangyu still could not believe it. He turned to look at Niu Wu and the other rich playboys. Niu Wu nodded and laughed. That's right. Congratulations, Lang Jun. Your wife really gave birth to a boy and a girl. Chang Chumo and the others also laughed. Zio is so lucky to have a boy and a girl. This is indeed a joyous occasion. This news made Li Wangyu so excited that he almost wanted to leave and rush back to Chang, and to see his son and daughter. However, when his gaze landed on Adian, his expression of excitement instead slowly faded. Then he slowly shook his head. When this matter is over, I will naturally hurry back to Chang'an. However, right now I want that Xieli Shui to pay with his blood. Thinking of the women and children who died tragically in the Hurut tribe, thinking of Yero's pale body, thinking of the men of the Hurut tribe who sacrificed themselves along the way, thinking of those men who rushed to the fire like moths, Li Wangyu temporarily put away the thought of rushing back to Chang, and to reunite with Su Chongqing and his children. If he did not take revenge, he would not be a gentleman. He would be ashamed to return to Chang'an. Mitua could not help but be dumbfounded. He did not know how to persuade him anymore. Only now did Adian know Li Wangyu's true identity. He was so shocked that he did not know what to say. How could he have known that the person he picked up from the grassland was actually a prince of the Tang dynasty? Seeing that Li Wangyu was going to lead 10,000 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty back to the grassland to avenge him and the Hurut tribe, Adian was a little scared. Chapter 1034. Qin, Your Highness, Adi didn't know what to say and stuttered for a while. After all, he was just an ordinary herdsman on the grassland. He had never seen such a big shot as Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu saw Adi's uneasiness. He pulled him to his side and put his arm around Adi's shoulder intimately. He laughed and scolded. Your Highness, my ass. Delong, don't you recognize me? Don't talk so much nonsense. Get on the horse. Let's go and find that bastard Xieli to settle accounts. We must avenge the Hurut tribe. Adi couldn't say anything other than nodding his head desperately. His head was still buzzing. He felt that everything was too unimaginable. Under Li Wangyu's insistence, 10,000 Tang cavalrymen set off immediately and followed the wolf riders to the grassland. Mitua had no choice but to order his subordinates, the cavalry department, to send people back to Chang, and immediately to report this to Pai Lupi. He gritted his teeth and followed the army. In fact, Mitua was very happy. No matter what, he had found Li Wangyu. He had worked hard. At least Pai Lupi wouldn't punish him for this. As for what trouble Li Wangyu would cause by leading 10,000 Tang cavalrymen into the grassland, it had nothing to do with him. As far as Mitua was concerned, he supported Li Wangyu in his heart. Shui Yantua dared to chase and kill the prince of the Tang dynasty. If he didn't take revenge for this, where would the face of the Tang dynasty go? No matter what, he should teach Shui Yantua a lesson. But whether it was Mitua or Chang Chumo, Li Wangyu just wanted to vent his anger. Whether or not they could catch up to the 5,000 wolf cavalry was another matter for the time being. In any case, if they chased for a few days, Li Wangyu would be able to vent the anger in his heart and forget about it. As for how Pai Lupi wanted to vent Li Wangyu's anger, that was the business of the officials in the court. Li Wangyu led the 10,000 cavalry across the desert, following the direction of the wolf cavalry's escape and giving chase. How could Xieli have guessed that Li Wangyu's vengeful heart would be so strong? He failed to kill Li Wangyu and could only lead the wolf riders to retreat. After the 5,000 wolf riders entered the grassland, they slowed down and walked into the depths of the grassland in frustration. Along the way, Xieli. Now that the matter of Shui Yantua chasing after Li was exposed, he didn't know how his father would explain it to Emperor Tang. Xieli was upset. Just as he was vexed, he heard a scout report that the 10,000 Tang cavalry had actually charged out of the desert and were chasing after them. Xieli to Xieli. This is the territory of our Xianchuo Khanate. How dare they chase us into the prairie? However, He didn't think that since Shui Yantua dared to chase Li Wangyu for thousands of miles even though he knew Li Wangyu's identity, what was so strange about Li Wangyu's counterattack? Although Xie Ku was leading Shui Yantua's most elite wolf cavalry, they did not have the courage to fight against the Tang cavalry. This was not surprising. Having defeated the Eastern Turks, the overlord of the grassland, the Tang dynasty's cavalry was in high spirits. Not to mention Shui Yantua, who had only been established a few years ago. Even the Western Turks and Goguryeo were not taken seriously by the Tang dynasty's cavalry. With such a great reputation, how could Xie Shui dare to use only 5,000 wolf cavalry to fight against many with few? Therefore, after learning that Li Wangyu was leading 10,000 Tang cavalry to chase after him, Xie Ku did not even dare to resist and directly ordered a retreat. In Xieli's view, the Tang cavalry should not dare to enter the grassland, so why should he take the risk to fight the Tang army? As long as he retreated a few hundred li, Xie Ku could meet up with the tens of thousands of Shui Yantua cavalry. At that time, if the Tang army still chased after him, he did not mind defeating the Tang army in one fell swoop and teach Li Wangyu a deep lesson. The 5,000 wolf cavalry followed Xie Ku in a very sorry state as they ran toward the direction of Military Governor Mountain. Behind them, the 10,000 Tang dynasty cavalry under the leadership of Li Wangyu were in hot pursuit. One chased while the other fled. In a few days, a few hundred li passed in the blink of an eye. Under the leadership of Li Wangyu, the Tang army had already entered deep into the heart of the Xianchuo Khanate. Mitua could not take it anymore. One day after the army set up camp, he went to find Li Wangyu and said, "Your Highness, we have already chased for 5 or 6 days. Now that the army is alone deep in the grassland, we have no reinforcements and no supplies. We cannot continue to chase like this." At this moment, Chang Chumo and the other playboys also felt nervous. Originally, they thought that Li Wangyu just wanted to vent his anger. However, the current situation was just as Mitua had said. The 10,000 cavalry were alone deep in the grassland. If they were not careful, they might really be surrounded by the Xianchuo people. If they were to fall to such a state, they would really have nowhere to cry. Feng Yai hesitated for a moment and also said, "Zio, why not let that Xie Ku go for now? We will return to Chang'an first and settle the score with them in the future." "That's right, Zio. The army has no reinforcements and no supplies. It is too risky. Yesterday, the scouts reported that there are already tens of thousands of troops gathered around Xie Ku. If we continue to chase like this, things will not be good. Zio, let's retreat." The other playboys all advised. Currently, there were not only 5,000 wolf cavalry beside Xie Ku. He ran all the way north. At the same time, he did not forget to gather up the Xianchuo cavalry that were scattered on the grassland to search for Li Wangyu and Adi. In a few days, Xie Ku had gathered 50,000 cavalry around him. 10,000 Tang cavalry needed to deal with 50,000 or even more Xianchuo cavalry. No wonder Chang Chumo and the others did not have confidence. Li Wangyu was not nervous. He also knew that Mitua and the others were right. However, in his eyes, this was not a problem. There were many herding tribes on the grassland. Even if the Tang army did not rob them, they would be able to buy enough food with money. Thinking about it, those tribes would not dare to not sell their livestock to the Tang army. Hence, food was not a problem. As for going deep alone, in Li Wangyu's eyes, Shui Yantua's army was stronger than theirs. Mitua and the other playboys naturally did not know that 10 years later, in the 20th year of Zhengguan, Li Ji used just 6,000 cavalry to force Xianchuo's 200,000 army to flee. If Li Ji could do it with 6,000 cavalry, why couldn't he, Li Wangyu, with his 10,000 elite cavalry? The Xianchuo cavalry's stupid dismounted cavalry formation, in his eyes, could not withstand a single blow. Back then, 100 herdsmen had been able to defeat 500 to 600 Shui Yantua cavalrymen under his command, not to mention that Li Wangyu now had the Tang Empire's cavalry, which had been invincible on the grassland. Even Li Wangyu was pondering in his heart if he defeated Xie, should he go all the way to the Overseer Mountain, to the place where Shui Yantua's palace was, and capture the barbarian Khan alive, and bring him back to Chang'an to accompany Xie Khan of the Eastern Tujue. If Mitu or Chang Chumo knew about his thoughts, they would be so scared that they would fall off their horses. 10,000 elite cavalry to fight against Xianchuo who had 200,000 soldiers. If this was not crazy, what was? Li Wangyu, facing the persuasion of the others, laughed. He brothers, we have been chasing for so many days. I think that Xieliku can't hold it in anymore. Even if we want to retreat, we have to fight with Xieliku first. If we retreat from the grassland like this, where will the face of the Tang dynasty be? Hearing him say this, Chang Chumo and the others looked at each other and could only nod helplessly. At this moment, Xieliku, who had troops in his hands and was running away, finally had enough courage. He had enough of being chased by Li Wangyu and finally ordered the whole army to stop and prepare to meet the Tang army. A great battle that would shock the grassland was about to begin. Chapter 1035. In Shui Yantua's overseer mountain royal court, Tang Songling waited bitterly for more than 10 days before he finally received a notice that the barbarian Khan wanted to see him. Tang Songling did not dare to delay and quickly went to the king's tent to meet the barbarian Khan. He had received an order to go to the Mabe dynasty to find the Qin Wang Li Wangyu. Tang Songling could not help but feel anxious about this matter. But he did not expect that as soon as he entered the king's tent, before he could greet the barbarian Khan shouted angrily at him. Assistant Minister Tang, although Shui Yantua is a small country, it will not be humiliated by the Tang dynasty. Tell me, why did the Qin Wang lead 10,000 troops to attack Shui Yantua? Is the Tang dynasty ready to start a war with Shui Yantua? Tang Songling was stunned, not understanding what the barbarian Khan was talking about. Immediately, his face was full of shock. Barbarian Khan, may I ask what you mean by that? Is the Qin Wang referring to His Highness Qin Wang of the Tang dynasty? That's right. Your Tang dynasty asked this Khan to help find the whereabouts of the Qin Wang in the grasslands. This Khan kindly helped and sent a large number of soldiers to search for the whereabouts of the Qin Wang. But this Khan did not expect that my kindness would be treated as ill intent. A few days ago, your Qin Wang led 10,000 cavalry to invade Shui Yantua. Assistant Minister Tang, if you don't give this Khan an explanation, don't blame this Khan for turning hostile. The barbarian Khan was actually cursing in his heart. He did not expect that his son Xieli led 5,000 wolf cavalry to chase Li Wangyu. Not only did they not succeed, but they also allowed Li Wangyu to gather 10,000 Tang cavalry and kill their way into the grasslands. When Xieli Luo fled, naturally he sent someone to deliver a message to Overseer Mountain at top speed. When the barbarian Khan heard about this, he was also shocked. Chasing Li Wangyu was not only failed but also exposed. This was no small matter. The barbarian Khan did not care about the 10,000 Tang cavalry led by Li Wangyu. What he was afraid of was that after Pai Lupi found out about this, he would use this as an excuse to raise his troops to attack Shui Yantua. Therefore, in order to stabilize the Tang dynasty, he immediately summoned Tang Songling and directly put all the blame on Li Wangyu. Tang Songling was overjoyed. He did not care whether Li Wangyu crossed the line or whether he had a conflict with Shui Yantua. As long as he could find the whereabouts of Li Wangyu, his trip to Mabe would not be in vain. Tang Songling straightened his back even more in the face of the foreign Khan's interrogation. Originally, he was asking for a favor, so he lowered his attitude. Otherwise, how could he, a fourth-rank imperial court official and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, be afraid of the Khan of the Steppe Khanate? Bah! Not to mention that Shui Yantua had only been established for a few years. The Tang dynasty did not even take it seriously. So what if it was the Eastern Turks? When Xieli Khan was offered as a captive in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, countless people came to watch. Although Pai Lupi appointed him as the right general and gave him good land and beautiful houses, in Chang'an including the people, who would take him as a proper right general? Although the barbarian Khan was given the title of real Zirija Khan by Pai Lupi, in the eyes of the Tang dynasty, he was just a barbarian. Tang Songling chuckled and replied with an indifferent tone. Khan of the barbarian tribe, you can't say that. Who in the world doesn't know that His Highness King of Qin is the personal disciple of Daozu in the mortal world? He has his reasons for doing things. As for His Highness King of Qin leading the troops into Shui Yantua, I think he has his reasons. What do you mean? Assistant Minister Tang. Does the Tang dynasty really want to be enemies with Shui Yantua? Hearing this, the barbarian Khan was furious and the golden cup in his hand fell to the ground with a loud clang. In the tent, a few of Shui Yantua's guards pulled out their steel sabers and glared at Tang Songling fiercely. Tang Songling did not even bat an eyelid, ignoring Shui Yintua's threat. Ever since they defeated the Eastern Turks, the Tang people were the proudest people in the world. Tang Songling treated a mere Shui Yintua as nothing. As long as this barbarian Khan was not crazy, Tang Songling did not believe that he would dare to touch him. As an envoy of the Tang dynasty, he still had this bit of pride and confidence. Barbarian Khan, don't forget that you are the real Zurija Khan appointed by His Majesty. Could it be that you've forgotten your identity? As an official of His Majesty, how dare you say such disgraceful words? Tang Songling's words were not wrong. Although the barbarian Khan established the Shui Yintua Khanate, he was appointed by Pai Lupi. Thus, Shui Yintua was a vassal state of the Tang dynasty, and the barbarian Khan was an official of Pai Lupi. In a sense, Li Wangyo's status as a prince was on par with the barbarian Khan, or even higher. If Li Wangyu led his troops to attack Shui Yintua, it would at most be an internal conflict between two nobles. It was far from a war between two countries, and the barbarian Khan did not have the right to threaten the Tang dynasty. The barbarian Khan naturally understood Tang Songling's words, and so did the guards in the tent. Many of the Shui Yintua guards gritted their teeth in anger. If looks could kill, Tang Songling would have been riddled with holes. How could the barbarian Khan not hate him? Although he was an official of the Tang dynasty, he was an ambitious person. After the Eastern Turks fell, he saw himself as the king of the grassland. At this moment, Tang Songling's words were like knives, stripping away the barbarian Khan's pride layer by layer. How could he not be angry? He really wanted to immediately order his men to hack Tang Songling to death, and chop him into minced meat to vent his anger. However, in the end, the barbarian Khan did not dare to do so. Killing Tang Songling was easy, but Shui Yintua would have to be buried with him. Facing the giant of the Tang dynasty, Shui Yintua could not afford to offend them. This was different from killing Li Wangyu in the dark. Even if Pai Lupi questioned him afterwards, he could push the blame to Li Wangyu for assassinating his son. However, killing an official of the Tang dynasty meant that he would not rest until one of them was dead. The barbarian Khan's eyes were bloodshot. Breathing heavily, he stared at Tang Songling for a long time before finally sitting back down on his seat. Good. Since the Qin king has led his troops to attack me and the Tang dynasty did not care about this, then don't blame me for being impolite. This Khan wants to see if Qin Wang really has the ability to reach the heavens, to be able to resist my Shui Yintua's army of 50,000 with just 10,000 troops. Swords and sabers on the battlefield do not have eyes. If anything happens to the Qin king, don't blame me. The barbarian Khan was also counting on his son, Xieli, to lead the 50,000-strong army to defeat the Tang army in one fell swoop. Tang Songling sighed in his heart. He did not know why Li Wangyu would charge into the grassland after meeting up with the Tang army. Moreover, as the barbarian Khan said, the odds of winning against 50,000-strong army were not high. However, Tang Songling had confidence in the steel cavalry of the Tang dynasty. In his opinion, even if Li Wangyu could not defeat Shui Yintua's 50,000-strong army, it should not be a problem for him to retreat safely. Therefore, he was not worried about Li Wangyu's safety. As for how to solve these problems, he would let the big shots in the imperial court have a headache. Therefore, Tang Songling did not take the barbarian Khan's threat to heart. The two of them did not see eye to eye. Tang Songling casually greeted the barbarian Khan and left the tent. However, he was not in a hurry to return to Chang'an. Instead, he stayed at Overseer Mountain, planning to see the result of the battle between the Tang army and Shui Yintua before making any plans. While the barbarian Khan and Tang Songling were confronting each other, on the grassland hundreds of miles away from Overseer Mountain, the Tang army and Shui Yintua's army were also several miles apart. They had set up camp and were confronting each other. In the Tang army's tent, Li Wangyu was very excited and was fiddling with a steel crossbow in his hand. Chapter 1036. The steel crossbow in Li Wangyu's hands was not unfamiliar to him at all. Other than the lack of a scope, it was basically a replica of the composite steel crossbow that he had Yen Liban make for him when he made a bet with those rich kids. Li Wangyu did not expect that in the past year, Pai Lupi would actually order the construction supervisor to make this composite steel crossbow and personally name it the Sky Raising Crossbow. It was also thanks to Li Wangyu's hydraulic press, Otherwise the Tang dynasty would not have been able to make so much steel to make this composite steel crossbow. In history, the Tang dynasty did not pay much attention to crossbows. In the art of war of the Tang dynasty's Duke Wei, the ratio of crossbowmen was the lowest, only about 14%. In each army, the ratio of crossbowmen was even lower, usually only 10%. Other than Zhanghuai crossbowmen, the status of crossbowmen in the Tang dynasty was far lower than archers. The reason was naturally because crossbows had a short shooting range, slow reloading speed, and were good at defense and not good at offense. The generals of the Great Tang didn't have much hope in using a weapon like the crossbow to restrain the charging cavalry from afar. In the Tang army, the Mo sword and cavalry were the most important soldiers. However, Li Wangyou's composite steel crossbow not only had a long shooting range, but it also had a booster, which was not only fast but also labor-saving. Pai Lupi, as the emperor of the horse and the big shot who took down half of the Tang dynasty, how could he not see the use of this steel crossbow? Therefore, even though it was very expensive to make a composite steel crossbow, he gritted his teeth and ordered the construction supervisor to make it in large quantities and start to equip it to the army. Today, of the 10,000 Tang cavalry led by Li Wangyu, 2,000 crossbowmen were equipped with the sky-raising crossbow. In fact, it was not correct to call these 10,000 Tang cavalry. Although they were all marching on horseback, only 2,000 of them were true cavalry. The remaining 8,000 should be called mounted infantry. Different from Shui Yantua's dismounted infantry formation, the mounted infantry of the Tang army were all professional infantry. Horses were just a means of transportation for them. When they fought, they would dismount from their horses and fight on foot. According to Li Weigong's Art of War, 70% of the Tang army's field forces were soldiers, while the rest were medical, logistical, and auxiliary personnel. In other words, Li Wangyou's army of 10,000 had 7,000 combat soldiers. Among them, there were 2,000 cavalrymen, 2,000 archers, and 2,000 jumpers, who were also sword and shield wielders, as well as the Tang army's most elite sharp blade soldiers, 1,000 Mo blade soldiers. Originally, according to Li Wangyou's previous thoughts, the battle with Xie Li Fu was very simple. He only needed to copy Li Ji's tactics. Using 5,000 infantrymen to deal with Shui Yantua's dismounted cavalry formation, then 2,000 cavalrymen would circle around the rear and launch a surprise attack on Shui Yantua's cavalry. As long as Shui Yantua's horse was killed, it was equivalent to cutting off the foot of 50,000 soldiers. By then, Shui Yantua's dismounted cavalry would become meat on the chopping board, and the Tang army could do whatever they wanted with them. But Li Wangyu pondered for a while, and then shook his head and rejected this tactic. It was not that it was not suitable, but he did not plan to expose this tactic so early. Shui Yantua's dismounted cavalry formation, to put it bluntly, was not worth mentioning, and was rather idiotic. But Li Wangyou's ambition was very big. He really had the idea of fighting all the way to Overseer Mountain and capturing the barbarian Khan alive. In this way, if he used this tactic to defeat Xie Li Fu, it would not be too appropriate. After all, Shui Yantua's people were not idiots. After he used this method to defeat Xie Li Fu, it would not be so easy to deal with Shui Yantua's remaining 150,000 soldiers. As long as Shui Yantua left behind enough cavalry to protect the horses of the rear army, then it would be impossible for him to rely on his 10,000 men to defeat Shui Yantua's 100,000 soldiers. Therefore, Li Wangyu needed to think of another method. He had to defeat Xie Li Fu's 50,000 soldiers, but he also could not expose the weakness of Shui Yantua's dismounted cavalry formation. To use 10,000 men to face Xie Li Fu's 50,000 soldiers head-on was indeed not easy. If it was not handled well, it would be self-defeating. But ever since Li Wangyu discovered that Pai Lupi had actually given the army a large number of composite steel crossbows, he had enough confidence. Just these 2,000 composite steel crossbows could shoot the enemy to the point that they could not fight back. Adding on the Mo saber wielders of the Tang dynasty, who were invincible in every battle, even if Xie Li Fu's forces were 5 times his, there was nothing to worry about. A normal crossbow's projectile range was no more than 200 steps, and its direct range was 70 to 80 steps. And the Tang army's current heaven-raising crossbow was equivalent to a 4-stone crossbow. Its projectile range was about 400 steps, and its direct range was also more than 200 steps. Li Wangyu was able to use this crossbow to kill a wild boar 300 meters away. Then, when dealing with Shui Yantua's soldiers, the effect would be the same. In other words, just relying on the super long range of the composite steel crossbow to Shui Yantua's people was no less than a dimensional reduction attack. Although Li Wangyu was not a soldier as a military fan, he knew what it meant to have the advantage of a long range and to be able to continuously attack and kill the enemy outside the enemy's attack range. The replacement of the bow by the gun was the best example. In this era, the power of the composite steel crossbow was almost no different from the gun. It could even be said that it was stronger than the guns of the early era. At the very least, the guns of the Manchurian Qing were unable to accurately kill the enemy at a distance of 300 meters. And presumably, because of Li Wangyu's design of the winding device for the composite steel crossbow, not only was the winding speed faster, but it was also able to fire faster. And because steel cables were used as the bowstring, it was not even affected by the weather. Compared to the guns of the early era, the composite steel crossbow only had one flaw, and that was that it was expensive. Whether it was the cost of making the steel crossbow or the consumption of the crossbow bolts compared to gunpowder and lead balls, it was too expensive. Fortunately, the Tang dynasty was flourishing, or else Pai Lupi might not be able to afford so many Atlas crossbows. However, the Tang dynasty had a misconception about the use of the composite steel crossbow. For example, when the tanks were first invented, the Western countries used them by distributing them to various divisions to coordinate with the infantry. It was not until the Second World War that the tanks began to be used together and became the king of land battles. The Tang army used the composite steel crossbow, but they were no different from ordinary crossbowmen. But in Li Wangyu's opinion, the best tactic to use the composite steel crossbow was the matchlock gun tactic of the 16th century, the three-stage shooting. Although the composite steel crossbow was equipped with a winding device, its firing speed was still not very fast. In this way, in order to maximize the power of the steel crossbow and avoid the shortcoming of not being able to fire continuously, the three-stage shooting was necessary. By dividing the crossbowmen into 3 teams and taking turns to wind and fire, the efficiency of the composite steel crossbow could be increased by 3 times. In this regard, Li Wangyu was very confident. However, Li Wangyu's confidence did not mean that Mi Tuo and Cheng Chumo were also confident. Even if they were very confident in the combat power of the Tang army, but facing an enemy 5 times their own, whether it was the playboys, Mi Tuo, or the captains and generals in the army, their hearts were beating like drums. Even Mi Tuo and many others tried to persuade Li Wangyu to retreat, but they were all rejected by Li Wangyu. In this regard, Mi Tuo was also very helpless. He could only secretly order his subordinates of the 100 Cavalry Department to prepare. If the Tang army was defeated, then even if he had to be tied up, he would still rescue Li Wangyu, the Qin king. After Xie Luo finally decided to fight to the death with Li Wangyu, both sides set up camp on the grassland and faced each other with a distance of 10 li. On this day the wind was light and the clouds were light. It was a good day to kill and set fire. Both sides chose to start the war today. The Tang army blew the first bugle, and the Tang army gathered their men and cavalry into teams. The second bugle sounded, and the army's flags and spears were raised like a forest. The third bugle sounded, and the Tang army lined up to meet the enemy. The wind blew the flags. The war drums sounded, and the Tang army and Shui Yantua stepped out to attack at the same time. Chapter 1037. With the beating of the war drums, Li Wangyu's heart began to beat violently, and his palms were full of sweat. In fact, it was nonsense to say that he had absolute confidence in defeating Shui Yantua. Not to mention other things, just the dense phalanx of Shui Yantua's army on the opposite side made Li Wangyu's scalp tingle. As the saying went, 1,000 men could connect the earth to the sky. 10,000 men could be boundless. At this moment the battlefield in front of Li Wangyu was such a boundless scene, and he could not help but feel nervous. After all, it was his first time facing such a big battle. Last time in Jilong County of Shu Commandery, there were only a few thousand people causing trouble. Compared with the tens of thousands of people now, it was simply child's play and was not worth mentioning. Standing on the observation tower carriage, Li Wangyu was nervous and excited, plus a little bit of expectation and uneasiness, which was contradictory to the extreme. It was understandable that he was nervous and excited, But he was uneasy because he was worried that the Tang army would suffer heavy casualties. After all, this war was purely initiated by him. If it were not for his insistence, according to Mi Tuo's persuasion, the 10,000 Tang soldiers under his command would not appear on the battlefield at this moment. In other words, because of his own selfish interests, these Tang soldiers were facing death, which made Li Wangyu somewhat unable to bear and blame them. After all, Li Wangyu was not a person of this era. Even though he had been in a high position in recent years, he could not treat human lives as nothing. Whether this war was won or lost, the casualties of the Tang dynasty's soldiers were all due to his obsession. Because of Junmo's conferment of Marquis, a general became famous and tens of thousands of bones withered. Sighing silently in his heart, Li Wangyu put away the messy thoughts in his mind and raised his eyes to continue to look at the battlefield. The most important thing now was to win this war. As for other things, they could be dealt with later. If there were casualties in the Tang army, Li Wangyu planned to take out copper coins from his residents to compensate their families, which could be regarded as his goodwill to buy peace of mind. After collecting his thoughts, Li Wangyu raised the binoculars in his hand and carefully observed the disposition of Shui Yantua's army on the opposite side with Chang Chumo and the others. Currently, there were still several miles between the two sides. Both sides were slowly advancing amidst the sound of their war drums and horns. Fighting a war was naturally not like the TV dramas of later generations, where people would shout and charge forward with their heads lowered. Otherwise, if the soldiers were fully equipped with armor and sabers, by the time they had charged a few miles, they would have already collapsed from exhaustion. At that time, how could they fight a battle? Normally speaking, the two armies would advance until they were about 1 li apart, which was about 500 meters away from each other. They would enter the range of the other party's long-range weapons and stop in their tracks. After resting and reorganizing, the battle would officially begin. The 10,000 Tang army was split into the middle and two wings. In the middle of the army, there were 2,000 archers, 1,000 Mo swordsmen, and 2,000 jumping soldiers. On the two wings, there were 1,000 cavalry. Of course, the 5,000 soldiers in the middle of the army were not squeezed together. Instead, they were arranged into multiple square formations. Actually, there was no need for Li Wangyu and the debauches to worry about these matters. Only the military officers in the army could handle these matters. The only arrangement that Li Wangyu made was that 2 days ago, he summoned the officer in charge of the 2,000 archers. He ordered him to follow his instructions and train those archers to practice the 3-section shooting method. As for Li Wangyu's orders, that Tang army officer did not understand. He even secretly felt that Li Wangyu was messing around. That officer was also an old soldier, so when had he ever seen someone use archers in such a manner? In the past, archers would gather their forces and shoot in a large area to injure the enemy. Archers would rarely shoot directly at the enemy. The main reason was because of the range. They could shoot up to 200 steps and shoot straight up to 100 steps. On the other hand, Li Wangyu's instruction for the archers to practice was to divide all the archers into 3 teams. They had to load their crossbows and fire according to the order, and they had to shoot straight. This went against common sense. As for Li Wangyu's messing around, the officer cursed in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only follow Li Wangyu's orders and arrange for his soldiers to practice. However, just a day later, that officer was convinced. How could an old soldier like him not see the benefits of the 3-section shooting method? Facing the 50,000 Shui Yantua cavalry today, everyone was nervous. Only this officer in charge of the archers was filled with confidence. He rubbed his palms and was ready to start a massacre. The war drums continued to beat. The carriage that Li Wangyu and the other rich kids were in was pulled by horses and oxen. They followed the footsteps of the soldiers and slowly moved forward in the middle of the army. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Only when they were 500 steps away from Shui Yantua's army did Li Wangyu order the army to stop. Immediately, the various officers, captains and colonels started to order the soldiers under them to get into formation. This caused the formation that was a little messy due to the march to be in order once again. At the front of the Tang army formation were the jumping soldiers who held swords and shields. The jumping soldiers were equipped with round shields and short swords. They wore light armor and were in charge of close combat to make up for the lack of agility of their comrades who used long weapons. The round shields in their hands were mainly used to defend against the arrow rain. Behind the jumping soldiers were the Mo swordsmen. The Mo swordsmen of the Tang dynasty could be said to be the strongest infantry in the cold weapon era. In history, during the Tianbao era, the Tang army used 20,000 men to fight against the 200,000 Arab army. Even when they were attacked by the rebel army, the Tang army still managed to wipe out 70,000 Arab army and had 10,000 people successfully retreat. Although the Tang army lost the battle in the end, it made the Arab army feel the terror of the Tang dynasty's Mo swordsmen. Like a wall, men and horses were crushed. This was how the Arabs were shocked by the Mo swordsmen. Behind the 1,000 Mo swordsmen were the 2,000 archers. They were the key to Li Wangyu winning this battle. As for the cavalry on the two wings, Li Wangyu did not give them any important tasks this time. They just needed to hold the line. When Shui Yantua's army collapsed, they would chase and clean up the mess. After all, with Shui Yantua's brainless tactics, Li Wangyu was not worried that his two wings would be attacked by cavalry. Just as he had expected, Shui Yantua's 50,000 cavalry did not ride horses. Like the Tang army, they lined up in a grandiose formation and pressed down like a dark cloud. The Tang army did not have many soldiers, so they naturally would not take the initiative to attack. Xie Li was also clear on this point. He did not expect the Tang army to be so brainless as to take the initiative to attack. After stabilizing their footing, Shui Yantua's army made some adjustments. Xie Li waved his hand, and the bugle horn sounded. The 20,000 troops at the front began to march in an orderly manner, pressing down on the Tang army. The 20,000 soldiers moved in unison and gave off a shocking aura. Even from the watchtower at the back, Li Wangyu could feel the ground trembling. At this moment, 80 was following behind Li Wangyu. He was just a herdsman of a small tribe and had never seen such a scene. He could not help but clench his fists nervously as he stared at Shui Yantua's army. With the battle about to break out, Li Wangyu was not nervous. He turned his head and smiled at 80. "Darling, let's see how I take revenge for the Hu-Root tribe. Believe me, the blood of the Hu-Root tribe will not be shed in vain." 80 nodded his head and squinted his eyes as he looked at the rear of Shui Yantua's army. That was where Xie Li was. The 20,000 Shui Yantua's vanguard continued to move forward. The distance between the two sides shortened bit by bit. 500 steps, 400 steps.